working the grill, baseball's on, and it just, to me, is the ideal time for a baseball game.
I like it too. It was great.
Especially when they play the way they did yesterday.
I was going to say, even more fun when they keep winning. 4 in a row for the Tigers, 6 of 7 for the Tigers. Casey Mize, a headline from yesterday's game, another 6 strikeout performance. How far are you willing to go if he and Spencer Torkelson are legit? We'll get to that at 6:35 today. Plus some audio from Scott Harris. He talks about Torkelson, and he is buying into what we're seeing. We'll play that for you. Pistons lost last night. They blew an 18-point lead in the second half. John, concern level, they've lost 4 of 5. Tobias Harris, this Achilles injury, I think they miss him.
Well, they certainly miss him, but I'm not that concerned right now. But I won't know that I should have been concerned until it's too late.
Right.
And so going into the playoffs, you want to be playing at a certain rhythm. And wins and losses don't always tell the entire story, but as fans, that's what we look at. And we look at, okay, they had an 18-point lead, lost it in the fourth quarter, ended up losing the game. It really lost it in the second. They lost it in the third quarter more than anything. Mm-hmm. They got outscored 35-22 in the third quarter. But you want to have the confidence going into the postseason that you can close out a game, which they've done throughout the year. All right, so we know they can do it, but there's a certain rhythm, there's a certain confidence that you want to go into the postseason with. And still time to get there with this group. Cade's only back 2 games.
And still not fully up to his minutes.
So this is where, and we talked to JB yesterday, this is where it's really up to him. How do you ramp up Cade? What are you doing with Duren? When do you get to Tobias Harris back? How do you go to the postseason with the most momentum, as healthy as possible, as much confidence as possible, and ready to take on whether it's the Knicks or the Pacers at optimum levels?
Look, and if you prefer the Knicks, this is going perfectly because they're set to play the Knicks right now. If Cade can get his feet under him, his legs under him, you got 3 more games to get him there, great. If Tobias Harris comes back and he plays, I think that's important. If they play defense like they're capable of, they will win that series against the Knicks. But I said if. Tobias Harris is not the best player on this team, John, but he's really important because they don't have another power forward.
Right.
Remember how much time we spent talking about how they had all guards and centers and no forwards? Tobias Harris has shot well. He gives them some size. When he doesn't play, they have to go small, or they have to have no shooting on the floor. And neither one is conducive to winning playoff basketball. If Tobias plays and just gives them some stability in the front court, a little bit of spacing, and allows them to have enough size to allow the defense to settle in, this team is in position to win a playoff series. But if he does not come back or is not 100% and they don't lock in on defense, they will lose quickly in the first round no matter who they play. So I have some concern losing 4 of 5. I'd like to see a little momentum here. I'd like to see a couple good injury reports, and away we go.
Yeah. And the question is, how much of it is resting guys, not overloading them at this time of year because they've already played, 79 games. They've got 3 left, and you want to be at optimal operation when you get to the playoffs.
Right.
What does that mean with the final 10 games, the final 5 games, now the final 3 games of the regular season? And that's why this is what JB is
juggling,
and it's what we talked about him being the coach of the year, finishing it out. Well, I don't know that it matters in terms of voters. I think a lot of them have already made their mind up who they're voting for. Is it going to be the coach in Cleveland? Is it going to be JB? I mean, who's that coach going to be? It should be JB. But I think how they finish will also, determine whether or not he should be coach of the year or not.
Yeah, to the point of you made up your mind. Either you're impressed beyond belief with what the Pistons have done and you're going to hand JB the hardware, or you just think it's about the team with the best record, in which case the Pistons can't get the best record the next 3 games. Their record with Tobias Harris, when he plays, they're 39-31. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
When he doesn't play, they're 4-5. Not a huge sample, but we're talking almost 10 games without the guy, and it's a losing record. Without him, I don't know that they win the first round of the playoffs. With him, it allows everything else to slot in. It allows everybody else to shine. Something to monitor.
Yeah. Again, yes, it's something to monitor, something to keep an eye on. And as a fan, everybody has a different level of risk. Going into the postseason, if you're just confident in this team and Cade, your level of anxiety is probably not very high.
You could say, hey, we got the best player in the series. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Because I think Cade would be the best player in a Pacers series, and I think he's better than anybody on the Knicks. So the idea would be we've got the best player in the series. That doesn't mean you're winning the series, but it gives you a leg up. It gives you a crunch time, guy who can finish, create, all of that stuff. So if you're just confident that they can flip the switch on defense and surround Cade with shooting and let him do his thing, sure. But
question is, can they be a team that just flips the switch? Because they don't have. That's my point. They don't have playoff experience. They don't know what that's like, and they don't, because they're a young team. If that switch is flipped off, how long does it take to flip it back on? I don't believe that they're at the point where they can just turn it on and turn it off at will.
If you ask me right now, are they winning a playoff series? I think I'd lean no. I think I'd lean no today.
Okay.
There's still a few days. Still got to see the matchup, but I think I'd lean no. Where are you at? Optimist?
Well, my heart is always optimism. I mean, optimism is what I do, but I kind of would lean no. My head would say no.
Okay. Texter says, I've never seen a team so consistently bad in the third quarter. Need to clean this up before the playoffs. It's been a problem all year. JT and Warren.
Well, I'm not going to go back and evaluate all third quarters. It was bad yesterday. So recency bias says, yeah.
I mean, what about the Lions in 23?
Yeah, I mean, that was a topic that we would do almost all year long coming out of halftime. They would turn the ball over, and they would allow a touchdown for the other team. And it's ultimately what got them in the NFC Championship game. That 17-point lead, bad third quarter. So do with that what you will.
For what it's worth, the Pistons are league average in the third quarter. Give up as much as they score.
Oh, so
nothing statistically significant about the third quarter. It might feel that way when games like last night happen.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's what it's recency bias.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. That was the NBA action last night, the college hoops action, John. It was close. Doesn't mean it's always a good game.
I'm curious as to how many people watched that entire game. Okay, Greg, you raise your hand. I have no doubt that you would watch. You're a huge college basketball fan. You follow the numbers all year long. There is nobody more educated on college basketball throughout the course of a season than Greg Hargrave. But my interest level last night, I turned it on, saw the first couple of minutes, and I'm just like, I don't really care. I do not care about this game at all. I watched because we were going to have to talk about it this morning. That was work watching sports last night for that game. I had zero level of care.
Houston was so good defensively to start that game, but I'm not sure that the average person wants to tune in and see both teams start 0 for whatever from 3. But Houston was smothering Clayton. Guy couldn't get off a clean look, couldn't get anything. It was a rugged, low-scoring, close basketball game, but I don't know that it was a great watch for the casual basketball fan. Greg, can you concede that you're not a casual basketball fan?
I would concede that for sure, yes. Here's what I would push back on that, but maybe there's an inner point in this. We love the Pistons this year because they're scrappy, they're clawed, they're physical, they're tough, and Detroit.
It's one of our teams.
When we watch it for our team, we love it. We watch other teams do it, we don't like it. So
it's fair to point out the hypocrisy, yeah.
But I'll also admit to you might not like it if it's another team. You didn't enjoy that, and that's
right
for you guys. I did enjoy it from a scrappy, competitive standpoint. I did enjoy that, and rebounds were battles.
Oh
down low. I mean, you had to shank Houston to get a rebound.
All of that's true, and as I'm watching it, my level of care for either program is why I just didn't care. Like, I don't care about Florida, and I certainly don't care about Houston.
You got a close game. You got a comeback win. You had a final possession. Some thoughts on the national title game. 248-539-9797. Here's a stat for you, by the way. Florida Gators national champs. First champ in the last 20 years to finish their NCAA tournament 3-0 when trailing by 8 or more points at any time in the game. They did it in their final 3 games. They came back down 10 against Texas Tech. They came back down 9 against Auburn, and they trailed by as many as 12 against Houston. Greg, you're looking like I said something wrong.
No. Okay. I'm curious. You said what's the time frame?
Last 20 years to have 3 games that they win by when they're trailing by 8 or more. And they also did it in their last 3, which speaks to like, okay, now or never. Either you're going to win the championship, either you've got that mentality to come back or not. Florida Gators, their coach Golden had never won a tournament game until this tournament, and he took this team all the way.
I was just wondering if saying 20 years meaning that the last time it happened was 21 years ago, and wondering who that is.
Yeah.
The first team to come to mind, by the way, is the Comeback Cats in 98, the Kentucky team.
Sure.
Did the same thing, essentially.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We've got Scott Harris audio coming up at 6:35. A question about, hey, if Torque's for real, if Mize is for real, how for real is his team? It's 97-1.
If your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, and it's been a back and forth battle. Sometimes it's the AC, sometimes it's the furnace, and this morning it's got to be the furnace. Do what I did. Call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service so that you don't ever have to go without for very long, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Now through April the 15th. Buy a new furnace or AC, and you're going to get half off installation. They've got generators in stock as well. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate, or check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
They led for a grand total of 1 minute in the game. Florida comes storming back in the second half. Houston, 2 possessions in the final 40 seconds, 2 turnovers. Close, sloppy, competitive, thrilling, yet somehow boring at the same time. Kind of all in one basketball game. And a ticket texter puts it well, says, I enjoyed watching it. I've watched every title game since 1982. Last night was one of the worst and best games I've ever seen, John in Lake Orion.
I love the battle. And early on, it wasn't, the reason I didn't want to watch it was I thought it was physical. It was everything I actually wanted in a basketball game. But it's just my care of college basketball right now. Without one of our local teams involved, knowing that there's a whole bunch of transfers on the floor, that the coaches, the Florida coach, right, obviously he's got his own stuff going on off the field, and I just wasn't that into it. And I think there's a lot of people, when I talked to people yesterday, before I got home to watch the Tigers handle the Yankees, which I'm loving, it was kind of the same sentiment. Yeah, we're going to watch it. We'll watch it as long as we care. And I think that level of interest in college basketball, in college athletics, is a little bit waning.
Well, don't worry. Your Wolverines are hitting the portal hard. They look like they want to compete in this game.
Again, yeah. Well, in another couple of months, when the roster is set, then everybody can do a deep dive into who's actually on their roster, where they started, where they played, and who they are.
But 3 high-profile transfers. So,
yeah,
I mean, that's playing the game.
Sure.
That's Dusty May understanding 2025's college basketball. I mean, look at Florida's backcourt. They started at Belmont, Iona, and FAU.
Yeah.
So, I mean, their 3 guards all started at small schools. You got to pluck those guys, find those guys. Yeah. One of their bigs transferred in from Washington State. This is college basketball now. Mm-hmm. Ticket Texture says, I enjoyed watching it, but I went to bed when Houston was up 12 in the second half. I woke back up and saw the last 2 minutes. What happened? Yeah, Florida happened.
Well, yeah, but
you're not going to contain them the whole time.
It's kind of like the Duke game. It's, when Duke lost, they're up 6 with 35 seconds left. And for anybody that went to sleep with, 10 minutes left in the game, you kind of felt like Duke was just going to win that game. They were in control.
I see Greg's gesture. Fouls happened.
Yes. There was a plethora of fouls called in the first 8 minutes
of that second half.
Yes. And it was as if the referee said, we are going to be playing a different game in this final 20 minutes.
It wouldn't be college basketball if the first half looked anything like the second half. I mean, that's just college basketball. Let's get to Stan in Shelby Township. Stan, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, Jim. Good morning, John, everybody. I loving your coverage. The Tigers are great. I was there yesterday. I'll be there the next 2 games. I wanted to bring up a point. You're talking about the success of Mize and Torkelson, which is great. But a guy that's really been great is Trey Sweeney. He started out last year. He came in. He had a great run. People questioned him in the winter. But, so far he's the number 2 guy in WAR for the team overall behind Riley Green. And I bet him for the Rookie of the Year. And at the beginning of the year, he was plus 7,500. He's come down to plus 5,000. So he's still a long shot, but there is progress. And one of the things that I'd also like to bring up is that we talk about whether or not this is sustainable. Mm-hmm. Last year, after August, prior to August, the team was last in taking the extra base, and then they flipped that script.
Yep.
And so long as they keep taking the extra base, I think it's sustainable. What do you think?
I think it's one of the key ingredients to this recipe here is
aggressive at the plate, aggressive on the base pass.
First to third, tagging up, aggressive, rounding third base. Sometimes you're going, why is he doing it? It's because you're putting pressure on that outfielder or that cutoff man to deliver a big throw.
Run, Jake, run!
Jake Rogers.
Slide! Safe! He's safe! I was jumping up and down in my living room. Love Jake Rogers. Love the Monopoly guy. And then the throw. We're going to talk Tigers, but the throw down to third base to get Rice.
Yeah,
it was beautiful.
A lot to feel good about, and appreciate the phone call, Stan. Thanks for listening. Tigers have won 4 in a row, 6 of 7. We want to highlight the number one overall picks, plural, Mize and Torkelson, and just how far you're willing to go if they're for real. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, let's keep talking about the Tigers a little. So the assistant general manager of the Detroit Tigers, Sam Menzen, is now the former general manager of the Tigers after he resigned on Thursday, just before the team could fire him for engaging in inappropriate behavior. So according to The Athletic, Menzen sent unsolicited lewd photos to 2 former female employees.
Please define lewd photos.
Oh, you know what lewd photos are.
Lewd photos? I mean, did he take a picture of him
Well, let me keep going.
in the mirror with...
Yeah,
Yes.
Let me keep going. So The Athletic says that 2 women who had worked with the team claim he sent disturbing images of his genitals. There you go. On Snapchat.
Okay. Please define
that.
disturbing images of genitals.
If you send a dick pic,
a picture,
they're all disturbing.
Yeah.
They're all disturbing. I don't care what kind of photo it is. If you send a picture of your junk unsolicited to a woman, it's disturbing.
How do you even do that? Is that... Okay, I really please watch on Twitch. We got to get Heather on the camera here because.
But apparently, this went back. They say that these photos went back to 2017. Plus, there's another woman who worked for Major League Baseball.
You work for them?
I started in 2013, so I knew Sam. Didn't work with him. Like I don't know a lot about him, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't friends with him. I don't have a connection with him in any way, but I did know him. He was there for a long time and he worked his way up. I mean, he started as an intern and then worked his way up all the way to assistant general manager. But there's another woman who works for Major League Baseball. She also said that somewhere between, it was either 2018 or 2019, he sent her some unsolicited photos on Snapchat as well. So the Tigers did release a statement saying that they investigated the allegations and before they could terminate him, he quit. Now, Menzen told The Athletic that he had left his role because he was looking for a change in careers. And he was returning to New York to deal with some family issues. Like I said, yeah.
These will create some family issues.
He's been, was with the Tigers organization for 13 years. So lots of drama there.
I just don't understand how what do you use? Do you prop your phone up and then set the timer? And then pose, then crop the photo.
I didn't see the photos.
Like I just like.
But there's lots of ways you can do it, John.
To do that.
It's quite possible.
Oh, I'm sure. Trust me, I could use my imagination on how you would possibly do that.
There's a ton of ways you could do it, but women
seem...
don't want those photos. Even if they were engaging in conversation with you on this app, and maybe there was some flirtatious texts or exchanges, women don't want those photos. And if they didn't ask for it, don't send it to them. What was he thinking? What an idiot.
I know.
Gross.
Did we not learn anything from Brett Favre?
Anyway, this is good news and bad news. No injuries were reported. That's the good news. After a bullet flew through the window of a Detroit high school. That's the bad news. Yeah. So it happened Monday morning at the chapel at Loyola High School. They say 40 students were inside the chapel at the time when this bullet just came through the window. Thankfully, no students were injured, and police say that there were no credible threats to the school. But of course, they are still investigating the situation, and they're urging anybody with information to give them a call. They're going door to door. They're trying to find Ring doorbell footage if they can figure out how this happened, who it was. They are searching. Anything you want to share, John?
Our Twitchers. I love our Twitchers. They're like our texters. They're genius. Stingray says, when looking at the photo, does it grow on you? Oh, stop. Thank you for making my morning.
Oh, my gosh. A person of interest is in custody in connection to the 3 bodies that were found badly burned in that vehicle in Detroit over the weekend. This story is really horrendous. The more details that have been released. Police say the person of interest is suspected of fatally shooting his ex-girlfriend and her mother and also killing the ex-girlfriend's 9-year-old niece. Then he took their bodies in the vehicle and set the vehicle on fire. They say while he is in custody, he is not cooperating with the detectives, and authorities are offering a $5,000 reward for tips. A devastating apartment fire in Ann Arbor caused significant damage and displaced several families. According to authorities, fire crews were alerted to this fire at the Arbor Landings apartment early Saturday morning. And while the fire was limited only to 2 units, water and smoke significantly damaged the other units as well, the 6 other units. The fire is estimated to have caused about $700,000 in damages. And they say the fire started out on a second floor balcony, spread up to the attic. They don't say foul play was suspected, but there's now lots of people that have lost everything. So very, very sad situation.
It's Heather with the news.
I didn't want to end it on a sad note, but I looked at the time.
How it works.
Bummer.
Coming up next, we have some audio from Scott Harris talking about Torkelson, and we're all getting excited about Torque. Casey Mize pitched well yesterday. If both these number 1 overall picks are for real, how real are the Tigers? We'll play the mountain climber game. It's 97.1.
Planet Fitness is a place that you can go. You can work on your fitness for a lot of different reasons. And here's why I go. I've already told you about wanting to be able to play with my kids. I also work out because as I get older, I want to be able to remain independent. I want to do the things that I love to do. So I hop on the treadmill, put on the incline so that I can be out in the woods, hiking, hunting, doing all the things I love. I lift because I want to be able to, whether it's dragging a deer out of the woods or it's just being able to do the things I love at 49, I want to make sure I could do them at 70. And so I hit Planet Fitness on a weekly basis to be able to accomplish those goals now and in the future. And it's even more affordable now than ever. $1 down and $15 a month gets you in the door. And if you want more, they've got the Black Card that is their premier fitness level, and it allows you access to the Black Card Spa. It allows you access to every single Planet Fitness. I was traveling in Chicago this weekend. There's a Planet Fitness. More than happy to be able to go in there, introduce myself. They are always happy to see you at every single one. I've just never found anybody that's been a grumpy person at Planet Fitness. Great place to go. So if you want to learn more, you could find your nearest club and join today. You could do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
By the way, I have the final standings from our March Madness bracket challenge contest thing.
Who picked the winner?
You picked the winner, John.
Oh!
And you finished second. Tied with me.
If you tell me Heather won it all, I might just quit.
With 9 points, Heather Park finished last.
I know.
John, you and I had 10. This was tight because all the favorites won.
A little bit of celebration in there.
Celebrate that she didn't win?
That she finished last.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not just didn't win.
Oh, okay. Some order restored on the
Big
show.
loser. Yeah.
The winner, you might be thinking we haven't brought up Greg. Greg knows college
and
basketball.
Your people.
No, it's Tom. Tom won this despite not picking the champion.
Thank you.
So, hey, there you
Good
go.
job, Tom.
You know who
Good job,
screwed
Tom.
you, John? Michigan's come back over A&M. You would have won if that would have not happened.
Yeah, so be it.
So good consolation, at least.
Yeah.
It was
I finished
Michigan
second.
that screwed
All right.
you.
First loser.
Of course, there was other ways, but that was the easiest one to find.
Mm-hmm.
Heather all of a sudden got crushed in the Elite Eight. She was doing very well.
I was for a minute there. You know.
Got to lose some, right?
Yeah.
You still hate Duke, Jim?
Get
Because
used
if
to it.
Duke would have won,
Because
you
I'm
would have won.
coming
Okay.
for it hard for football
Okay.
season.
Picks,
Yeah.
we have to hold our own this
Oh
one.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Bringing the A game.
it's baseball season now.
Enough of this letting you win stuff.
Yeah, we laid down last year. We thought, hey,
Yeah.
welcome her to the picks.
Yeah.
Just
we want to
anyway.
make sure she keeps playing.
welcome her exactly. It's kind of like when you're competing with your little sister, right? You just let her.
Your child.
Yeah. Tom, make sure you sift through those texts because there'll probably be some ladies texting us on how inappropriate I am.
Well, that's a day that ends in Y. All right, so it's baseball season. Tigers have won 4 in a row. They've won 6 of their last 7. They're in first place. They're off to a hot start, and they're led by, among many storylines, Casey Mize and Spencer Torkelson, a pair of number 1 overall picks that were cast aside that are now leading the way.
Keep that Cy Young in town.
You think Casey Mize?
Overreactions.
Okay, Scott Harris was asked about Spencer Torkelson and what about this start, and he made it pretty clear this is not luck or a fluke. That was on MLB Network. Yeah, his hard hit rate is up. The sweet spot, he is crushing the baseball right now. His eye, he's drawing walks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a much more composed Spencer Torkelson.
I think we're all excited about what we're seeing.
It's a different player.
Mm-hmm.
And look, time will tell, but this is a big time needed, a boost from a right-handed bat in this team's lineup. Casey Mize, number 1 overall pick, got the splitter going. He had 6 strikeouts yesterday, 12 strikeouts in his first 2 starts. John, we're going to play the mountain climber game with these two.
Okay.
And we've done this before. How far are you willing to go? If I tell you Torque and Mize deliver on being number 1 overall picks, the Tigers will accomplish blank. We'll go through this. We'll see how high up the mountain you're willing to go. And Tom, get in on this as well. If Mize and Torque deliver, the Tigers will accomplish a winning record.
Oh, I'm all in on that. Absolutely. This is the right-handed bat that they needed. They didn't add one in the offseason, so you got to have one of your own step in. This fills that role for Spencer Torkelson. And Casey Mize has been awesome to start the season. He's 2-0, and I made the joke about him being, keeping the Cy Young in town. He's just pitching really well right now. And I think not only is he pitching well now, it's sustainable.
Absolutely, because I felt this way if they didn't contribute. I went with 86 wins to start the season, and that was getting probably something from Mize, not good to greatness, just eating innings. You got to have guys that eat innings, all right? It didn't count Torque doing much at all.
I like the yodels. If Mize and Torque deliver, the Tigers will accomplish a playoff spot.
I would agree with that as well. I'm ready to go that far up the mountain because, again, it's especially where they have Torque in the lineup. He's been batting third. He's been batting fourth. They're having runners on. If he continues to perform at the plate, those runners in scoring position will be knocked home. Now, I'd like to see a little bit more power. I know he's got 2 home runs. Let's pick up the pace there a little bit. Maybe I'm being greedy now, but
we always want more.
We always want more, and we're always craving more. But consistency will be the thing for Torque. And if he is consistent, because I believe more in Mize being consistent than I am Torque right now, but I think both of them are I think that they both lead to a playoff spot.
So in terms of the power, it's way too early to kind of just judge. Like you said, 2 home runs. Well, Bobby Witt Jr. has 1 right now. Okay, So, and I think he's going to win MVP. So maybe that's already changed because of what Judge is doing. But again, I thought 86 wins, and I thought I'll lay my chips down at the end of the season and see where that goes in terms of a playoff spot. So I didn't need much from either one of them to get to 86 wins.
So you're going to be climbing for a while here. Let's get to the next stop. And you say stop when you don't want to go any higher. Mize and Torque, if they're both legit number 1 overall picks, this team will win the division.
Yes, because it's a horrible division. The Chicago White Sox, the Minnesota Twins have been bad to start the season. Cleveland honestly hasn't been very good. Now I think they pick things up. Kansas City, they're at 5-5 right now. Again, it's only 10 games, but they've done nothing to make you look like they're any world beater. So, I think they can win the division.
So my thing on the Tigers' early start, the people who have been negative said, oh, Dodgers and you beat up on the White Sox. Okay, that's fine. But they played to the Mariners, and they beat them 2 out of 3, and they were a little better than last year. See, I think they're exactly what they were last year. Now here comes Tom's turn. I'm going to make a huge left turn here. They need Mize and Torque to be good.
Yeah.
Maybe not perform as number 1 overall picks, the best players in the league or something like that along those lines. But they need significant contributions from both of them to win the division, because you named the one team that I still think is dangerous, and it's the Royals. I think the Royals have a high ceiling. They're pitching well. They're very high in ERA right now. The bats aren't coming through for them.
So it's a yes. If they both deliver, this team is winning the division.
Yes.
If they both are legitimate number 1 overall picks, step into that. Will they have the best record in the American League?
Stop. This is where I get off, but I'm only skipping a step here. So this is where I get off the mountain. I don't think they're going to have the best record in the American League.
Tom?
It's time to go jumping off the cliff here.
I have a couple more stops. They'll win the AL pennant.
Okay, that's different than having the best record in the American League.
Oh, so you think they could be playing in the World Series if these two guys step up?
I think there's a chance. I'm not going to predict that they're World Series.
Are you climbing back up the mountain right now?
I'm taking the ladder.
Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. You got the one
passing
hand.
a step. Yeah, because do I think that they're going to have as good of a record as, I don't know, say the Rangers or the Yankees overall, Orioles,
Red Sox?
No, but I do think if things fall right, especially at the end of the season, part of it's not just these two guys, it's everybody else, but it's AJ Hinch.
I'm just saying, with these two specifically, how do they change the trajectory for the Lion season? The last thing, or Tiger season. The last thing is the World Series, and no, they're not going to do it off those two alone. But it's interesting to see how big a difference these two will make. You both said they will win the division if this is real. If these guys are for real, the Tigers are winning this division, and I agree with you.
Can they win the pennant?
I actually agree with what you said there in terms, because you just never know in the playoffs, and things get dumbed down. There's
just
less.
Got to get in.
So, but the World Series, no, I'm still sticking with my fact or fiction that the Dodgers are going to win over 116 games that we said. So they have best record ever in baseball, and I think they will win the World Series.
Yeah. If these two are real, they're division champs. For them to go further, you got to get Parker Meadows back. You got to get Vierling back. You probably got to add at the deadline. You probably need a few more surprises along the way, like a Javi Baez, right?
But the reason I say that they can win the pennant is not necessarily because of these guys. It's because of the pitching staff, along with Casey Mize, and which is part of the pitching staff, but with Spencer Torkelson.
I want to ask a super simple question. If you get last year's Tiger team, like I've kind of thought they would be, 86 wins, but you put Torque's numbers from 2023 in that lineup, what does that do?
They win the division.
And I actually think he'll hit for a little better average. I don't know if he'll get quite to 30 homers, but it's going to be interesting to see what that does. How many wins is that?
Yep.
That's the mountain climber game. It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. Here's how they do it. They're attentive, and they're going to sit down with you, ask you questions, and they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And they've done it for me. They've done it for my kids. It's really it's a family situation. So when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member, FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Yeah, that's why Rodgers looks so slow. It's because he had to stop for Keith.
Scampered home. I'm not sure scampering home is how I would describe Jake Rodgers, but I was, because you kind of knew Cora was going to send him.
Oh, yeah.
And I found myself doing the go, 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 and then he slides, and it was literally a celebration. Yes!
Good verb.
Yeah, it is a good verb. Yes.
Scamper.
John,
you said that this could be a legitimizing win for people. We want to talk to naysayers. Okay, I get it. The White Sox didn't do it for you. Beating the Yankees, does that do it for you? What is it going to take to legitimize this team if you're a naysayer?
Well, okay, more time is what they're going to say.
Okay, so
it's
is it
one win.
Is it 40 games? Is it division games? Is it deadline? What's it going to take for you to legitimize what's going on here? It's only 10 games. What's it going to take?
It's not going to. I don't necessarily know that I can put a time frame on it, but it's going to be consistency. Are they consistently in games? Are they consistently scoring runs? Now, at some point this year, they're going to be shut out. But to this point, they haven't been. And that's been something that we've talked about all the time in the previous years is, here's shutout number 1. Here's shutout number 2. How many shutouts are they going to have this year?
How many games were they 1 or 2 or fewer runs last year?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's, okay, Skubal's on the mound today. What type of run support do they give Tarek Skubal? Because last time out, Seattle, they only gave him 2. And so now he's back on the mound. Are they going to be able to give him some more run support? Because yesterday it was Rodon. Like that's he's a good pitcher. Really good pitcher. And now what are they going to do to give Skubal, to give Flaherty some of that run support? And if they can be consistent in continuing to flood the base paths, and that's where I talk about consistency. It's not just, yes, they need to be consistent winners. That's obvious. But if they can be consistent at flooding the base paths and be better, or at least have a higher percentage of knocking those runners in scoring position in, then that's where I'm going to look. And okay, they've got 2 more against New York. Then they've got a 6-game road trip. What do they look like against the Twins, who have not started the season off good? Are they still a team that goes in there expecting to win? Because I think this team expects to win now. They're not going to win 162. They can't, but they're not going to win all the time. But I think going into games with the mentality that, yeah, we should be in this game. We should give ourselves a chance, whether it's in the 9th, it's in the 8th, it's in the 1st.
You're talking about the brand of baseball they play and seeing that consistently.
Yeah.
And that's going to lead to wins. The month of April, we highlighted, really, and March, a brutal start. A lot of playoff baseball teams with winning records from a year ago, legitimate tests for a team that's missing Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling, and we were really struggling to see the offense. If they get through April with a winning record, I think that tells you a lot about this baseball team, right? Because they still have, to your point, road trips coming up. They're going to play the Padres, and they're going to play the Orioles, and they're going to play Houston, who I know they beat in the playoffs last year, but that's at least a competitive series at the end of the month.
4 against Kansas City at home.
Sure. If they have a winning record at the end of April, I think that legitimizes what's going on here, because there's more reinforcements coming. And if they have a winning record this month, I would venture to say it's because this Casey Mize thing is a thing. This Spencer Torkelson thing is a thing. Javi Baez, I'm whispering it, maybe a thing.
Javier Baez.
Yes.
I mean, if he's going to be a legitimate baseball player this year, don't we have to?
We say with hesitation.
He's going to be a brand new person. So yeah, we don't know Javier Baez anymore. We know Javier Baez.
248-539-9797.
He's a different person.
I like Javier Baez. That Javi guy, my blood would boil. But
I'll take
Baez,
more Javier Baez.
I tell you, he puts bat on ball. He makes plays in the field. He's even in center field, this new Javier Baez. If Javier Baez is here at the end of the month, and Torque's legit, and Mize is legit, and they have a winning record, they're legit at that point.
Yeah.
So if you're a naysayer, we want to hear from you. Healthy skepticism in baseball, I understand. What's it going to take? 248-539-9797. 7 o'clock hour, we're going to mix in the Red Wings. Are you checked out or holding out hope? They have a season-defining, pivotal elimination contest tonight in Montreal. What other buzzwords can we use? Must-win game.
They technically are still
alive. They win tonight. We can bump back with Pearl Jam all day.
It's just better when you say it.
Because there's a little bit of dead in the voice. Alive. 248-539-9797.
Make me believe it.
I don't know that I believe it. Okay, the texter says, if they're playing like this in June, I'll buy in. If they buy at the deadline and show they're serious about building a competent baseball team, then I'll buy in. But until then, I'll be skeptical about what they're doing.
Okay, that's fine. I was skeptical all the way up until, I don't know, end of September.
Yeah. Some ticket texters, they loved the yodeling.
Yeah, that was pretty
Climber.
special. Well done, Greg.
Pure genius. Texter says, if those two are real, they can win 80 games instead of 75 like I thought they would. Dream bigger.
Mm-hmm.
If Torque and Mize are there, I go from, what did I say, 82? I think they could flirt with 90 if those guys are real.
That's
a division
on
crown.
the table.
Yeah.
On the table.
Yeah, now to go further, they need more, which is why that texter says, show me in June, show me you're buying, show me you're serious, you're putting some chips on the table, and not going all in, but you got a good farm system. Are you willing to add if this team's legitimately in first place and in contention for more? Texter says the Tigers look like they're picking up right where they left off last year. The Dodgers opening series sweep was still a close series. Out of productive Mize and Torque, I like the team a lot, and even Javi's hitting right now. Craig in Livonia.
That's Javier.
Sorry. No faith in Torque. We always talk about how baseball reverses back to finding the mean. I'm not sure. It won't be long. He'll go Brennan Bosch on us. One season with a positive WAR.
I 100% get that. It's been a long 3 years. It's been an absolute roller coaster with more valleys than peaks. Way more valleys.
Naysayers, we got the lines open, 248-539-9797. It's only 10 games. What do you need to see for this team to feel legit? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Pistons had as much as an 18-point lead in the first half that evaporated between the end of the second quarter and beginning of the third. What happened, JB Bickerstaff? Zach LaVine, a big reason why, netted 43 thanks to an 8 for 11 showing from three. Cade Cunningham has been slowly ramping up his minutes since returning from injury. He scored 35 of his own in 33 minutes of action. The Tigers defeated the Yankees 6-2. Andy Ibanez had a 3-run third-inning home run. Casey Mize mowed them down through 6, allowing just a single run. Did walk 3. Reminder that first pitch was moved up to 1:10 this afternoon to accommodate the cold temperatures. Snow flurries are possible at game time, where the real feel is predicted to be 27. The Tigers have proclaimed their April 23rd game as Gibby's Day, matching his number of 23. A portion of tickets that day will benefit the Kirk Gibson Foundation, which raises funds for Parkinson's. The Padres will be in town. The Red Wings have a must-win game tonight against the Montreal Canadiens in Canada. Pre-game at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Cam Talbot will get another start in nets. Gave up a single goal in a 2-1 win over the Panthers on Sunday. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Today's a Tuesday, which means 2 Grand Slams, 725, your chance to win $2,000. Feeling good about it today. Putting that into the universe. One of you is going to win some big money today.
Yeah.
I believe.
Let's go.
Got to have something go well today. Red Wings are playing tonight. Play the Montreal Canadiens, John.
Yeah.
Season on the brink. Stop me if you've heard this before. They have to win tonight.
Head to head for the team that holds that final wild card spot, the Montreal Canadiens at 85 points. The Detroit Red Wings currently at 79. It's a must-win game.
The question, are you already checked out or are you holding out hope? This is an uphill climb if they win.
Sure.
It's all but impossible if they lose. If they lose, they'd be 8 points back with 5 games to go. If they lose, they'd have to win out and have Montreal lose out.
I think this is a game where you're going to be watching with one eye open. And it's because everybody right now, even if you're on the fence, I know a lot of people are probably checked out thinking, hey, the Wings are doing it again. It's something that they've done the last couple of years. They can't overcome the March that they had. And you're going to be watching this game. And if they win, then you start kind of peeking out and you see, is it possible? And yes, mathematically it is possible. It's very unlikely that they are going to the postseason. But you got to hold out all hope. I am, if they win tonight, I'm still holding out hope, even though I know it's a long shot. They lose tonight, I'm out.
They'll be out, so they'll be right there with you.
Right.
Yeah.
Mathematically not out, but
Yeah.
in for all intents and purposes.
I think there's a lot of people listening right now that are already checked out. And
Sure.
I'm not judging you. They haven't played good hockey. Back-to-back collapses in the month of March. Even if they win, they still need a little bit of help. They need Montreal to lose another regulation game along the way, and they have to this is be another 7-game win streak, which they're capable of, but if you're checked out, you're checked out. To me,
third 7-game win streak of the year.
they would need it.
They've done it before.
To me, I'm a sucker. I'm holding out a little hope. What other choice do I have? The alternative is rooting for draft position and hockey players that are 3 years away at best. Sure, win tonight. Put yourself in the conversation. Apply a little pressure. Talbot turned into a brick wall in front of our eyes. He's been very good the last 4 appearances. They're going to need him to be very good tonight.
At Montreal,
Yeah.
which is the one we're talking about for tonight, it's a must-win. At Florida. Now, they just beat Florida at home.
And they're reeling.
2-1.
They're not
Yes.
healthy.
At Tampa. So the road is not easy,
No.
but it could be very dramatic and very fun right to the very end. And most likely, if your heart's not been crushed already, it will be beating, and they will rip it out and stomp on it right in front of you.
The most Red Wing thing to do is to win tonight.
Yeah.
We don't get the sweet release of the season ending tonight. They
Yeah.
win just to dangle the carrot and get you a little more excited for the final few games of the regular season here, where they will inevitably fall just short because this run is happening for the second year in a row, too little too late. Ticket text 248-539-9797. I've been completely checked out for 2 months now. I actually hope they don't make the playoffs because it'd be a huge waste of everybody's time. I don't think it'd be a waste of Mo Sider's time or Lucas Raymond's time. I don't think it'd be a
No.
waste of time for hockey fans who have not seen a playoff game at LCA. Think about that. The Pistons have played multiple playoff games at LCA, but that building was designed for hockey, and it's not yet hosted a playoff hockey game.
Mm-hmm.
And we're still looking at the possibility of it being Toronto, right? Or would that not apply? No, you play Washington, right?
Because they're the number 1 overall seed.
Yeah. So, I mean, you get to play Ovi. You get to see Ovi again. It's all about the opponent. Look, I'm not hopeful on this, although I don't think this is like an impossible thing yet. I mean, obviously it starts with a win tonight. Just the irony of them finishing the season with another 7-game winning streak. They would have 3 7-game winning streaks throughout the season.
Yeah.
They get to 89. Montreal plays 4 games after tonight. If they get a point per game, they would get to 89.
Montreal's the tiebreaker.
Montreal has the tiebreaker?
Currently has the tiebreaker.
With the Wings, though. In that scenario, you're talking 5 more wins.
Yeah, I think the Wings may overtake the tiebreaker in that scenario because I think they have 3. Montreal has 3 more regulation and overtime wins.
I mean,
right
so
now.
I'm threading a perfect needle here for that to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Imagine losing last year on the tiebreaker and then getting in this year on a tiebreaker.
right. And I think just the funny thing would be that this would be a team that had 3 7-game winning streaks. That's 21 wins, and you still only got to 89 points.
Look, they're a flawed hockey team. I think we've been all over it. Ticket Texter says it's not even just a must-win tonight. It's a must-win in regulation. They have to pull the game in the last 3 minutes if they're tied. Nick and Clarkston.
Pull the goalie, they're saying. Right?
What'd I say?
Pull the game.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Pull the plug on the season. No, they got to pull their goalie if it's tied, is what he's saying. Naturally, the Wings will win tonight, keep you dancing like a puppet, play alive, get you feeling good, and then crush you again, signed Steve.
Yeah.
What if this becomes a thing? They squeak in this song. They're just jamming. It becomes just like Gloria with St. Louis.
I'm hoping. I don't believe it's
I don't want it
happen.
to because I actually think that's Pearl Jam's most overrated song. But
that would have been a thing if they had found a way to win at all during the month of March.
may I throw a curveball at you guys?
Yeah.
Little fun on the fly.
Yeah.
What should be their song once they're eliminated? It doesn't have to be Pearl Jam. I mean, it could if it works.
What
I mean,
songs have
Black.
dead in them?
I mean,
Taps.
Black.
Taps.
No, something better.
No, I mean, if they lose tonight, we open the show with Taps tomorrow.
Probably.
Something from Stevie Nicks in honor of Stevie Y, maybe. I don't know.
That's going a little bit. That's a deep cut.
Too deep.
Yeah.
Texter loves your point, John. This is a one eye open game. Says that's the best way to describe tonight's Red Wing matchup. A one eye open, just kind of peeking.
Yeah.
A little nervous. Not really sure there's going to be any joy at the end of this deal, but keeping an eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been checked out for weeks now. They just can't seem to make a run or show they're interested in making the playoffs. I'm ready for the season to be over and for you guys to be done talking about them. Chad in a truck. Oh, all right. I'll take it personally.
Are you done going to games?
I have no more game. Well, my next game at LCA would be a playoff game. Or it'll be the season opener next fall. It's one of the two. Pretty dramatic crossroads there.
Have you at any point had the car flags on this year? Maybe that's what we've been missing. A little bit of energy in the community, started by one Jim Costa.
People told me they didn't want me to have the car flags after last year. Make up your mind, people.
Well, I mean, it hasn't worked this year either. So, I mean, what's the happy medium? If they win
John,
tonight,
hear me out.
tomorrow morning, can we see you pull in, soaring in with your car flag?
Maybe, but hear me out. Maybe, just maybe. I have no say in how this season's going to go.
Yeah, I know that.
Maybe, just maybe. Maybe, just maybe they have their own issues beyond what's on my car. I'd wear them if it actually meant something. If it meant they could actually do this.
You'd wear them.
Sport them?
Yeah. You'd fly the flag.
I'd fly them. Texter says, Wings must win tonight. If they do, Montreal folds and it's possible to get in. I'm a hardcore Wings fan. I've checked out. The Tigers have as many wins as the Wings since February 25th. Signed, Steve. Ouch. And I believe accurate. 6 apiece.
Uh-huh.
Texter says Creed, 6 feet from the edge.
Okay. Yeah.
And people are loving Javier Bays. They want to know where Javier Bays is coming from.
Oh. Yeah, that's Keegan-Michael Keys. He did a lineup as the high school teacher, the Aaron style. Now, the rest of them were, I mean, he was put on the spot, right? I think he did a great job. I think he's hilarious.
I think Dylan Dingler's like Dylon or something. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a whole bit. He did the bit on Key and Peele.
Yeah.
Texter says, you can't win a division in April, but you can hurt your chances. This is a breath of fresh air to not be climbing a tough hill to get back in. The Tigers look legit. With with Javier Bays, how long does he have to perform halfway decent until we can pull a Trey Turner and cheer him on? I'm not saying he deserves it, but I'm saying at what point could you justify it, Terry in Rochester?
That might be the question of the day, is when does the production, and because it's not just at the plate. Like, he's been good in the field. The tag he had the other day at second base to tag out and yes, I know Dylan Dingler made the throw, but the play yesterday, what was it, off of Holton's glove? That was a great play.
Okay, and we'll end with this. We have ticket textures on the songs that we should play for the Red Wings
If they're eliminated.
Beck, Loser, Chris and Howell.
I'm a loser, baby.
Hurt by 9 Inch Nails when they're eliminated, Ty and Fenton. The Red Wings song, if eliminated from the playoffs, it should be the same old song and dance by Aerosmith.
I mean, we should have played that the month of March.
The Red Wings song should be Last Kiss by Pearl Jam once they're out of contention. Brandon in a truck.
A lot of Pearl Jam.
And Mike in Clarkston hasn't given up. He says, All I Need Is a Miracle by Mike and the Mechanics.
That's exactly what it would be, too.
Heather's News and the 2 Grand Slam are next, 97.1.
Hey, grass is going to start greening up. I know it doesn't seem it because it was cold yesterday. We had snowflakes. We might even get some snowflakes today, but you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call because crabgrass comes right along with green grass. Give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN, or you can find more info on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time, you can purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket, and it's the Natural Way difference that actually makes the difference. You get kids running around your yard, you love your pets, they use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. They're going to assign your lawn its own specialist, and they're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. I mentioned crabgrass. You got to take care of it now. If you see it, it's too late to fix it. That first application is the most important for crabgrass control, so you got to do it now. They're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and they're just going to fix problems as they arise. They're not going to talk to you about it. They're not going to tell you about it. They just fix it, and you got to love a company that you don't have to communicate with all the time. 888-GET-GREEN is the number. NaturalWayLawn.com is the website. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's in the news?
Well, lots of drama going on at the Tigers. Sam Menson, who as of just a few days ago was the Tigers' assistant general manager, resigned before the team could terminate him for inappropriate behavior. So according to The Athletic, 2 former female Tigers employees said that he sent them unsolicited lewd photos on Snapchat, right? And there's another woman who works for Major League Baseball, not for the Tigers, also says she received at least one of these unsolicited photos from him as well between 18 and 19. But they say it started back in like 2017, these photos. So they go back quite a while. And
I hate Snapchat. We'll talk about it more at 7:35. I absolutely hate that app.
Because the photos disappear.
Yeah.
People
As a
think
dad,
they can get away with whatever.
It's disgusting, right? It is so gross. He told The Athletic that he left his role because he was looking for a change in careers and he was going to go home to New York to deal with some family issues.
I'll bet.
He was with the Tigers organization for 13 years. He worked his way up, starting as an intern in baseball operations. So he started in 2012.
Did you ever cross paths?
Oh, for sure. So
you knew who he was.
I started in 2013, worked there for at least 10 seasons. So I was there for quite a while. I knew him. I didn't know him well. I couldn't tell you much about him. We didn't work directly with each other, right? So I didn't have like any sort of friendship or relationship with him at all. But he was with the team during the opening road trip, right? Like he was working.
So
he worked a full day on Thursday, the day before the Tigers home opener. And then by Thursday evening, he had resigned. This is all very new, very fresh, right? Like these are all new. It's all just coming out.
It's gross.
Yeah.
It's disturbing. It's
disgusting.
Disgusting. Women don't want that. I have received one that I can remember, unsolicited photo.
I would imagine these are memorable.
Of somebody I didn't know, right? I'd gotten a message on social media, which I do all the time. People message me all the time, and I typically will try to respond if I can. And somebody messaged me, so I clicked on it, and boom, there was a photo. It is disgusting. You feel nobody wants to see that unless they specifically ask you for it. Do not send a woman those photos.
John,
they don't want to see that.
John, have you?
Have I ever? No.
By the last
I can't even
news,
imagine.
he doesn't even know how to take a
I
photo.
can't imagine.
You're like, is it a tripod
trying
situation?
to position the camera to get the right angle to make it look.
John, it was never going to look good.
Well, that's what women say. Is there's no flattering way to do it. So, not to make light of this story at all.
Don't worry about the angles because it doesn't matter.
No.
Is it more a matter of lighting?
No, that doesn't matter either. So there's a Tigers fan who was down at the game on opening day and is now fighting a parking bill after he was charged an absurd amount.
How much? I'm sorry. I'm doing what John does. I'm sorry.
I'll just jump to it. So he thought he was going to pay $50. He parked at a structure that had a sign that said $50. He was not imagining it was going to be $50 per hour because he paid over $472. And he was forced to pay it because when you go in, there's a QR code you scan. So they take your credit card number right there.
Yeah.
So he was, and the only way to get out is by paying this money. And he was unaware. He was shocked, right? So he thought, this is going to be $50 where he parked and he couldn't believe when he was charged so much money. So he is trying to dispute the charges. He's trying to work with this company to come up with some solution. And he says he's sharing his story because he hopes that this doesn't happen to anybody else. But I'm sure it did.
There must have been other people that...
Without a doubt. And this article that I got this information was from Fox 2. And they said they spoke to the company who runs this parking structure. And they said the event rate is $50 a day. Not $50 an hour, but they did say rates are subject to change.
But that's outrageous.
After you've already entered, yeah. Oh, well, we're going to change the
it's
rate.
Opening day. Sorry, $50 an hour.
I was going to say opening day, $50. You go, okay, I get it. I think I even saw someone have a sign for $100, but $4.50.
Yeah.
It's outrageous.
Yes, for sure. More than 22,000 pounds of bratwursts have been
no.
recalled over the presence of hard plastic in the products. So you might have this at home. Maybe the recall of Johnsonville brand cheddar bratwursts was initiated after
Make it all better.
not this one. After customer complaints were made, so the recall applies to the 19-ounce sealed firm tray packages confirming 5 pieces of this Johnsonville bratwurst. There is package codes you can look up online. If you do have any of these, because they were distributed to locations in Michigan, throw them away, don't eat them, or you can go and return them to the place where you purchased them. Finally, there's a 26-year-old guy in China who almost died after getting a massage. Said he, was having some neck pain just from the way he was working. He sit so long staring at a computer. So he booked an appointment and he was getting a massage, said everything felt great. And then all of a sudden, he said that the masseuse did what he called a more vigorous maneuver and he felt a sharp pain in his neck followed by a massive headache. He went to the ER the next morning because he woke up with slurred speech and numbness on the left side of his body. You guys, the masseuse accidentally ripped a hole in an artery leading to the brain, and he had a stroke.
Oh, my.
Wow.
Crazy. Doctor said they treated him on time. He's going to be
Rather
okay.
vigorous. Yeah.
Pretty crazy. I've heard of those stories. I don't know if it's true of people when they crack their necks. Have you ever heard that? I don't know if you could actually do that. We could
it's
crack
always
your
the
neck
concern
so
when
hard.
if you go to a chiropractor. I've gone once or twice.
I do
too. It scares the hell out of me.
Death. It's terrifying, or stroke. It's terrifying.
Yes.
Awful. All right, Heather with the news. It's the $2 Grand Slam.
Let's give away some money. Jim, you said you were feeling lucky today?
Today's the day.
Are you feeling lucky?
Punk?
You took a lot of joy in saying that. Jim in Linden, a fellow Jim, ready to win some money. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hey, we're good. Good. It's great. Thanks for calling in this morning. We're excited to have you.
All right, Jim. So the rules of the game are easy. You're going to get 60 seconds and you're going to get 10 questions. Each question you answer correctly, you're going to get $25. If you get them all right, you're going home with $2,000. Now, if there's one you don't know, you're going to want to pass. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. What team did JB Bickerstaff coach last season?
Toronto.
What is the nickname of the University of Houston?
Cougars.
Who won the Masters last year?
Pass.
This rock band had the 1991 hit Alive.
Pass.
How many Stanley Cups has Alex Ovechkin won?
None.
Name one team the Lions lost to in the 2024 regular season.
Washington.
Jim Costa is attending this sporting event this weekend.
I'll say the Masters.
Who plays Captain America in Captain America Brave New World?
Pass.
Is Elk Rapids located in the lower or upper peninsula of Michigan?
Upper.
Who wears jersey number 31 for the Detroit Tigers?
Pass.
Got you with one.
Well, one's better than none. So you got that going for you.
I'll take it.
Okay. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Thank you.
We'll put you on hold. Get you paid.
Not a good sample for Jim's.
I was going to say, as a fellow Jim, I'm deeply disappointed.
Yeah.
Want to go through this?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to take us a little time. Hopefully we can get done before the break here. A lot of wrong answers. Sorry, Jim.
What team did JB Bickerstaff coach last season?
The Cleveland Cavaliers.
The nickname of Houston.
He got that one.
Yeah, the Cougars.
Yeah, I thought we were making a recovery there.
Who won the Masters last year?
Scotty Scheffler.
The rock band that had the 1991 hit Alive.
Come on, man. I have been on this one for a while. We even mentioned it earlier in the show. It's Alive, Pearl Jam.
How many cups has Ovechkin won? He said none.
None. That's a decent guess, but he's won one.
He has one. The Lions lost to 2 different teams in the regular season last year.
Keywords.
Regular
season.
We would have accepted either Buffalo or Tampa. He went with Washington. Jim Costa is attending this sporting event this weekend.
Frozen 4.
Yeah, Masters, decent guess. Masters would be fun to go to. Captain America in Captain America Brave New World.
Anthony McKee.
Elk Rapids.
Mackie. Whatever.
Elk Rapids is located in the lower or upper peninsula.
Come on, man.
50-50 shot.
Lower.
He said upper. And number 31 for the Tigers.
Riley Green, our all-star. And the Tuesday 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininio Law.
Your next chance to win some money, Thursday, 7:25. It's 97.1. Nobody likes going to the dentist, but it doesn't have to be painful. It doesn't have to stress you out. You got to go to Brightside Dental. 9 Metro Detroit locations. There's one near you. They've got a $35 new patient special. These are all good reasons to go see them. But the biggest thing is they're not going to shame you. They're not going to make you feel guilty. If you're not flossing 3 times a day, they're not going to get on you for it. There's no lecturing and there's no pain. I went and had to get a cavity filled. They numb you up. It's a piece of cake. Make an appointment. Get back in the routine. 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Mize was dealing.
Yep.
Back-to-back strong starts for Casey Mize.
Man, he was so good yesterday.
Tigers have won 4 in a row.
And Skubal on the mound. On deck is Flaherty.
Chance to sweep the Yankees. At the very least, take
At least
this
win a series, yeah.
And that would be 3 straight series for a team that's won 6 of 7. Look, it's early, but this is what we needed to see. We needed to see some life, some fight, a little bit of that last year mentality to start this year. And we're all feeling pretty good about the Tigers right now. How far are you willing to go? We'll get into that in the 8 o'clock hour. We have a Lions mock draft, the latest, and a potential Lions issue for the upcoming season. I don't think Heather would be very happy.
I'm not. It wouldn't be.
8:02, we'll get to that. Yeah. We had a conversation off the air. I think could be a good conversation on the air.
Yeah, and it's one that we found ourselves minutes before the show having this 10-minute discussion. We thought, let's take this to the air. And some of it has to do with, obviously, the executive with the Detroit Tigers that resigned before he was fired for sending inappropriate pictures to others. But he did it on, what are you going to ask?
I was going to say, what do you mean inappropriate photos, John?
Lewd photos.
What does that mean, John? We all know.
But it got us
yeah,
talking
yeah,
because
they were legitimate questions as you were doing the story.
No, you were fishing.
You were.
Okay.
When I say lewd photos, you know what. Anyway,
they could have been.
let's
But
keep
it
going.
takes us to where we were going with this conversation in regards to, and I mentioned it at the time, Snapchat. That is the one app that I absolutely despise. I think it's fun if everyone is above board and everyone is appropriate, everyone's acting as they should as responsible human beings. We all know that's not always the case. As a dad, I always look at the kids' phones, and the problem with Snapchat is pictures disappear. Now you can look at, the history and see who's sending pictures. The problem is if you're a despicable individual, you aren't going to use your own name. You're not going to have an avatar of a middle-aged man. It's going to be of a young individual to try and bait these kids into inappropriate conversations or sending them inappropriate things or trying to get something in return. And that drives me nuts.
I have one quick question. I don't have Snapchat, really have never used it except to play with filters once years and years and years ago. Can you take screenshots?
Yes, but it notifies the other person. At least when I had it. I don't have it anymore.
Okay. Anyway.
Oh, so somebody has sent you pictures that you've screenshotted? What were those pictures?
Nothing lewd.
Or you sent one that somebody screenshotted.
I want to get this out. I have never sent.
I'm not saying that, but I mean, it's so sometimes you send funny pictures, right? And I've done it with the kids, right? And they'll
and
take a screenshot. Yeah.
It's been years since I've used Snapchat, but at that time, unless they've made an update, it would let the other person know you took a screenshot. But what some people would do is if you had you're with your friends, and they use one phone to take a picture of the other phone. Kids are smart, and also it's scary.
Okay.
Which led us to the conversation about your comfort level with your kids on social media and when your kid even gets a phone to begin with.
Yeah, because we know in school there's been this big public push, whether it's through the legislature or school districts individually, saying no cell phones in school. And which I think is a great rule.
Or in the classroom.
In the classroom.
Because usually they're allowed in the school, but you need to leave them in like a locker or somewhere else.
And there have been different states that have different rules and different laws of, whether they're even allowed to have them in school now or not.
Okay.
So it raises the question, when are you okay with allowing your kids to have a cell phone? Because different situations require different things.
It's a really hard question that we haven't had to tackle yet. Clearly, our oldest is 3, but nobody has house phones anymore, right? So like when she's old enough and Brooks is old enough to stay at home, they're going to need a phone, and we don't have a house phone.
When did you get your first phone?
I got my first phone when I was 16 and got a car, and it was not used as a cell phone. It was a car phone. It was a phone that stayed in the car.
Yeah.
And it was like one of those old school, it wasn't huge. Well, it would have been huge now, but like
a
flip phone. Not quite, because it did flip. It was a flip phone.
Yeah.
But it was literally, I kept it in the car. I didn't use it to text or make phone calls. And then I got my first phone like the phone that I purchased, like, and I bought with, I was like, I'm going to go get a phone. It was so expensive at the time because it was like color screen.
Right.
It was it's still the flip phone. I'm sure I was still 16, but.
John, I mean, when did you get your when did you get your first phone?
So I will show my age here.
The elder statesman of the show. When did you get it?
So there was one friend that had a phone in college, and it was one of those that came in a case. It had a huge battery.
Like a briefcase?
Yeah, no, it was like, I don't know, like, I don't know, 6 inches wide by 12 inches by, whatever, and it would fit underneath the seat, right? And it was for emergency purposes.
It was
only.
that car phone.
Right. And so when I got my first phone was after I graduated college my senior year, and I was, trying to, communicate with my agent, with other individuals in the NFL of, getting ready for the draft. That's when I got my first flip phone. And obviously texting was all new, calling at different spots, because you didn't always have cell coverage where you were. I mean, now it seems like you have it almost nearly everywhere, or you have Wi-Fi that covers it. So it wasn't something I was faced with certainly as a teenager or as a middle schooler or even in my college years.
No, and social media wasn't even really a thing until I was in college, when it was the Facebook. And it was only for college students with a college.
Did you ever have a MySpace?
I did have a MySpace, John. I don't know who my top 6 were anymore, but I did have a MySpace.
So as the youngest of the three of us, I got a phone in 6th grade.
Oh my God.
Now, this was not a smartphone. I didn't get a smartphone until I was in college. So there were limitations, but texting with T9 and you call get picked up from wherever you are with your friends. So I had a phone relatively young, but it didn't have the capabilities of the phones now.
Right.
If you give a 10, 12, 11-year-old a smartphone, they have access to everything.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think the phone is the issue. It's the smartphone and the access to the internet and social media apps.
It's a computer in your hand.
That's
and you can
the
do
issue.
whatever you want.
Not
and
the phone.
talk to whoever you want. And kids are like, it's what they've grown up with. So they know, like Teddy has an iPad that he watches. He can navigate the iPad. He's 3 years old. And so it's something that they're very familiar with. And, whether it's iPad, it's a phone, everything changes. So for us, because the rules are going to be a little bit different for Teddy than they have been for the other kids. For the other kids, because their mom and I was going through a divorce, both of us need to be able to communicate with the kids at different times. But for Teddy, and there's a big push in a lot of the communities, an actual, like, I don't know if you want to call it a media push, but it is, hey, try and put off getting a phone for your kid until they are going to high school or they are in 8th grade, and put it off as long as possible, one, for their development, but also because of the risks involved with the apps that are on there. And it's not even the apps anymore, because you can communicate through so many different, you can just communicate through the internet. It doesn't need to be an app.
So we'll throw it out. Phone number's 248-539-9797. You're a parent. When do you give your kid a phone? And how do you monitor with all these apps? I know the Snapchat thing freaks you out as a parent.
Any social media freaks me out as a parent. What do you do in the evenings? Like when they go to bed, do they have access to their phone? Like, are they able to do anything? Like, or do you make them leave it charged in the kitchen? Like, how do you... I don't want my kids upstairs in bed when they're supposed to be sleeping playing on social media apps or...
Well, and there's a lot of studies about,
getting on the internet.
About if you're looking at your phone in bed. Now, the whole blue light thing has been kind of debunked as a myth in terms of it affecting your sleep. But if you are on your phone or you're on a device in bed, it becomes addicting and you're doing the mindless scrolling, that it does affect how much you sleep and how much rest.
Right. So what do you do with your kids?
So what I should do and what I am doing is different.
We'll explore
and I'll tell you that next.
There we go. All right. Phone calls, ticket text 97.1.
Hey, if we're talking about phones, we're talking about pictures. It's so easy to be in pictures these days. But if you're uncomfortable being in pictures because you don't like the way you look, you don't like the way you feel, you got to give Ideal You a shout. IdealU.us is where you can get more information. And you could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You, and you could be happy being in some of those pictures yet again. I know this program really works because I lost 50 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You, and if you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. And here's what you're going to find out: how much fat you have, how much muscle mass, bone mass, water weight, all of those different things, so you can set your goals with your health coach. And book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. I mentioned that weight loss coach. They're going to be with you every step of the way. And when you reach your goal, they're still going to be there to make sure that you keep that weight off. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy to have your picture taken again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. $150 value, absolutely free.
8 o'clock hour, we'll get back into the Tigers and some Lions. Lions possibility that I think Heather would be disappointed in.
Very much so.
Get to that after we wrap up this conversation about your kids and social media and their phones. This actually started off air. We were talking about Sam Menzen, the assistant general manager of the Tigers. He resigned before they dismissed him because of allegedly sending lewd photos.
Unsolicited lewd photos to female employees.
Yeah. Gross, despicable, and sounds like it was over Snapchat, which is how the ball got rolling here. What about these kids who have Snapchat on their phone? When do you let your kid have a phone? How do you monitor this? John, before we get to the bank of calls, you said you have what you should do and what you do.
Well,
and I know I said do. I know.
Kind of threw me for a loop there. What you should do is when they go to bed, their phones are left in the kitchen. They're not in their room, and you get them an alarm clock. But you can also turn the phone into basically a paperweight or an alarm clock, because you could set time limits that have a passcode on it that only I know. And so during the day, I have time limits set up for how long they can be on these apps.
So the phone itself still works, just the apps.
Correct.
And the internet.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, and obviously the older kids, they need to have their phones because, like Ruby's driving to and from school and different things like that. But what we're talking about is when they're in your home, and I do think that they're on them too much, but you can set up those time limits. And the time limits, like for Instagram, I've got a 5-minute time limit for the day.
So
same thing with Snapchat.
Do all of your kids have social media accounts? And when did you let them have one?
I don't think Teddy has one.
No, Teddy does not.
I'm not talking about Teddy.
I know. Yes,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Jerk.
Well, you know what? Some people set up their own accounts for their little
ones
kids.
And they post photos.
Yeah, like Instagram.
Yes.
I've seen that, so they can watch their life in pictures.
But anyway, like how old were you when your daughters, how old were they when they got an Instagram or a...
The first time, and so Snapchat has been removed a couple of times and then replaced. I don't remember how old they probably were 13, 14, which I think is in hindsight way too young. And a decision that I regret.
But everybody...
How much of this is all my friends are on?
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing is, their friends are on it, but then now it becomes peer pressure. Like as a parent, you're not the one that's supposed to succumb to peer pressure.
But you're going to let your kid be a loser and not have all fun with all the friends? And
well,
I think that's the pressure that you get put under.
It does. And so that's why I think you go in and you create these time limits and you make it known that I am going to be looking at your phone. I'm going to be looking at your text messages. I'm going to be looking at your social media, so that they know at any point I'm going to grab your phone. It could be in the middle of the day. It could be at night. But you also put time limits on in regards to how long they can actually be on those apps.
Phone calls, ticket text, 248-539-9797. Let's start with Matt in Roseville. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Sorry, this is a near and dear problem to my heart. I've got a 10-year-old and 2 7-year-olds, and I think the 10-year-old got an inactive iPhone at around 8, and we set up a kid's messenger account for him so he could message with his cousins and with his friends from school and things like that. But we can monitor all of that. The entire threads show up on our messenger accounts as well. But we've got them set up on phones that are only Wi-Fi, so they're only able to use it in the house or when they're on hotspot from our phones. There's a lot of options you can do for protection there. In fact, their iPhone account is set up to where they can only download apps that we approve. It actually sends us a request to say, hey, they want to download this app. Do you approve? And you have to click and allow it basically for them to be able to do it. John, I wanted to tell you as well that there's some new advances in a couple of new phones with a couple of the carriers that for when you're hunting, even if you're outside of cell phone service, they'll allow you to do satellite text messaging. So you can actually send text messages from wherever you are if you get into a situation where you need some help carrying something out of a brush where you don't have cell phone service.
I've actually utilized that, and thanks for bringing that up. This is a great point. If you are outside of service and you still need to make a call, you send a text for emergency purposes, you could do that. You can also access, you could download maps ahead of time and use those offline. And the GPS on the phone will still tell you where you are so that you can get out of a tight spot. Been there. Where am I?
Let's get to Daniel. You're next up. Daniel, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, no, I was 13 when I first got my phone. I think I was definitely too young for it. You know, I was exposed to a lot of stuff. But yeah, I like what the last guy was saying. There's things you can do to monitor it and all that. But at the same time, I don't know. I still probably wouldn't go with a smartphone. There's a lot of things that I'd worry about, even just the internet alone. Like, I don't know how much you can do to prevent them from even using just the internet on their phone, you know?
Scary stuff.
It is, because kids always find a way, and a lot of times they're just way ahead of being able to use it more so than parents
Well,
are.
they see it as soon as they're born. I mean, you hand Brooks a phone and he knows that you got to scroll and push the button. They know how to turn it on, and they've seen you use it since birth, so they know how to use all of this stuff. But man, social media, access to internet, that stuff scares me.
Some people pointed out in Ticket Text you can have them use like an Apple Watch or other smart watches as kind of a workaround. That way they're not on. You can see where they are.
Even in schools, they're not allowing the Apple Watches either, which I think is great. Yeah, because then kids can sit there and text back and forth with each other.
But you still have to have your phone near your watch, right?
No, you can have.
See, I don't have Apple products.
You can have an Apple Watch that has cellular service.
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I have one because I like to go for runs, and if something were to happen to me, or if something happened at home and I needed to be in touch with either the kids or with Lisa.
Exactly.
Yes.
Could save your life.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Texture said.
Or not.
Or not. As they say, this is Jeff and Petoskey, when you're ready to end your child's innocence, provide them with a smartphone. You know it's true. Mm-hmm. We have 3 daughters. They'll never get phones until high school, and then they have to bring them to the kitchen every night at 10 p.m. Our 3 boys did not get phones until they were 13. They didn't have iPods or access to iPads. We didn't let them have Snapchat until the summer before they're entering high school, Steve in Milford.
I mean, that's my hope. That's my goal. I hope social media is just done when Emily's older, Brooks is older. It just disappears.
It fizzles out.
Yeah, maybe it's just not going to be a thing. It's just all going to die.
There's a chance it won't last.
Sure.
Sure about that? Joe and Howell, good morning.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So there's a actual cell phone called Bark that allows no social media on the phone, and it's tamper-proof from for kids, so they can't wipe out any of the parental stuff on it. And it also has the tracking capabilities.
Yeah, there's also an app, Bark. I think it's probably the phone from the app where I get an email every day that says these are the sites that they searched.
Oh, wow.
And so you get a chance to see their internet searches as well.
So there's a lot of technology that you can do to help ensure that your kids are not getting into no good. But it's still a lot of work on your end as a parent. And I guarantee you a lot of parents aren't doing all of that.
Yeah. It takes a lot of work.
Oh, I believe
And
it.
a lot
The
of
work,
awareness.
well, especially for you with all your kids. I mean, you got a lot of phones to look through.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yes.
End of the day is like a
like
an assembly line. Texter says there's a book called Anxious Generation. It says smartphones shouldn't be had before 14, no social media before 16. Giving kids access to the dopamine rush before puberty can negatively impact their brain development.
I totally believe it. Never read the book, but
My wife has done a lot of research on this, and all of those different things that you've just talked about are things that she brings up and will do differently with as Teddy is growing up.
All right, 8 o'clock hour, we're going to talk some Tiger baseball. 8:35, Scott Harris on Torkelson, and how much of this is luck, how much of this is real. Plus, we'll play the mountain climber game. If Torque and Mize are real, how real is this baseball team? Coming up next, the Lions could play on Christmas Day. Heather.
boo.
It's about what I thought. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers beat the Yankees 6-2 yesterday. This was their biggest hit. Jake Rogers scored a pair of runs thanks to 3 walks. Casey Mize lasted 6 innings, allowing just 1 earned run. That lone run is the only one he's given up in 11 2/3 innings to start the year. The only blemish so far has been his 6 combined walks. The Athletic reporting that Assistant General Manager Sam Menzen has resigned after an investigation that alleged he Snapchatted inappropriate photos to women in the front office. Cade Cunningham working up his minutes. He played 33 last night for the Pistons. Detroit lost to the Kings 127-118. Cade on the three-headed monster that was Sabonis, Levine, and DeRozan last night. Levine led Sacramento with 43 points on the night, including 8 of 11 from 3. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a Mel Kiper mock 4.0 we'll mix in the show today, as well as a lot of Tiger baseball. How real is this? Mize, Torkelson changes things for the Tigers. Get to Scott Harris's comments at 8:35. The Lions could play on Christmas Day, John. We all know about Thanksgiving.
It's a beautiful thing.
What about Thanksgiving Day? Rod Wood said the Lions are not exempt from playing on Christmas Day, despite their annual Thanksgiving commitment. Rod Wood suggested the team would likely play on the road, though, so that the team would, not have both holiday games here. Mm-hmm. You love it. Heather's already booing the idea of it.
I hate it. I hate it. Christmas is my all-time favorite holiday. Christmas Eve and Christmas Day are probably my 2 favorite days out of the entire year. And I do not want to be sitting in front of a TV watching football or have my husband be in the other room watching football while I am taking part in all of the family festivities.
You have family festivities going on all day long?
No, but not technically all day long, but the day is pretty much we have a tradition, and I don't want that to be I don't want it to be tampered with.
Is there a gap in the tradition, say around 12:30 or maybe at 4 or even after the day is done at about 8 o'clock?
Okay, maybe at 8, 9 when we're like getting in bed.
Oh, so we got a little wiggle room here.
So a primetime Christmas night game.
Okay.
Hey.
Now we're talking.
I still don't love it. Like yes, okay. Fine. If it were to happen, it happens. It's whatever, right?
Yeah, you have no control over it.
I don't. Yes. I don't love the idea because I love Christmas.
Rod Wood said, I know we're a big TV draw, so I wouldn't rule out they might ask us to do it. I think for our fans, asking them to give up Thanksgiving and Christmas is a big ask, so I've tried to avoid it, but we'll see what the schedule is when it comes out. John,
I
would love
understand
it.
that take.
Yeah.
In regards to fans giving up their Thanksgiving, or at least part of their Thanksgiving day, by going to Ford Field, and it is, but it's become it's a Thanksgiving tradition.
I was going to say, people actually have built their day around the Lions on Thanksgiving. It's become part of the charm of the day. Is football and Thanksgiving, they go hand in hand. The food and the football, you plan your day around when you're going to eat and when you're going to watch the Lions game. It's a tradition. Tradition's got to start somewhere. Christmas Day is awesome. This team, this team,
beautiful.
This team is a popular brand, a successful team. They want to be put out in a spot for all to see. John, embrace this. Embrace the Lions being one of the marquee football teams in the NFL.
Our Christmas tradition, because when I was playing, I was never really home all day on Christmas. It was, we never had a Christmas Day game, but we had practice, or I'd have to go in for film or do something on Christmas Day because it just never seemed to fall on Tuesday, which was our day off. I would have loved to have had a game on Christmas Day. That's why I loved having games on Thursdays in general or on Thanksgiving, because it meant I basically got another bye week. You would have then Friday, Saturday, Sunday off, be back to work on Monday, and then have Tuesday off. So you would have, especially at the end of the year or around the holiday, I would be happy as a player making that sacrifice of playing on Christmas Day, because you're playing on prime time. Like, everybody in the world is going to be watching, which is what you want as an athlete. You want everybody to be watching you, all eyes on you. But then you would have the ability to have Christmas Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You could have a much longer time with your family at that point.
You're saying from the athlete's
From
standpoint.
an athlete
Yeah.
standpoint. And from a fan standpoint, our Christmas Day tradition is, we wake up, kids open presents, we open presents, we have a special breakfast, and then after that, it's staring at each other. Because I don't want to go anywhere on Christmas. I'm not going to go to the game on Christmas. Now, I mean, Lisa's a huge football fan, and that opportunity may present itself, but we would go as a family, or at least I would go with Lisa.
I don't get out of my pajamas on Christmas.
Great, so it's perfect.
It's perfect.
Sit on the couch, throw the game on.
Yeah.
No.
Kids are playing with their toys, and you guys got the game on. Colin's geeked out, ready to go.
Yeah. There's something to do the rest of the day is watch football. It's awesome.
I don't like it.
So Christmas Eve's the bigger day in my family. Christmas Day has always been, to John's point, wake up. When I was younger, we'd open up our gifts and we'd play with them all day. Now it's you just get to spend time with your family and you can throw the game on and watch football.
Yeah, and I don't want to sit there and watch a movie that I've watched 1,000 times, or I want to watch one of the kids can watch their Christmas movies or their Hallmark movies.
You're saying another room?
Yes. But they all like watching football as well, for the most part. So they will watch part of the games. And if the Lions are on, then it becomes a family tradition. We're going to watch the Lions game together. It's absolutely perfect.
You hate this, Heather.
I don't like the idea at all. And everything you're saying, I can understand. You can watch it together and you're still together and it's something to do after you do all of your breakfast and the gifts and the whatever else you do. I'm just stubborn and I like what I do already on Christmas Day and I don't want to change that.
Yes.
And I don't want
So the
Colin to
family has
go
to
and
follow
somewhere
you.
else to watch the game when I'm with the kids having fun with them, and I don't like any of it. No,
If you guys
want it.
are done opening presents and you've had your lunch, special Christmas lunch,
of leftovers.
if you're just sitting around the living room and the kids are playing, especially since you guys like the closed captioning,
Yeah.
wouldn't you be okay with having the game on while you guys are, and it could be on silent because you can read the game. Wouldn't you be okay with family time, but then Colin gets to keep an eye on the game?
Of course, it would be fine, but I wouldn't like it.
Because his attention is not on you.
No, it's not about me. It's just about the
Feels like
family.
People are very defensive of Colin on the ticket text. I'll have to
Yes.
sift through
I
the
know,
best ones.
I'm trying to
But we don't
defend him
stick
here.
around our house the whole day. We do leave to see other
Okay.
families. So we're not just sitting around all day long.
So I know for some families, Christmas Day, it's a taxi service. You
Yeah.
go to one grandparent's house and then another grandparent's house and an aunt
Yeah,
and
we're
uncle's
moving
house,
around.
and you're bouncing around.
If you went over to let's just say the in-laws' house,
Yes, which is where we would go.
and they had the game on, would you ask your mother-in-law, could
Never.
you please turn that off?
Never,
You're taking away from family time.
never.
Texter says if your husband's going to do all day long Christmas festivities for you, you can at least let him watch one football game.
The thing is Colin loves Christmas just as much as I do. Like he really, it is our favorite day of the year. And he likes, I believe, our traditions that we do that day. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think he would love this. I don't think he would love the idea of Lions playing on Christmas Day. I really don't.
The NFL's king.
I want to know the answer to that question. I want to know so bad because Colin, I have no doubt that he loves Christmas and that is something that you guys do together. I love having that family time together. But if you're all in the house or if you're at another person's house and the game is on, to me, it adds to the environment.
But
doesn't
maybe
take
because
away
your
from it.
kids
Me
are
too.
old enough to sit down and enjoy a football game where my kids are not. They will not sit and watch a football game. They're too
No, but
little.
they could be playing around.
But if we had a holiday movie on, they would be into that.
Look, as long as they're not playing the game at 9 a.m. Christmas morning,
Correct.
I
Well,
think your
sure.
kids
Yeah.
will be fine.
Yeah.
A ticket texter says, what slot would you want them to play in? 1, 4, or 8? Gary and Trenton.
8.
8. I think that would be probably the best primetime matchup, end of the day.
Not 1. That'd be the worst.
I would love a 1 o'clock Lions game.
On Christmas Day.
course.
Absolutely would love it.
We got a lot of feedback. We've got open phone lines, 248-539-9797. We want you guys to be part of this conversation. If the Lions play on Christmas Day, which could happen, Rod Wood confirming, just because we play Thanksgiving Day doesn't mean we can't get Christmas Day. How would you feel about it? John loves it. I love it. Heather hates it. It's 97.1.
Hey, baseball fans love the long ball. We all do. We love home runs. And FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love every single home run every Tuesday during that Major League Baseball season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on the moonshot, whatever you want to call it, you could take your winnings to all new heights. So whether it's a big blast or somebody goes opposite field, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost and make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Zach LaFine, he always does it to the Pistons. I think it's 4 different 40-point games. Pistons blew an 18-point lead in that second half. I think they missed Tobias Harris. Anyway, that's Mark Champion's call of the Pistons. We'll talk some Tigers later in the hour. We're talking about the Lions on Thanksgiving Day and maybe even Christmas Day now. Heather?
I got an update from Colin,
Yeah?
who's listening, and he says he'd rather have no games. He said, not into it because I wouldn't be able to focus on the game or I would feel guilty if I did.
Good answer for your wife publicly, Colin. I got
He
your
loves
back.
Christmas. And that is the thing. He loves the Lions. If there was a game, that's all he would be focused on.
We brought this up because Rod Wood confirmed that just because the Lions have Thanksgiving doesn't mean they can't also play on Christmas. He said he would hope for the fans that it would be a road game so that we wouldn't have 2 different home games on holidays. I like the idea. The Lions are a marquee franchise. They play in big time slots. And Christmas Day is a big deal for the NFL now. I like the idea. You know, you're not doing it while people are opening Christmas gifts or going to church on Christmas morning.
Yeah.
You'd play 1, 4, or 8. You'd play in one of these slots that we could all sit together and watch football. There are split opinions on this. John's with me.
Oh, 100%. So is my wife.
Okay. But Colin and Heather, unified front,
Yes.
say no. Sports on holidays are lame, and anyone changing holiday plans for sports is lame.
Thank you.
I'm a football junkie. Football on Christmas Day is absurd. Pay attention to your family, for goodness sake. Who
Thank
needs
you.
extra stress on Christmas Day?
Totally agree.
Another vote for Heather. This is Bill up north, says time of the year could matter. I don't need a loss to Green Bay on Christmas Day.
Ooh. Yeah, well,
Ruin a holiday.
don't lose.
Someone wants to know if the disco is open on Christmas Day.
Boogie Wonderland.
TBD.
Winter Wonderland.
Christmas is my favorite holiday, and the Lions are my favorite team. Nothing better than watching them with the whole family. Texture says, I'm good with the Lions playing on Christmas Day. It's just another holiday. Only way I'll watch is if Hooker is starting, though, Jamar in Westland.
In a while.
We got the best hits. Where's Jerry, Jack, and Coke? No, here it is.
Oh, he is in there.
He is in here. I don't like this. My clients will be vacationing in the Caymans, and I won't be able to go. Jerry, Jack, and Coke. Heather hates Charlie Brown, so of course she's going to hate the Lions playing football on Christmas. I don't think she really likes Christmas the way she says she does.
I know. Yeah.
So can I sprinkle something in here?
Wah, 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 wah. Right? Is that how they talk?
No,
Stupid.
that's his teacher.
They don't all talk that way.
Charlie Brown uses words.
Does he?
So does Lucy.
So this might be too reasonable.
Yeah.
Isn't it possible? Okay, look. If I had something going on Christmas and the Lions played, it'll matter whether it's at 1, 4, or 8. If I had something planned, I would just go do it.
Sure.
And I would live with it. It's like Heather, like you don't like Colin, that like can't he just do your plan and kind of it's just a little background white noise?
It's an
No, he
inconvenience.
can't.
Yeah.
If I had tickets and we had something,
No, I'm just because he would. If there is a game on, that is what he wants to be engaged with.
Colin, you will not.
But on Christmas, he wants to be engaged with the family.
You will not watch that game.
if I had tickets, we would discuss it and see, okay, are we going to change our Christmas tradition and go, or I might just sell them. It wouldn't be the biggest of deals to me.
Here would be the worst. And I could totally see this. Now, Heather, I'm not going to say this is you.
Okay.
But if you have that debate between you and your spouse, and then your spouse says, well, you decide. You decide. Because you know
There's a right answer.
Yeah, there's a right answer. There's a wrong answer. Right? Yep. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, just say what you mean. Don't do that.
If I say do whatever you want, it means you better be doing what I want to do.
Exactly.
That's my point.
You got to speak the language, guys.
I'm done. I've told you what I think. Now it's up to you to make the right decision.
We'll see how much you care about this family or some football game. Amy in Canton, good morning. Amy, what's up?
Good morning, Amy.
Yes, hi. I was just calling that. Of course, the guys who want the game to be on at 1 o'clock, of course they're going to say 1 o'clock. I'm a huge football fan, and I would love to see 8 o'clock because in my family, it just seems to be the nature of things. After dinner, my dad, my uncles, they all finish eating, they grab their pie, they go sit down, they watch football on Thanksgiving. And I've always like secretly been mad about it. My mom, my sisters, the women are not sports fans in my family except for me. I want to take my pie and I want to go watch football too. But I know if I do, if I do, the other women are like, why aren't you in here helping? Why aren't you in here cleaning? Why aren't you doing dishes? So you would never see my dad or my uncles in the kitchen helping clean up when football's on. I'm totally about it being at 8 o'clock because as a woman, like, the dinner is done, the mess is cleaned up, the kitchen's good. You get to sit down with your pie and you get to watch some football, but no guilt.
You know what? I would love an 8 o'clock game, especially if we're just talking about the Lions. I would agree with you. I think it would probably be the ideal time for that game to be played.
Yeah. I think it's perfect because it does let you do your normal day. You got to drive over to grandma's or the in-laws and you got to see people. And then your day ends, you eat your dinner, and the game's on. It's perfect.
Yeah. I'm trying not to offend anyone right now, other than Heather.
You offend me. It doesn't matter.
Guys, we don't need the Lions playing 3 games in 10 days like Ravens and Chiefs last year. This is actually a bad thing for our football team. I never get to watch the Lions with my extended family. This would be awesome to get a bigger group together and watch. And Texter says, I doubt fans would rather stay home. They would want it to be a home game.
Do you have the look? Do you give Colin the look? Like if he's doing something that you think is he shouldn't be doing, that you don't even have to say a word. You just kind of look and he's like, oh, no.
I probably do. Don't even realize I do.
He gives that look down.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yes, little fella.
Oh.
Scott Harris with comments on Torkelson. How real is this? How far could this team go if he's legit and Mize is legit? We'll get to that. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, last week we talked about how several Lions players are changing their numbers, right, for this upcoming season. Well, now we're learning a little bit more about the whys of some of those changes. So Terrion Arnold is changing his number to 6 to honor his late Alabama teammate, Kyrie Jackson. So Jackson wore number 6 at Alabama, and he tragically passed away in a car accident in July of last year. So this is kind of his way to honor his friend, his former teammate. Arnold wore the number 0 throughout the rookie season, but now Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be rocking the number 0. So kind of,
it's a touching tribute,
you know, because you wonder, well, why? Well, you know, we talked a lot about it, about these guys changing their numbers, and there's a little nice tribute there for sure. Let's talk a little bit about Sam Menzin, right? The former assistant general manager for the Tigers. I mean, was literally just working the day before opening day, carrying on his role as if nothing was wrong. But then it was released that he resigned Thursday evening before the Tigers could fire him after he engaged in inappropriate behavior. That inappropriate behavior was sending some photos of his junk to 2 female employees. Unsolicited photos through Snapchat. Also, another female MLB employee who didn't work for the Tigers says she also received some of these photos. It's just so scummy. And what did he think? Did he think that he was just going to get away with this? And I mean, on Snapchat, because no one has the photos to show and it would never come to light. Well, it has. He told The Athletic, that's who broke the story, that he left his role because he was looking for a change of careers and he's going to go back to New York and deal with some family issues. He'd been with the organization for 13 years. Worked his way up through the ranks, right? Started as an intern all the way up to assistant general manager.
Yeah, I mean, it's creepy.
And these girls, one of them at least, we don't know who they are, right? They were females working for, and it said former female employees who worked in the front office. One just said, was kind of nervous to come forward when it happened because this was dating back to 2017. One, you don't have any proof on your phone anymore, right? Like the photo's gone, and then you're saying this man. This guy who's
assistant GM, he's been with the organization. This guy we all like.
And I work with almost all males, not a lot of females up in this front office to maybe,
have your back.
Yeah. Man.
And the PSA from the woman's perspective.
Don't
guys,
send these photos. We don't want them. Especially unsolicited. I mean, that's the worst way to get a photo like that.
And
even if
it's happened to you.
It has. And it's like the most disgusting feeling. opening that photo because, like sometimes you don't know what it's going to be when you click on a message and then there it is. And it's like, it makes you want to vomit.
That's not funny.
I know.
It's the word the sound she made.
It's awful. It's disgusting. It makes you feel like I can't even put it into where it's just gross. Girls don't want it. Even if they're flirting with you a little bit and you're exchanging some text messages or snaps.
It's just.
Unless they say, hey, send me a picture of your junk. They don't want a picture of it.
Yeah.
They don't. A person of interest is in custody in connection to those three This is a serious one, John. In connection to those 3 bodies that were found badly burned in a vehicle over the weekend in Detroit. The story is really, really sad the more we're learning about it. There is a person of interest. This person is suspected of fatally shooting his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, her mother, and also the ex-girlfriend's 9-year-old niece. And then taking their bodies to this location in the vehicle and setting it on fire. So he is in custody, apparently not cooperating with authorities, and they're still investigating everything.
You're so good at your job.
I'm trying not to look at you, who's over there crying in tears.
Giggling.
Just keep talking. So in 3 years, this is cool, flag football is officially going to become an Olympic sport, right? That's going to be fun to see. And there's various NFL players who have expressed some interest in playing the game. And while the league office is kind of saying like, yeah, awesome, let's go, let's do this. The owners are not so sure. So now there's this tension between the NFL and the people who own the NFL teams.
Yeah.
I mean, you get it. The league sees it as an opportunity, right, to market the brand globally. Mm-hmm. And then the owners are like, whoa, hold up. Key players could suffer some major injuries. And
right
even if they
before the
don't,
season.
And even if they don't suffer the injuries, they're going to miss prep time for the 2028 season. And they could even miss some of the off-season program as well, depending on like how the trial processes would go for the Olympics. So it's an interesting debate there.
Yeah, because we've seen NHL players in the Olympics. We've seen Major League Baseball players in the Olympics. We've seen the Dream Team and basketball players in the Olympics.
Because if you were still playing, you would want to be in the Olympics, wouldn't you?
If they had linemen, yes.
But
they only want skill players.
But, okay.
Take the shots. Go ahead, Heather. Take your shots. It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you deserve a law firm.
I hate it when you turn it on me.
If you're injured, maybe you've been wounded. You deserve a law firm who cares about you. It's KG Law. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter. He built his business on the idea that you're not just a number. He and his team are going to look after you when you need it most. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can check him out online, kgcares.com. He's won millions because he fights and wins big. If you or someone you love has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's kgcares.com. It's KAJY, kgcares.com.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to an experienced law firm, and it should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with some random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Got to get a shot off at the end of that game. Houston, 2 possessions in the final minute, 2 turnovers, and the Gators complete the comeback. 3 straight comebacks. Elite 8, Final Four, and national title. They are national champions. A weird game in that it was close. It was feisty. We like defense here, right? We like the Pistons playing defense.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, not a brilliant presentation. So the winning team shoots 39% and 25% from 3. Houston had 5 assists for the entire game. A basketball masterpiece.
Strange game,
it was not, but you get a thriller at the end, and Florida won it all. John, we talked about the Tigers, and you said that Yankee win yesterday felt legitimizing.
Especially on the heels of we were excited yesterday, and rightfully so, right? Coming off of a ninth inning comeback and a great win with the hit by Spencer Torkelson. But the pushback we got was, well, it was 2 of 3 against Seattle. Seattle's not a great team. You got swept by the Dodgers, and you beat, as you should have, the worst team in baseball in the Chicago White Sox. All of those are factual. You can still be excited. And then yesterday, they go out and beat one of the highest paid teams, one of the highest payrolls, one of the best lineups in baseball in the New York Yankees. Does that add any legitimacy, even though it's a very young season, 10 games, but does it add a little bit of legitimacy to what you're seeing from the Tigers?
Yeah, we're basically looking for the naysayers to weigh in on this.
And if it's simply, hey, it's still 10 games. Okay. I get that. That's fine. Okay. That can be your answer. But it can also be, yeah, you know what? It does add a little legitimacy to what they're doing.
Well, I mean, for Casey Mize, right? I mean, to face that lineup and to look the way he did, I think, yeah, that feels like it's legit. This team's won 4 in a row, 6 of 7. April was so important for this team with the brutal schedule. So maybe the answer is you need to wait till the end of April to feel like it's legitimate. And that's okay. Like, let us know. Is it All-Star break? Is it trade deadline? Is it Sparky's 40-game mark? Or I think April is a good barometer for this baseball team because you are going to get series against the Orioles this month. You're going to get series against the Royals and the Twins and some AL Central teams that aren't the White Sox. John, if they have a winning record at the end of this month, I think that says a lot. I think they're legit at that point.
Yeah, because they're not digging themselves a hole, and they're not looking and going, "Oh, woe is me," because of the injuries that they've suffered with Meadows, with with Veerling, and the fact that Gleyber Torres, their big signing this offseason in terms of a position player, is unavailable right now. But they've had other guys step up, and it wasn't like they were lighting things on fire. It was 5 hits. Mm-hmm. But they were very opportunistic hits, right? You get the 3-run home run by Andy Ibanez and, Javier Baez. Like, he has been decent this year. Can you rely upon that? I would say no. But is the same answer, is it the same for Spencer Torkelson? Can you rely on it? History would say no. But when do you start accepting the fact that maybe he can contribute? Maybe he can be that right-handed bat that we so longed for over the last 2 years for them to go sign.
248-539-9797 is the phone number. We want to know, especially if you're a naysayer, what's it going to take for you to feel like this team is legitimate? And that's kind of a loaded question. What does it mean to be legitimate? But we just got done talking about it. If Torkelson is legit, if Mize is legit, you take a team that was going to fight for a wild card spot, and I think they could win this division. Those 2 guys contribute. They're the best team in this division. And they go from a team that we're talking about winning about 80 games, John, give or take, to a team that could maybe win 90 games, give or take. Now, it's going to have to be more than just Mize and Torque, but they're a huge part of this because those are guys they weren't counting on, not in the way they're playing. Mize doesn't look like a number 5, right? Torkelson's a guy who wasn't supposed to be on the team, and he's their number 3 hitter. It does change things when you get those contributions. Mize could pitch like a number 3 on this team.
Yeah, and he through a couple of starts, he is. He has been everything that we had hoped he would be, after having an arm event, Tommy John surgery.
Chiming in on the Tigers, I actually think they're actually competing, and I believe they're going to make it to the World Series if they add a key player at the deadline and possibly get rid of Baez.
Yeah, we don't want Javier Baez. We want Javier Baez.
Javier Bays can play baseball.
Yeah, so far.
0 for 4, and I'm still riding the torque train, baby. Kyle in Livonia.
He's not going to get a hit in every game.
And this one says, yay, yodeling music, tremendous.
It's a great selection by Greg.
Good work. It does change things, though.
Yeah, when you get contributions from guys that you didn't think would ever be contributing factors. I mean, Casey, we were wondering if Casey Mize would be a part of this rotation. We were wondering if Spencer Torkelson would even be on the Major League roster ever.
So we got the compliment on the yodeling music. Should we use that like all the time? Like if a team's climbing up the standings, like when the Red Wings make their run here coming up?
No, we'll stick with Alive. We'll stick with Pearl Jam. I mean, that one was set by the Wings, right? Can't go against the man.
Sure.
We'll talk Wings in the 9 o'clock hour. Look, tonight's game is everything. And some of you already checked out. Some of you are holding out hope. We'll explore it. Greg, I actually think the other mountain climber sounder might be better. The guy falling off the mountain.
Yeah.
That's Red Wing fans at the end of the night tonight.
Could be.
If you're even on the mountain. What do you mean this could be? Yeah, you know what? You're right, though. They'll win tonight.
It'd be the most Red Wings win ever.
Just to dangle a little bit of hope for that final few games here.
Mm-hmm.
They need it.
Little pitter-patter of the heart.
They need it. If you guys want to send in alternate songs besides Alive that describe this Red Wings season and the end of the season, let us know. We can collect those on the ticket text. They're alive, John, right now. But by this time tomorrow, it may be a very different tune.
It could be. I mean, tonight's game is vital.
If they lose, what song do you want us to play tomorrow to sum up?
I said it. I think we open up with Taps.
Yeah. We got some creative people on the ticket text. 248-539-9797. We'll get to that question. Are you checked out or are you holding out hope? Tonight in Montreal, it's 97.1. We're being flooded with ticket texts on this frigid Tuesday morning. Sun is out. It's supposed to warm up a little bit.
Hey, as long as the sun's out, I can handle the colder weather as long as we're seeing the sun. I would like it to be warmer like it was.
Ticket texts are flooding in about the song for the Red Wings.
Okay.
If they lose tonight. We know if they win, it's alive, right? They're alive. Yeah. They're in the thick of this. If they win tonight, they draw within 4 for the final 5 games. They lose tonight, be 8 points out.
Yeah, I mean, you're not mathematically out, but you're realistically out.
Win every game and have Montreal lose all the games and only pick up a point. Yeah, exactly. So you guys have sent in some stuff. We'll read those. You can call in 248-539-9797. The question for the Red Wings is simple. Are you checked out or are you holding out hope? 248-539-9797. We also have a Tigers conversation going, and ticket texts are coming in on that. This idea of beating the Yankees, does that legitimize this start to you? Because I know the White Sox didn't do it for many people. What's it going to take if it's not? If the Yankee series isn't enough, is it the month of April? Is it the 40-game mark, the All-Star break? Is it a thing? Is it like seeing this approach at the plate repeated over and over again where they're clogging the bases, knowing, hey, they're not murderers row, they're going to leave some guys on base, but if they're in all these games applying pressure to the other team, pitching well, they're going to win more than they lose, they're going to stay afloat, they're going to get healthy, and they're going to be in the thick of this race. You guys let us know.
For me, it's consistency. If they just can be consistent, be in games, give themselves a chance. They have not been shut out yet this year. And that was a conversation over the past couple weeks. It will happen. They're going to get shut out at some point. But it doesn't feel like that is a part of the conversation right now because they've been able to flood the base paths. And when you're playing better teams, you're not going to be on base quite as much, especially when you're facing a pitcher like Rodon. Now, they took advantage of him yesterday.
Sure.
But part of that was, and I don't know, Jim, were you watching the game on TV?
Mm-hmm.
The strike zone was all over the place.
For both guys.
Goodness. Yeah, I mean, it was bad for both. I could not believe the inconsistencies from behind home plate yesterday. It was just awful.
It was terrible.
Tough to pitch in that situation. Tough to hit in that situation. Because I think it was Colt Keith took a pitch where I thought, okay, they called third strike. Wait 1 second. And then, I can't remember who else it was. All of a sudden, they take a pitch, clearly a strike, and they're off to first. I think it might have been Veerling. No, it wasn't Veerling. It would have been, I forget who it was.
Name that Tiger.
Yeah, but to my point was, it was bizarre.
The strike zone was bizarre. Then you throw in the sideways snow for periods of that game yesterday.
Yeah.
It was an adventure, but the Tigers win. That's 4 in a row. John, your answer for the game tonight? Checked out, holding out hope.
Oh, I'm holding out hope. I'm full of hope, but I'm going to be watching this game with only one eye open, and not because I'll be tired, but just because it's cringeworthy at times to watch. And yes, I want there to be hope, but reality says it's just not who the Wings are this year. Let me ask you this question. Mm-hmm. A little twist here. If the Wings are to win tonight, who has to be the man? Who's got to be the guy that steps up and just says, we refuse to lose. We refuse to let this season go quietly into the night.
The guy who's played well lately is Cam Talbot. Your goalie has to be your best penalty killer. He's been standing on his head. He's made late game saves. I think he's played well 4 straight games now.
Mm-hmm. Who's going to be your goal scorer?
But you got to put the puck in the net too. Yeah. You know who I want it to be? Dylan Larkin. He's in a drought right now. Got to get him going. Would love to see it start with the captain tonight in Montreal. He's got to go toe-to-toe. They got Nick Suzuki on the other side centering their top line. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to outplay Suzuki. You're going to have to go into their house, and you're going to have to start with your top line, your center, your leader. I am still holding out a sliver of hope. When they didn't do anything at the deadline, I officially gave up on them making the playoffs. I want it, but I don't believe it. I hold out hope because the alternative is I'm worrying about the draft lottery, and I don't need to... What's it going to do for me to see an 18-year-old that's 3 or 4 years away from helping this hockey team? I don't need a couple extra slots in the lottery. I don't need some finality to the season. Like I know
you don't believe the war chest of picks will turn into a productive player next year?
I think they've got a bunch of good young players already. They need to take the next step on the ice. Like I've heard Kenny Cott a little in the afternoon, and he's like, just die already. Let the season end. Give us the sweet relief of just being done with this agonizing march to the finish, a death march of sorts.
Get in or get out.
Get in is the answer. The answer is always get in until you can't get in. So, yeah, I'll go into tonight with both eyes open, watching this hockey team, hoping for something I don't think is going to happen, which is a late season push to the playoffs.
Okay, I'm not hopeful by any means, but I do think there's a at least somewhat mathematical sense of them pulling this off. What would it take to get to 89 points? A 7-game win streak.
Which they've done twice.
So they've shown they can do it. If they beat Montreal tonight, Montreal has 4 games left. They get a point per game. Again, a reasonable barometer, a thing to pull off for the Canadians, right? 4 points in 4 games.
Sure, split.
They would get to 89 points, and the Red Wings would have the tiebreaker. Now, you can sit there and laugh at that. I'm having a hard time keeping a straight face coming up with that.
The Wings,
I don't think that's impossible.
No, it's not impossible. The Wings would have to win, you said 7 of the final 8 games of the regular season. They have won back-to-back games for the first time since February 25th. You know what I mean? Like the Tigers have won as many games since February 25th as the Detroit Red Wings. So we have to understand the undertaking that we're proposing here.
When they had 30 points on December 26th, who would have thought they'd get 2 7-game win streaks? That's my point.
Yeah.
John is laughing at me. I can say, just do it. Let it go. Don't have to hold back. So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah. I am sunshine and rainbows. I am Mr. Optimism on this from 6 to 10. I have a hard time believing that can be reality. I'm holding out hope that it will be. I'm not going to sit there and make any, postseason plans.
And we're out of March. I mean, that was the big bugaboo with this team the last 3 years, right? April and a D.
Yeah. Well, here it is. You want some ticket text on what people want the song to be?
Yeah.
Heartbreaker, Pat Benatar. School's out when they lose tonight. If the Wings lose, Closing Time should be the song. Trevor in Rochester. Sound of Silence, when all the Fairweather fans go quiet. Joe in a car. Fade to Black from Metallica. You guys are good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This says, how about Beat It by Michael Jackson, referring to Steve Yzerman. Dave Matthews, Gravedigger. Rob, it's from Madison. Dead and Bloated should be the song if the Red Wings lose tonight. Beck, Loser from Chris and Howell. A lot of good stuff coming in on the ticket text. 248-539-9797.
Whole new set of rejoiners next tomorrow.
How about someone optimistic? Mike in Clarkston says, All I Need Is a Miracle by Mike and the Mechanics.
There you go. Could be. What could be?
Someone says, keep it in the Pearl Jam family. Brendan in a truck. The Red Wing song should be Last Kiss. Let's get to Sean. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Oh, you guys, I'm so mad about this team. I can't stand it. I am such a big hockey fan. I'm a bigger hockey fan than a Red Wing fan, but I'm still a big Red Wing fan. I hate this team. I can't stand them. I don't want them to make the playoffs. I can't believe a 6'8" man who plays finesse hockey. It bugs me. They don't go in corners and hit people. They do not play the sport right. I don't want them to make the playoffs, and I'm starting to lean towards fire Steve Yzerman. Honestly, I'm done. I'm so pissed at this team. Why, how, we don't play physical. How do you play hockey and not play physical? Do you want to if you want to go into the playoffs against Florida and get your teeth bashed in? I mean, what are we doing here?
I think you want to see this team play in the playoffs so that they get that reality check. Do you think they get that by missing the playoffs?
No, I don't even have the answers anymore. I'm so frustrated.
I know.
I don't know. I don't even know. I mean, we have Rasmussen, Soderblom, Edvinson, these guys, and they don't hit any. So the last game they played was a must-win game. Look, they won the game, but that was their effort. I mean, Florida was missing like 10 people. And
it was a minor league team, borderline minor league hockey team.
That was our playoff push. I mean, what do you expect out of this team in a playoff push? I don't know. They don't know how to play hockey. I don't get it, man. I'm frustrated. Sorry, guys.
No, you don't have to apologize. Sean, appreciate you calling. It's okay to be frustrated. I don't know that missing the playoffs achieves really anything, though. You go, okay, now they know. Well, they know what? They missed it last year, too. Now they know they got to play tougher. I think it's a fair criticism of Yzerman that this is the culture of hockey here.
It is, and it's just not the way. First of all, it's not winning hockey, and it's not the way that the fans have. Those that grew up watching the Wings have come accustomed to watching winning hockey. It does need to be physical. There has to be that element to it, and it's just not that right now.
Wings probably not going to be in the playoffs. Pistons definitely in the playoffs. We'll talk about what's going on with them right now. We'll do that coming up next. It's 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Another win for the Tigers. They'll play today 1:10. Tarek Skubal on the mound against the New York Yankees. Later tonight, you've got the Red Wings playing. Season on the brink. Stop me if you've heard that before. Must-win hockey game. They're going to be in Montreal against the Canadiens. Alive has been the kind of the song of late. They're keeping their season alive. If they lose tonight, it's over. So what song should they replace it with? Clown music, according to one ticket texter, says that's fitting. Don't Do Me Like That, Tom Petty. Scars by Papa Roach, that's Jake and Howell. The Red Wings are either living on a prayer or they're on the highway to hell, Paul and Oxford. NSYNC's Bye 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 or Queen, another one bites the dust, Zach in Ann Arbor. Texter says, why do you want this team to make the playoffs? Honestly, what part of the roster is built for a 7-game series? Make it just to be swept by a team that plays defense with good goaltending? This is the 2019 Pistons playoff run. Disagree. 2019 Pistons were led by Blake Griffin, right? Andre Drummond and Reggie Jackson. Those weren't guys that were going to be part of anything.
No.
If the Red Wings make the playoffs, they will lose in the first round, in all likelihood. But it would be playoff experience for Sider and Raymond and Casper and a lot of these younger hockey players.
And knowing that just get there. But it's the experience of finding a way to get there.
Finally breaking through and not just collecting a bunch of young hockey players with promise, but actually paying off some of the promise by taking the next step as an organization to get into the postseason. And then you don't know. I'm not predicting anything, but hockey, more than any other sport, you can get hot and steal a game or steal a series. So, yeah, do I want Little Caesars Arena to host playoff hockey for the first time in its existence? Yes. Am I holding out hope? Not much. Not much, but I am going to watch tonight, and I get it if you've checked out. I understand this team doesn't deserve a lot of your time. Texter says they're soft. Look like a bunch of figure skaters, Paul in New Haven. And Joe and Howell, you can wrap up the Red Wing talk. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm pretty disappointed overall. I really thought they were on the cusp last year, but they had the tough and gritness like the other caller was talking about. You don't lose David Perron, Jake Wallman, who you gave away for a bag of chips, and Shane Gostisbehere, and replace them with what and who? My question is this. Are Steve Yzerman's hands tied with the money aspect of this? Because I don't understand what they were trying to do by letting those three go and really not spend any money except on Tarasenko. But that's my confusion and frustration, and I'd love to see them play playoffs, but they're not going to make it.
Yeah. Joe, I don't believe, it's a salary cap sport. They've spent more. They were up against the cap this season. It's not a lack of spending. It's poor spending. It's the redundancy of Cop and Comfer. It's having Tarasenko on a multi-year deal. By the way, we're going to deal with it this summer. Peter Mrazek is on the team next season at north of $4 million, twice of what Cam Talbot makes, and that's a deal Yzerman did make at the deadline. I don't think we do the cheap routine with the Tigers.
No.
But I don't think that at all applies here. I think it's poor general manager decisions more than it is not having the money available to spend on the hockey team.
Well, it's similar to different sport, different time frames, but you build the team in basketball, and Troy Weaver drafted fairly well, right? There were some misses, clearly. But he couldn't build a team. Steve Yzerman has been able to draft well, but he has struggled to build a team, a winning product.
So we got a text right before that caller. It said they're soft. And you hear that a lot. You see a lot on text. I call it maybe a narrative out there to a degree. So you said build a team. Is Yzerman building a soft team? I'd like to know, Jim, do you buy in that? You're the most invested in hockey on the show. Yeah. You're actually a ticket holder. Do you think the Red Wings are soft?
Yeah, I do. And I'm not going to pretend to be hockey X's and O's guy. The whole do you know puck routine. I go to the games. I care about the team. I do want them to be harder to play against. I think that's a fair criticism of the team, that they're not hard enough to play against.
I actually think it's the biggest criticism for Yzerman. That's the thing long term, that even if these guys get better and better and better.
Right, what is your identity?
Too many of the same types of players, / a word that gets overused, but finesse.
Sure.
That's might be the bigger problem here.
And John invoked the Pistons. I did want to bring them in here for a couple minutes anyway. That's the opposite. We talk about creating an identity, and JB Bickerstaff immediately shifting the focus of this basketball team. Trajan Langdon outfitting them with pieces so that it does look like a team and not a collection of players. The Pistons are in the playoffs. Their turnaround is remarkable. John, they've lost 4 of the last 5 right now, but they're locked in. They're locked into the 6th seed. They still got a shot at the 5 seed right now.
Yes, and so it's a matter of just being able to finish things out for them and getting to there's a delicate balance of Cade Cunningham getting back into the swing of things with this team and everybody being comfortable with him, but not overworking him. So because it doesn't really matter if you're in the 5 or the 6 as you go into the postseason.
It decides who you play.
Well, it does decide who you play, but when we talked to JB yesterday, I don't think he really gave, didn't care.
Well, you can't give an answer. You can't go out and say we want this team because then you put the target on your back.
Right, but then you could talk about the matchups. And I don't want to get into that, but they're in the playoffs, right? But it's what happens in the next 4 games that gives them the best chance to be the most ready when the postseason arrives. And it's health, it's rest, it's performance, it's rhythm, all of those different things. And that's where JB's got to do that juggling act.
Because if they're 100% firing on all cylinders, Cade Cunningham will be the best player in their opening round matchup. He's better than anybody that plays for the Knicks. He's better than anybody that plays for the Pacers. They will have the best player in the series. And when the Pistons lock in on defense, they're dangerous. Mm-hmm. It leads to transition buckets. It leads to alley-oops. It leads to kick-out threes. And they've got a little bit of three-point shooting on this team. The issue is on a night like last night, you don't have Tobias Harris in the lineup. That's one front court shooter out. You play small, you get beat on the glass. Tobias Harris, I don't want to overdo it here, but he's super important for allowing everybody else to play their role on this team. They're 39-31 when he plays. They're 4-5 when Tobias Harris doesn't play. Mm-hmm. He's out with an Achilles issue right now. It's a day-to-day situation. Tell me he's playing in the playoffs. Tell me we get a couple inspired defensive performances and Cade's minutes go up, and I'll pick him to win the first round. But if they're still sputtering with this occasional defense and Tobias is hurt, they're ripe for a first-round exit. Yeah. In fact, today I think I'd say they would lose in the first round.
I think a lot of people would say that they just lose in the first round, even if they went in humming on all cylinders.
Right.
So I don't think it's not a stretch, but
I'm not taking a shot either. The season's a success.
Yeah, the season is a gigantic success. That's not at all what this is.
Yeah,
and we'll get a chance to analyze it more as we get
closer
through these
to
4
it.
games.
Yeah, the last week of the regular season. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, early this morning, a large fire ripped through Southfield's Plum Hollow Market, destroying the longtime community staple. So crews were battling this fully engulfed building right around 1 a.m., and it was only then by 6 a.m. that they were able to fully extinguish the flames. Plum Hollow Market is a family-owned store, been in business for more than 5 decades. So sad to see it completely destroyed. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. The good news, I guess, is that nobody was injured.
Feels like a lot of fires lately.
I know. There has been in the news, local, very close fires or explosions of homes. Detroit Assistant General Manager Sam Menzin quit his job last Thursday just as the Tigers were about to fire him for sending lewd photos to several female staffers. So 3 women, 2 who worked for the Tigers and 1 who worked for another MLB team, say they received unsolicited photos of Menzin's genitals on Snapchat. Yes. Disgusting. Like I said, they were sent on Snapchat. The Tigers have released a statement. I don't have it in front of me, but basically saying this doesn't jive with our work environment, right? Yes. And they work hard to make sure that women feel safe in the workspace there. So
Great
they were
use of the word jive as well.
Well, thanks.
Just always a kind of fun word to hear.
It's just this guy had been with the team and was on the upward trajectory for his career. What a stupid thing to do.
What makes you think that this is going to be okay?
Yeah.
It's disgusting. It's never okay.
I'm sure they want to see this. Like, is that what you're telling yourself?
Oh, yeah.
As you look at the picture that you just took and you think, okay, that looks good. I'll send that.
Yes. That's what he thought, I'm guessing, and that these women would love to see that. And that was going to seal the deal. I don't know what was going on in his mind, but it's messed up. He started as an intern, as a baseball operations intern in 2012. Worked his way up all the way to assistant general manager. Had a great career. 35 years old, young man. Yep. I knew him, not well, right? I didn't work in the same, I guess you could say, department as me, but I'd been with the Tigers for over 10 years. So yes, I knew of him. I've met him before. but that's about all I can say about him, right? Like I don't know anything about him, but it's not something I guess I would have expected to hear about him.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Like
I don't know that there's anybody you'd look at and be like, "Yep, they're going to send that."
No, but it's always the person you least expect. It seems to be when these stories break. So disgusting. He
let it be a
is
lesson.
going back home to New York to deal with some family issues and other issues, I'm sure now.
I'm sure. And again, the timing. He was with the team for their first game of the season.
Oh yeah, he did the whole road, the whole road opener, and then he was there Thursday working his regular shift. Like everything's okay. Thursday before the Tigers home opener.
Guys, let it be a lesson. Don't throw it away. Don't do something stupid.
Just don't ever do this. Even if you have nothing to throw away. If you live in your mom's basement with no job, don't do this.
Yeah, you got nothing to lose at that point.
Don't do it, John. Women don't want these photos, and it's gross. All right, other news. Gas prices set a new high for 2025 last week and then dipped slightly this week. So according to AAA, gas prices reached $3.28 last week. And this week, the average price for regular unleaded gas is $3.23. So,
everybody's trying to find a good gas deal right now.
And unfortunately, AAA, a spokesperson says that pump prices will likely face upward pressure if gasoline stocks continue to decrease as oil prices increase. So we may not see them dip much lower. Oh, this is it's a great story that this guy is sharing. A sad story, but maybe could inspire other people. Boston Red Sox outfielder Jarren Duran opening up about his mental health struggles. He did this interview for a new docuseries on Netflix, and he said that his on-field troubles during the 2021-2022 season fueled his struggles mentally to the point that he attempted suicide. And he goes into detail about what happened, but he said not meeting his own expectations as well as disappointing others really pushed him into this very dark place. And he says he doesn't know why he survived the suicide attempt, but that really made him look in the mirror and take charge of his life. And the president of the Red Sox is saying that his decision to share this story is an act of courage that reaches beyond baseball. And opening up is showing that there's other people, obviously, who are struggling and they're not alone, and that asking for help isn't just okay, it's essential. So,
and it's a good reminder you don't know what someone's going through on the outside. You'd think this guy has
it all together.
Yeah,
He's
professional
going
athlete,
money, fame, success. He's got to be one of the happiest guys around, and it was eating him up. So it's a good thing that he's speaking out and sharing that story because it will help somebody else. It's Heather with the news. Got a mock draft from Mel Kiper and a Lions question for the upcoming season. Would not make Heather very happy. It's 97.1.
Hey, baseball fans, we all love the home run, the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the Major League Baseball season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you can bet on every single moonshot, and you could take your swings and your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or somebody's going opposite field, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mark Champion on the call. Pistons lost last night. Zach LaVine, a 40-point outburst. I think he's done it 4 different times against Detroit. Part of it was him going off, Cade on a minutes restriction, and they just didn't rebound. Missed Tobias Harris. Pistons have lost 4 of their last 5, but are in the 6th seed right now. Playoffs will start right around the corner. This is the final week of the regular season this week. John, I got a mock draft from Mel Kiper.
Oh, I've not looked.
Oh, okay.
Because I want to be surprised.
Well, I'll surprise you, and then we'll get into this conversation about the Lions potentially playing on Christmas Day because I know it infuriates Heather, and she can't be the only one. We'll start with the mock from Mel. This is 4.0. How many does he do, by the way? Does he do like 6 or 7 of these things?
I don't know. I mean, there's 2 weeks Thursday.
Yeah, so
maybe one next week, and then one final one, so 6.
Okay, so we'll see how much it changes. But right now he is the number 1 pick, Cam Ward, Tennessee Titans. Everybody's kind of circling on that.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, Travis Hunter to the Cleveland Browns. Number 3, Abdul Carter, pass rusher, Penn State, plays for the New York Giants. Will Campbell at 4 to the Patriots, and Mason Graham to the Jags rounds out the top 5.
Okay.
Some other notables, Ashton Genty, the top running back, goes 6 to the Raiders. Shedeur Sanders, 9 to the Saints. Will Johnson, 11th to the San Francisco 49ers. Colston Loveland, Michigan Wolverine, 14th to the Colts.
Okay.
Jahad Campbell's a player that Lions fans like. He goes 17th to the Cincinnati Bengals. You get into the 20s, and you're looking at a couple teams in our division. The Packers at 23 take Mykel Williams, Georgia, edge. The Minnesota Vikings take Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Dart goes 26th to the Rams. The Lions at 28 select pass rusher, Boston College, Donovan Izaraku.
Yeah, it's close enough.
All right. 16 and a half sacks a year ago. I believe multi-time All-ACC team captain, pass rusher. I like that.
Yeah, dominant off the edge. And, I mean, he's an individual. I mean, they obviously are very familiar with BC. Here's where he's a little bit shorter, 6'2". I believe he's right around 250, so he's well labeled as outside linebacker and not edge defender. So they can use him in a lot of different ways in regards to, they can rush him, and he's got a knack for getting after the quarterback. I'm concerned about his size.
Can he be an every down true edge guy?
He's not going to be a run stopper, no.
Right. So
he's a third down specialist.
The one pick later is more of a run-setting edge with some upside. Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
He's kind of that bigger, complementary, run-stopping with some pass rush upside. He goes 29 to the Commanders. The Eagles take James Pierce, 32. So he falls.
He falls.
And the Lions pass him.
This would be very interesting. And obviously, Gray's able, the guy I want, is already off the board. I think he goes to the Chargers at 22.
Yes, he does.
And so this is, I wouldn't hate it, but this would leave you with Josh Paschal is still your first and second down defensive end. He comes in as third down or in, second long situation. He's a pass rush guy that you can also use to drop into the flats. You can use him in coverage, judiciously, pick and choose your times.
This is a 2-round mock, so they also have the Lions' second-round pick, John.
Oh.
Anthony Belton, tackle guard, NC State. The write-up says the Lions lost Zeitler in free agency, and some combination of Coyote Iwasika and Christian Mahogany is currently in line to take over at right guard. Belton, 6'6", 336 pounds, has played all but 11 of his more than 2,000 career snaps at left tackle. However, could slide inside in the pros, and the Lions might opt for that in his first season.
Certainly would opt for that in his first season. He's not going to overtake Decker and certainly not Sewell. So
if you want him on the field, yeah.
They're doing, these mocks are following in large part what is need for the team, and that's edge and offensive line in the first 2 rounds, which I think, whether it's edge in the first round or second round and vice versa for interior offensive linemen, that's probably where we all think they should go. Issue's going to be, is Brad Holmes going to take best available at 28 versus best available that we need?
O-line, D-line, first and second round.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
It needs to happen. It really does. But he can also, He can also manufacture that.
As you trade up or trade down and you make it so the best player happens to be the player you need him to be as well. We've seen them do that in the past couple seasons here. Lions, we don't know the schedule. We typically find that out after the draft. We know Thanksgiving Day, but what about Christmas Day? The NFL has made that a priority to play football games on Christmas Day. Rod Wood saying that the Lions are not exempt from playing on Christmas Day despite their annual Thanksgiving commitment. Says, I know we're a big TV draw, so I wouldn't rule that out. They may ask us to do it. I do think for our fans, asking them to give up Thanksgiving and Christmas to come to a game is a big ask, so I've tried to avoid it, but we'll see when the schedule comes out. John, what would you think about the Lions playing on Christmas Day?
Well, the NFL wants to be respectful of fan bases as well. As much as we think it's all about making money, and it is, I do think if they play on Christmas Day, it's going to be an away game. I am all for it. I think it would be awesome. I would love to see the Lions on Christmas Day, just like we get a chance to see them on Thanksgiving Day. I'm just excited. I don't really care who it is, that there's 3 games. They are fully embracing the NFL on Christmas Day. It makes it easier this year because it's not a Wednesday, it's a Thursday, and they can have a 1 o'clock or 12:30, however they're going to do it, 12:30, a 4 o'clock, and an 8 o'clock kick.
It's not going to
fills the day.
It's not going to take away from
because you have nothing else going on
fills
that day, right?
the day with joy. All the things that the
because there's
Christmas
nothing joyful
season,
about Christmas.
Hey, my family loves football, and they're going to be all in on watching football. They're going to be sitting around the house because the tradition that we have is we go nowhere on Christmas Day. We open our presents, we have a special breakfast, and then everyone is somewhat left to their own means in regards to how they entertain themselves the rest of the day. We all want to be together. There is no better way to enjoy a Christmas holiday than watching our very own Detroit Lions.
Yeah, to me, it enhances Christmas Day. It makes Christmas Day even better. We
It's
have
a
a
Christmas
Makes you disconnected from everybody you're with because you're so focused on the game, you can't even engage with your family.
No, ma'am. It is absolutely perfect because I married a football fan. I've produced football fans, and we're all going to watch football on Christmas.
Good for you.
You would not like this.
No, I don't like it
Is
at
this,
all.
this a hard no for Colin? If, let's just say, whether it's this year or in the coming years, that the Detroit Lions are on 4 o'clock on Christmas Day.
He wouldn't like it either because he would be distracted.
He wouldn't like it because you don't like it?
No, because he
Or
loves
because he was
Christmas
told not
just
to
as
like
much as I do. And we love being with our family. We love our traditions we have. And if the game is on, he's going to want to be totally in on this game, right? Like he loves the Lions. And then he's not going to be connected with his family. And then, or vice versa. Or he's going to try to be with the family and can't really watch the game, which he doesn't like either.
There's other days of holiday break.
Then play the game on another day.
3 hours, 3.5 hours. They got a tight window, 3.5 hours.
I believe the quote from Heather was, I would lose him if they were playing the game on Christmas Day.
I would lose him to the TV. Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, I do feel for Colin because I understand the internal fight that he will be going through of, I want to be with my family. I want to be a good dad. I want to be a good husband. My wife has told me this is what I need to do to be a good husband. And yet, I want to watch the Detroit Lions. And I want to watch them win. I want to watch them get to and secure that playoff spot.
I don't think the Lions take away from Thanksgiving when they play.
No,
I
they
think
add to it.
they enhance it.
They've added to it.
And people are able to spend time with their family, eat food, and still watch football and have a beautiful day. Why is that not possible on Christmas
Why do we need
Day?
it on 2 days?
Why not do it as often
2
as we
holidays,
can?
I mean, right?
Play football on all the major holidays.
Yes, it is like a tradition. That's what Thanksgiving is, right? But like, it's very, in our house anyway, it gets very segregated. You like Amy, the pie woman who called in. It kind of turns into that. The guys are done eating their lunch, breakfast, whatever dinner. They take their pie and go watch the game.
So you're a traditionalist.
And most of the women
Well, so
end
are
up staying in the kitchen or at the table, the dining room, wherever you're eating. And
but hold on,
you're not
you
actually
can see
together.
the TV from the kitchen.
Oh, John. But hold on. Christmas traditions typically, and I get it, everybody does it slightly differently, but most people do presents bright and early in the morning. They're not playing football when your kids are opening presents. If you go to church, they're not playing during the time you'd be going to church.
Santa usually comes at night. And so when you wake up, there's the presents. And by the time Santa delivers the adult presents, which is the NFL on Sunday, the opening of gifts are done.
No, our festivities go on all day long, and typically we don't love leaving the house, but we do because we go to Colin's family's house and we spend Christmas with them as well. But we have things we do during the day that
Colin needs to make sure he calls Mom ahead of time. Mom, make sure you have the game on.
I would guess, Heather, you're not on a schedule. You're not on a clock.
No.
And I'll defend her in this realm, and I've got to question John's, parenting skills on this one. Okay.
Hey, I've raised football fans.
Exactly, but you do have a precious window of little tiny ones at Christmas time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to live in the moment and not be on a clock or not have to
or looking at a TV and trying to engage.
Forming everything around a game.
Mm-hmm.
Teddy, as soon as kickoff starts, as soon as the Lions come on, he grabs my Lions helmet and he wears it and runs around the house. And he has no idea what's going on TV other than football is on.
Emily likes the Lions too, but she has told me she likes Frozen more than the Lions.
That's
like an exact quote.
We're talking about the coming December, and there's a lot of things that
she's going to be a little bit older.
Change and do. I mean, they all grow. This is where Colin needs to make sure that he fosters that love for the Lions.
Like there'll be a place
I think he's doing a great job with that.
I think he is. Yeah.
There'll be a place down the road where you and your family would maybe go to the game if they play, but not
on
at this
Christmas.
Not at this age.
Yeah,
No.
I don't think on Christmas.
You wouldn't go on Christmas
I wouldn't
Day?
go.
No.
So if you had tickets, you'd sell them.
Yes.
I would too.
Probably, yeah.
Phone calls, we'll get to them. Ticket text, we've got them. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're unhappy with how you feel, how you look, especially when they pull out the camera and you're taking pictures, because we all got phones and they all got cameras on them. People taking pictures all the time. You're just not happy with the way you look. You got to give Ideal You a call right now and picture yourself 40 pounds lighter. And imagine doing that in just 40 days. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program works. It really works because I lost 50 pounds in 40 days, and I've been able to keep it off, and I'm going on 3 years now. So book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. And here's what you're going to find out. All the stats about your body. How much fat you have, how much water weight, muscle mass, bone mass, all of that stuff you're going to find out. And then they're going to assign you a weight loss coach, and they're going to construct a plan that is specific to you, designed at helping you lose that 40 pounds in just 40 days. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis, $150 value, absolutely free.
Would you want to see the Lions play on Christmas Day, just like Thanksgiving? Rod Wood said it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they play Thanksgiving doesn't mean they're excluded from the Christmas Day festivities. I like it. John likes it. Heather hates it.
I hate it.
Ticket Texter says
Sorry, Colin.
He hates it too. He wouldn't want it.
He doesn't want the conflict.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Confrontational Colin. It's not confrontational on Christmas.
OMG, I feel so sorry for Colin. Heather sounds super fun. Heather's text to her husband. We wouldn't like Lions football on Christmas, would we, little guy?
Yeah. Oh, the little guy.
Sounds like Colin is coming up short as a dad if Emily likes Frozen more than football, Tom in Flat Rock.
She is 3.
Yeah.
Heather is selfish. Not everyone wants to spend just the entire day focusing on family. It's not like the Lions would be an
sorry
every
for
year.
you.
Oh.
Yeah. It's okay to focus on family.
What?
Says the Lions would not be an every year fixture for Christmas. It's once. Get over yourself.
I love my Christmas. I won't get over anything.
There's one thing about the Lions and having a Lions game. I think no matter what city it's in, I don't think it's ideal for fans going to the games.
No.
But it is ideal. It is the ultimate Christmas present for those that are viewing from home.
Is it though? I mean, I guess for your family it is,
Yes.
and that's great. Good for you.
Yeah.
But for our family, it's not.
Are you going out all over on Christmas Day?
No, we go one place.
Okay, so as long as it didn't conflict with the one place, you'd
But
be
it's
fine, right?
still there.
Well, yeah,
No, because you
schedule
can't-
your departure
you
time.
can't
It's
fully
in between
engage.
the end and kickoff.
In either activity, you're either engaged with the family and partially engaged to the game, or you're fully into the game and partially engaged with your family. It doesn't.
But hear me out.
Colin doesn't even like watching a game with me and a friend because all we are doing is like chatting, and he's like, "Shut up! I'm watching the game." Like he's not going to want to watch a game with the entire family around.
Distractions, I understand.
Yes.
But let's say the Lions played at 1.
Yeah.
Could you guys do the thing at 4:30, wherever you got to be on Christmas Day after the game, or
well,
vice
of course
versa?
we could, but we do things during 1 o'clock. Like we have.
Oh.
This is a family day, John.
Oh, okay. I'm asking what things it is, and it's.
So he seriously tells you to shut up?
Who tells me to shut up?
Colin,
Oh, well, he might not use those words, but he will.
Okay, but he doesn't actually
Yeah.
say shut up.
No,
Yeah,
but
talk
he
to the hand.
he will tell me during a commercial break, like,
That's
please
enough.
cut this out.
That's enough
Like,
talking.
yeah,
Trying to
I need to
focus.
focus. Yeah, focus.
Okay, a bunch of calls here.
I want to experience this with Colin.
He's dialed in, man.
He is.
Yes.
And he's got to have, so he likes to go downstairs with like a theater set up, right? So he'd prefer to watch the game down there, but he's also has to have the game on upstairs because if you go up for a snack,
You don't want to
Yeah.
miss anything.
you can't miss a thing. So
Right.
we got 2 TVs occupied now.
He's got it all down.
Yeah.
There are phone calls,
Tough life.
and we can't get to all of them.
Tough life.
Isn't it?
But there is a theme from these callers, and Kevin and Troy, you can speak to it. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Kevin. I mean, hey. Here's what I want to say, Heather. First of all, I think, Heather, you probably are not that big of a football fan. Secondly, I would have to say that this thing called football actually will just bring the women and the men together. There just be a time of separation and segregation. It's okay to be in one place together and be segregated. Now, Heather, you would have to say that if you guys and women come together, you guys don't hang out together. When you all come together, we don't hang out together anyway. It never happens. So you're segregated anyway. So you can't make like if we come together, we're going to all be in one room hanging out and having fun together. It never happens anyway.
Amen, Kevin.
Ever.
Amen.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very
Yeah, the
rare that
ladies
we're
generally
all
congregate
together
over here, and
you're having
the guys
conversations.
congregate
Yes,
over there.
I
Yeah.
get that.
And what are they going to be talking about? Hey, did you see the Lions game last Sunday? Yeah, boy, I wish they played today.
And then we just look at each other. And then we all get together with, oh, hey, let's play bingo. Let's play sorry. Let's play whatever. No. So let's
I love a game
say,
night.
hey, let's get,
Kevin does
it
it.
actually draws the families together. At least we're in one place together.
Yes, Kevin.
Okay. Yeah, I do understand that, but with the little ones, it's different. Maybe it's because of what stage I am in life right now.
be.
With a 3 and a 1-year-old, it doesn't draw them together at all. They're not going to sit down and hang out and watch a game. They're going to be all over. We're going to be in a different room playing with toys. And it's Christmas. This is fine for another day. It's not fine for Christmas.
You guys walked in. Do you have any idea what we were talking about until she just said Christmas?
I do now.
Okay.
Yeah.
The possibility of the Lions playing on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hate the idea.
Thank you. Me too.
Why?
Indifferent.
Show your work. Explain yourself.
I typically I don't work after Christmas. It's time off typically. Gator and I sort of sorted that out, and so it's not. I don't like for work. I won't feel obligated to sit down and watch. I'll watch it later or something. Do the family stuff, but that's how our jobs impact our lives, right? I mean, if you cannot afford to miss it.
If you're not going to talk about the game the next day, then it's just kind of like, I'll get to it whenever.
I'll get to it whenever. Yeah. I'll do family
You won't
priority.
cancel family plans.
Priority.
Yeah.
And
Josh,
watch the game later.
See, there are 3 games on Christmas Day now. Which
Yes.
is a little bit ridiculous, but I love football, so I can handle it. I don't. But with those 3 games, why do I need my team to play on Christmas Day? I don't want that. I want to sit back and enjoy Christmas. Christmas for me is a little hectic because I host it and get the dinner ready and everything else, and it's like an all-day thing. I want to sit back and watch football if I can.
Yeah.
But if it's the Lions, I have to pay extra attention to because of what we do for a living. So, no, I don't want the Lions playing on Christmas Day. I want to enjoy Christmas for what it is and enjoy the Lions a couple days later on Sunday.
You look very satisfied.
I am. Thank you. Because these two.
Yeah. Going to be watching the game.
How dare us?
Yeah.
We like Lions football.
Bring on Lions
Yeah,
on the
of
Christmas.
course I'd watch it.
And we love our families,
I just
Jim.
prefer-
Yeah, see?
You like football. We love our families.
Yeah, I'd prefer to do it another day.
Well, I think the difference is I'm
can
married
have
a football
both,
fan,
Tom.
and I've produced more football fans. So it's a way for us to all
Produced more football
Yeah.
fans.
Well,
John's
the way
like a
you're-
factory.
At your rate, you can fill up Ford Field.
close to it.
A hell of a birthday, Christmas.
Let's go.
present.
Yeah, we got our
Ready
own
to load
section.
up.
Yeah.
Let's get the truckster.
Busy show for you guys, I take it.
Yes, very. And we'll lead with the national title game, get into Tigers and Fresh Mel.
Fresh Mel. That's right. A new mock. It's next. 97.1.
All right, I do want to follow up on that last story in the update because we got Kane Collects here. Our guy does a podcast about collecting. $250,000 in fake stuff. Is that typical? Is that something you got to keep your radar up for?
I think anytime you're going to buy a signature,
Yeah.
I think you always have to have your antenna up.
How do you know you're not getting ripped off? I know there's authentication.
That's
stuff.
the thing. You got to find something that's authenticated by the right service. You go through people that you would have to trust.
Yeah, I don't know the first thing about the collecting game, but Kang, is this an issue?
It's absolutely an issue. There was actually a couple in Arizona recently in the last 6 months or so, I believe, that just I think they're going to jail for a long time because they ran a scheme where they were selling fake autographs, and they do a great job of authenticating them, and I'm using air quotes, from reputable companies, and they're still fake. They match the numbers, they get the hologram stickers, they do all this stuff, but it's still fake. And in the end, just to let people know, when you get something authenticated, it's still just an opinion. Unless you have the actual picture or video evidence of that person or that athlete signing your item.
Is that right?
When you go through a third party, I mean, that's an opinion of an expert, whether this is real or not. And so, yeah, you got to go through all the proper channels. And in the end, some of us get duped. It is what it is, unfortunately. But when there's money involved, no matter what industry you're in, there's going to be crooks. People are looking to make money.
Have you ever been duped?
No, I don't buy a ton of autograph stuff. I keep mine to, it's very minimal. Like, my stuff would be, 4 or 5 guys that I would really want. You know what I mean? I'm not that guy that goes down early and, tries to get every single person's autograph, things like that. So it wouldn't affect me. But I know, you guys know, we're in the sports industry. People love to meet their idols. They want to get signed something, and it's like meeting a celebrity. And, you got to be careful. This is becoming more rampant every day.
Gotcha. Well, all right. So just different start there. I heard that story and wanted to follow up with it. But our guy, Kang, how are you today, Scott?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
That's good. Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
No, not terribly. Just watching the Pistons game. Not happy with that. Watching the national championship game actually turned out to be a pretty good game.
It was an entertaining game. When you get right down to the end of a game like that, and everything's on the line, and you're talking about a whole season coming down to a handful of possessions at the end of a game. And the question is asked, do you have what it takes in this moment to make the play, to do the right thing, to execute under pressure? And Houston definitively said, no, we do not. That was, I think, the most dreadful end-of-game possessions I have ever seen. And, their last 4 possessions ended in 4 turnovers. 4 turnovers. The last shot that they took, with just about 2 minutes left, was blocked. Houston player recovered it, rebounded the block shot, and proceeded to turn it over. Then a Houston player drove, turned it over. Another Houston player drove, Sharp drove, had to go off his hip and out of bounds, or his thigh and out of bounds. And then the last possession resulted in a turnover. I dare I say that Kelvin Sampson, who has had this interesting career arc of going from a guy that had success, then failed at Indiana, then got a show cause penalty against him for breaking NCAA rules, to this great return of a great reputation. Like, people were on board with what a great job he had done. Did all the goodwill that got built up for Kelvin Sampson go out the window in those last 4 possessions last night, which were dreadful?
I don't think so. When you make it to the final game, I don't think so. But he has been at some pretty big institutions over his college coaching career. So it's unfortunate for him that they weren't able to close it out. But that game was, you have a 12-point lead in the second half, and then you go and start to lose that lead. And then it's a 48-42 game with 11:29 to go in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't score a single point for over 4 minutes. That's a killer, and we've seen this happen. And look, this is what college basketball is. It's like you wait for that graphic to show up. Blank has not had a field goal in the last 3 minutes or 4 minutes or 6 minutes, whatever the case is, and to happen in a championship game for over 4 minutes in a second half, it's brutal, man. I mean, obviously it's worse if you were already down at the time, but when you have the lead and you just give it right back,
dude,
that's not, it's not, what do you say, suboptimal?
Yeah. I just can't get over how bad their possessions were with everything on the line. Something that kind of underrated happened is early in that half, Houston kind of wasted 2 timeouts. They had a guy get a rebound, and he slowly started that tilt out of bounds where he's like trying to look for somebody to throw it, and he used the timeout to save a possession. They took a timeout with 12:06 to go in the second half, so the next whistle would have been a TV timeout. They spent the last 10 minutes of that game with 1 timeout, and it felt like Sampson needed timeouts. He needed timeouts to draw up something good, and he had to save his 1 timeout for the end of the game, but he needed multiple timeouts in that second half to get offensively. They were doing nothing the last 10 minutes, and I think only having that 1 timeout turned out to be pretty costly for Houston.
Well, he needed the guy who had the ball in his hands at the end of the game to realize this is the end of the game. Have a better approach than what you were doing.
All right, which guy are you talking about?
The one who went to shoot the ball and then realized, this is gonna get blocked if I do it. So
that's a pump fake waiting to happen. Also, if you look at that play,
the one when he didn't pump fake.
Yeah, there was a complete and total missed screen. If you watch that play closely, the irony is that Clayton was just chilling in the lane. I felt like we were witnessing a defensive choke. A player with the clock ticking down just stopped playing, and Clayton just was standing in the lane, not guarding Sharp, and Sharp came wide open. And Jerron Roberts, who was at the top of the key, didn't set the screen. If he had turned and screened, Sharp would have had a wide open 3. There was all kinds of things that were going wrong for both teams in that last possession. The biggest of which might be Jerron Roberts didn't screen Clayton.
You guys are both forgetting something, though.
What's that?
Kids doing dumb stuff at end of games is what makes college sports so special.
It's true.
I mean,
it's true.
Right?
You didn't do this. You didn't do that. You didn't do that. Well, you didn't do that either.
This
Coach.
is what happens.
No!
17 to 21-year-olds. The pressure is on. And the game is on. The bright lights. The lights are the brightest, and time's ticking. And I'm sure Kelvin Sampson drew up something better than that. And they just didn't execute. Like you said, the missed screen or whatever it is. Even defensively, the lackadaisical Clayton was he was actually watching the game go on for a second
he
there.
stopped playing.
Yeah. And this is college sports, man. Something happens at the end or it doesn't, and they don't get a shot off.
See, to that point, I think you can answer your question about Kelvin Sampson. It looked like he drew up the perfect play.
Yeah,
but somebody didn't execute by setting up the screen.
I mean, they would have had an Emmanuel Sharp wide open 3 for a championship. And look, as time goes on, you know how certain people just rub you the wrong way?
Yes.
Todd Golden's that guy, the Florida coach. March Madness is wildly entertaining.
We just won an Addy. Hey!
When he got up there, the comment. We were clearly the best college basketball team in the country.
Oh, all right.
Were you clearly? You won.
All right,
yeah. You won on. You came dangerously close to losing 3 times throughout this thing. Big deficit against Auburn. You came back. You won it all. Congratulations. You wear the crown.
Though, the best team, Doug. That's the team that is able to overcome those games.
Right. Well, if you were clearly the best team, why were so many games close? Was it crappy coaching? I don't know. The guy just rubs me the wrong way. Clearly the best team in America. You won March Madness. Congratulations. Even Gus Mackers are double elimination.
I don't think it was. I think it was Kelvin Sampson after their win on Saturday. I think he said something similar, like, nobody's picking us. And I'm like, dude, you're a number 1 seed. Yeah. Would you shut up? All you guys. I know you want to play we're not Duke card.
Yeah.
But enough is enough. You're in the Final Four. You're all very good basketball teams. And when you get to the final game, anything can happen. Congratulations to you guys for both having great seasons. But relax a little bit.
Yeah. I've also decided I'm actually pretty sick of Florida.
Yeah. Well,
I can our boss, Georgia Jimmy, hates Florida. And I have to say, I'm on Georgia Jimmy's side.
I'm not a big fan. I do enjoy the spring training trips we went on. I think those are fun. In March, watch spring training baseball. I'm all about it. Outside of that,
All right. Well, anyway, if you want to get into the game at all last night, 248-539-9797. Florida cuts down nets. They win the national championship. It is Carson Anderson Tigers. How about those Tigers? Took care of business against the Yankees. This Casey Mize, Scott. I don't know where they found this kid, but he's pretty good.
He's all right. He's all right.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott the Gator Anderson. Gator?
Doug?
We probably didn't. I was gone. How much time did you and Stoney dedicate to the Tigers sending cash to the Brewers for Brewer Hickman last week.
Hicklin?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, him?
Yeah.
We spent none time.
No?
None.
No, okay.
No. Perhaps we should have.
So Brewman Hickler is been called up.
Stop it. Do not. If you're gonna mess up the name, don't mess that last name up the way you did.
Brewer Hicklin is been called up, and is it Margot? I thought I saw it somewhere. I can't find it now.
I don't know if it's Margot or if it's Kreidler. I would imagine Margot probably makes more sense, but
Margot
I don't know.
is going on the injured list according to Evan Woodbury. There it is.
Okay.
So Brewer Hicklin is now a they're going to be a Detroit Tiger apparently today for this game against the Yankees.
Okay. Well, he has he's a 29-year-old who has very little major league experience to this point in his career.
Well, define very little.
Okay. 9 games where he's had 9 plate appearances.
I guess it depends what you mean by very little.
No hits during that time.
Look at his strikeouts.
No, I know. Dude, this guy is he strikes out a lot.
In his 9 career at-bats at the major league level, he has struck out 8 times.
Well, at AAA Toledo this year, in 5 games, he struck out 8 times. But what he does do is play a pretty good outfield, and he's got wheels, although he was 2 for 4 in stolen bases this year. He stole 72 bases last year in AAA for Milwaukee's affiliate in Nashville. 72 stolen bases. With an on-base percentage of .363, which was 117 points higher than his batting average. So that's
okay. I think he had 44 stolen bases.
So what am I looking? I'm sorry, you're right. I was looking at RBIs. My bad. Wrong column.
He's got 2 steals this year, and he hasn't been thrown out.
Yeah, what was I was 1 column over to the left. My bad.
It's all right.
44 out of 49 last year in stolen bases. That's pretty good.
Yep.
Which is, in his career, he has 232 stolen bases in the minors and only caught 38 times.
Hey, man.
So he's a guy who's got an on-base percentage that's always been like 100 points higher than his average. Again, plays a decent outfield. He's got wheels. He's right-handed. So that's the option they have at Toledo right now.
Well, look, that's him. Who knows if he even plays? What we do know, the Tigers played the New York Yankees yesterday, and they beat the New York Yankees yesterday.
But they couldn't have. They played the Yankees.
They beat the Yankees. But the
Yankees have like 25 home runs in 9 games leading up to that. They couldn't have beaten the Yankees.
But they beat the Yankees.
Well, the Yankees average 8 runs a game, so what they give up? 8, 9, would they win 10-9? 10?
They won 6-2, and Casey Mize weathered some issues. I use the term weathered in all caps. Weather.
Well done.
First inning, a couple on base, gets out of it. Had a couple 1, 2, 3 innings that helped. Had a bad route by Margot led to the triple, but then some defense from it was really, I guess, Ibanez that signaled to Jake Rogers about the back pick at third. They got the out there. Casey Mize. Did you see a stat about the last time he won a game at Comerica Park?
I did not.
July 29th of 2021.
I'm sorry, what?
MLB had that stat. Said the last time he won a home game. I can't even. I got to go double check that. That seems unbelievable.
I know
long.
he's been hurt, but he made 20 starts last year. Only had 2 wins. Well, this is the thing, right? Because he didn't. In 2022, he only made 2 starts all season long. In 2021, that's when he went 7-9. His first real season, his rookie season, basically.
Well, that very well may be true, but he had some interesting stuff to say after the game. Story the Birchie kid did on our website, 971theticket.com, where he basically said the hitter's feedback is what's telling me this is going well. I respond to what the hitters, I'm paraphrasing here. He basically said, I respond to what the hitter's feedback is. And the hitter's feedback is right now they can't hit certain pitches.
Well, you could see the frustration on their faces. They're like shaking their heads. What's going on? Like the splitter, which was devastatingly good yesterday. You worry about the gription, Doug. If he's going to have enough gription.
Gription's a thing.
In the cold weather.
He was griptastic.
Apparently wasn't an issue. As much of an issue as they thought it could be. So that was good. He's off to a dynamite start in just a couple of starts, but so far, Cy Young Award frontrunner Casey Mize, 2-0 on the year with a .77 earned run average.
Yeah. But, hey, man.
He's got all the stuff. It's just, can you, again, it's pitching isn't just, can I throw the ball 97 miles an hour or do I have a good curveball? You have to know how to pitch and you have to learn how to do that. And it doesn't happen from moment one typically, and he's gone through some arm issues as well. So it's nice to see that, okay, I need to throw a fastball for a strike, but I don't have to throw it over the heart of the plate. I've got control and command of this pitch to hit the corner. And then yesterday, he got some help with the home plate umpire who was god-awful with his strike zone, particularly to right-handed hitters. If you threw the ball, 8 inches outside the plate, it was called a strike.
Dude, it was cold.
Yeah. And that has no effect on your eyes. I get, look, that part I get. And for the most part, until late, it looked like, the umpire was calling it the same for both teams.
Here's the quote from Casey Mize after the game. I'm trying a lot of different new stuff and changing things, but the hitters are going to tell me what's going to stick. And I like what the hitters are telling me so far. We've tweeted out the story. If you want to link it, more answers as to why Casey Mize looks like a different guy. Story the Birchie Kid did on our website, 971theticket.com. Follow the link at Doug and Gator 971. But he does look like a different guy, and it's incredibly useful, obviously, to get the most out of the resource. That is a 1-1 pick. But, hey, man, it's there's a lot that went right yesterday, and we will get into it, including – remember yesterday I said I didn't hate Duke as much as I used to hate Duke?
Right.
I think it might be going on here in Detroit. I'll explain today at 10:31. Your phone calls and feedback, Tiger fans. This team is 5-1 since the Dodger series. 5-1 since the Dodger series. And dare I say, out of all the 6-4 teams I've ever seen, Scott, this is my favorite.
Okay.
It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door suddenly not working? Well, count on Precision Garage Door Service to answer your call 24/7 and schedule a repair appointment. That's right. You give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or more importantly, go to their website at precisiondoormi.com, and you can schedule an appointment at a time that works for you. I've had Precision come over to my house a couple times. One just for maintenance and repairs, and they did the job quickly and perfectly. I couldn't be happier with it. And then later on, years down the road, I needed new garage doors, and you guessed it, I called Precision. Why? They're the best in the business, period. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, and they're going to waive your service fee if you mention 97.1 The Ticket. Or you can visit the website and book a time that works for you, not just a window that's going to work for them, at precisiondoormi.com.
Again, we've tweeted out a link to a story about Casey Mize, some answers as to what the difference is. Here's another quote that I really like. It's really positive, especially against one of the best offensive teams in baseball right now. You just start getting some funky swings and swing and miss. That's what I mean by the hitters telling me things are good, where it's not always the foul ball that they just missed. You know when guys are on stuff or not. So I like their feedback so far. We like it too. We like it too, Casey. And boy, it was great what he did against the Mariners. Sure. This was the Yankees. They went up there with all their torpedo bats and stuff and still couldn't get through on Casey Mize. And it wasn't a thing of, it wasn't like the game was perfect, but they beat the Yankees in what is a more important win than any of the Dodgers losses were, because it's supposed to be the best team in the American League, right? I mean, these are the games against your immediate rivals in the AL that are trying to keep you from going to the World Series, advancing into playoffs. I think this team is a division championship caliber team. And so, yep. I've seen little this season, including the Dodgers series, that has moved me off that feeling.
I agree with you. I think this is the division champion we're looking at, and it's not because they won the game yesterday. It just helps to validate what I'm thinking. Things could obviously change with injuries and whatnot, but I just think that the way that this team is constructed right now, and knowing that they're going to get guys back like Parker Meadows, which would be huge, I think it's just going to go their way. I don't know if Torkelson's going to be the guy we've seen through the first 9 games. He took an 0 last night, but is he going to be more consistent at the plate? I would think he is going to be more consistent. But like we said yesterday, I think he's going to be somewhere in the middle of this hot start you saw and the player that we saw, finish the year last year. I think Torkelson's going to be a way above average OPS guy, somewhere in a 750 to 800 range, I would hope. And if it's above that, that's just bonus, right? But, if average OPS throughout the league last year, I think was 715, something like that, I would expect that he's going to be way better than that. And he needs to be, because it's a position when you're playing first base or DH, it's a position of power. You have got to provide that. And if he's not able to, then he's not going to be here. But it's been a nice start so far. And even in his strikeout at bats, you can take some good from it and say those were good swings, or he had a good eye at the plate. Fouled a pitch off that looked like he got a pretty good piece of it. Whatever you want to say to encourage yourself, but it doesn't look like it's complete, failure at the plate like we saw last year.
I've been repetitive on this. I want to see what he looks like after every 0-4. Like, it goes 0 for 4. What do you do? I hope he's in the lineup today. I haven't seen today's lineup, but it isn't after his game.
He's right-handed.
Yeah.
So. I'm sorry. They have
Carrasco's
a right-handed pitcher.
Right-hander, so I don't know if he will or he won't be. But
correct.
Anyway, what's going on with Javi Baez? Javi Baez was a name that when we brought him up on the air, pretty much any time in the last year and a half, maybe even 2 years, I don't know. It's been a long time that when Javi Baez's name came up, it was met with hostility. But you made that play yesterday, the double play ball off Holton's glove.
Fantastic.
It was a great play. Dirks actually called on the broadcast the best play he's ever seen. I'm like, whoa, really? It's a pretty damn good play. I don't know
if I would go that high.
Yeah, I would know, but still, I mean, Andy's really good at his job. The fact is, can Javi Baez be to everyone here in Detroit? Can we work with like the Duke scale? Like, okay, you don't have to love him. We're not asking that you love it. I guess you could feel out of it, but you got to like this version of Javi Baez better than the previous versions of Javi Baez.
I would hope so. I mean, it's early started in 10 games of the season. He's played in 7 of them. I mean, he's hit in only 3 of those games, but he had 3 hits in 2 of them, and he had 1 hit yesterday. And playing, I like seeing him at third base. I think he can play a decent third base. He's got the arm, and hopefully he can still field a position like the hot corner. But it's going to be a long process, I think, before you rope Tiger fans into the position where they're happy about it. But to your point, can we get Tiger fans to not maybe just be not so hateful of him while he's out there? Can you just tolerate
Well, the one thing that's going on with him is that he's playing where he's asked to play. And I get it for what he's getting paid. I'm sure it's going to be met with great criticism. You should.
Right.
But
And you should.
And he should, and he is. And he's not making – he's going out and he's giving his best at third base or center field if they ask him to go out there. And, he's had some more productive at-bats. Is he ever going to draw a walk? He hasn't drawn a walk yet this year.
No, he has not.
Yeah. So I give it the over-under like the 20th of this month. See if he gets a walk at some point. But he's only struck out 3 times. I mean, look, it's small steps to find a sweet spot. And I guess the way I look at it with Javi Baez is not whether or not it's worth the money, because unfortunately it'll never be worth the money. It's, can he help this team in any way? Because of the money, it's probably saved him a roster spot, because they're like, we're going to have to pay him no matter what. He's getting this money. So what can we squeeze out of the resource? And I've always said, unless there is another person, like unless he's the bottom man on the roster, which many times it felt like he was, and there's somebody at AAA or AA that can help them win now, that's what pushes it over the top. And you say, it's not worth keeping him because we're trying to win now, and we'll go ahead and release him and pay him to do nothing, as opposed to keeping him here and trying to squeeze something out of the resource. What they've gotten out of the resource through the 7 games he's played isn't bad.
No, it's been positive.
It's helped them.
I think you can say it's been positive because of the ability to play short, third, center field if need be. I know they get scoffed at a lot, but I mean, when you're athletic enough to play shortstop, you can play pretty much any position, and he's showing it. And is he going to play at an all-star level? Of course not. I would never expect that. But can he be better than average defensively, particularly in the left side of the infield? I hope he can still do that. And all the while, here he is. He's been hitting a little bit. Now, he's not blasting home runs, not yet, but coming up with a timely hit there and here and there, we'll take it right now. He's not part of the problem, and this team is 6-4 to start, so that also helps out that the team is winning. If the team were losing, even if he were hitting, he'd still be catching hell, I'm sure. But they're winning, and let's knock on wood that this happens for a while and he continues on his pace.
I don't even know why I'm doing this as a topic, because I always think of, and I say this very sincerely, fans can feel however they want.
Sure.
You have every right to feel however you want. I'm just telling you how I'm kind of processing Javi Baez is, can he help them in any tangible way to win baseball games? Because I think they're going to win a lot of games this year, and you don't want an empty spot on your roster. But the contract is what it is. What do you do with him, the player, now? And I mean, whatever they've done so far has been better than nothing. He's not a net zero. He's been a net positive.
Yeah, and the lineup is out for today.
Yeah.
Justin Henry Malloy will lead off and play DH. Kerry Carpenter hits second. Riley Green is hitting third. He's in center field today. Spencer Torkelson plays first base and hits cleanup.
Holding on.
Colt Keith is at second. Zach McKinstry's in right. Javi Baez is at third. Trey Sweeney at short. Jake Rogers is catching. So for the
no
Hicklin
Hicklin
crowd, he's no Hicklin yet. But the outfielders, you've got with a right-handed pitcher on the mound in Carrasco, you've got Kerry Carpenter in left, Riley Green in center. Those are left-handed, and Zach McKinstry in right. So you got 3 left-handed hitters out there. You imagine with Hicklin as a right-handed hitter that he would not be in the lineup.
Yes, traded for cash considerations last week from the Milwaukee Brewers to Detroit. Brewer Hicklin is here because Margot is being put on the injured list.
Well, Hicklin can run.
Yes, he can.
So this is and can play a little bit of defense. So it's a strategic move late in games. I would imagine. If they change the pitcher, here comes a left-handed pitcher that you can put him in there, or if somebody gets on base and you want a stolen base attempt or better speed on the base pass, there you go.
248-539-9797. Something else I really liked from yesterday's game. Want to get to that today at 10:48. Bunch of phone calls and feedback. Who's with me? Who loves this Tiger team? Who thinks they're going to do very good things this year? The funny thing is I've been the one that's really been extraordinarily chesty, and when it was all said and done, Gator, you predicted more wins for them.
That's right.
So you are with me as well. 248-539-9797. Maybe I should put it, I'm with you.
Best 6-4 team I've ever seen.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Look, the sun is out today. It looks like it's beautiful. Yes, it's cold, but you still got to think about your lawn and how green you want it to be this summer. Call Natural Way, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time, you purchase that full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and 97-1, the ticket. You want to get green and stay green. And how about saving some green? That's what you do when you prepay. So call by the end of the month. You get that early bird discount. And that offer for the complete season is absolutely fantastic. I mentioned the grub control, but it also, they're going to help control the crabgrass. You don't want to see crabgrass in the summer. You got to get that application in done early. First application is the most important for crabgrass control. So make sure you get on that schedule so you get that green, lush lawn that is the envy of all of your neighbors. Natural Way uses fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. In fact, each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They've got certified applicators and arborists that come out to your house and custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and home. It's a locally owned company for over 35 years, a company I've used for about a dozen years now, and they offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Spencer Torkelson on the hill today. Excuse me, Tarek Skubal on the hill today. What the hell was that? Take two and 3-2-1. Tarek Skubal on the hill today against Carlos Carrasco, a 38-year-old journeyman whose ERA has hovered above 4 here for much of his career. And we'll see if our guy Skubal can get his first win of the season. First win of the season. It's time, I would say.
It is time. It is time. I find myself watching Tiger games against the Yankees because I have my own thoughts of not ever wanting to see Aaron Judge beat
Mm-hmm.
my team.
Yeah.
I'm almost every time like, just walk him. Just don't do it.
Really?
And yet they were able to handle him reasonably well yesterday. I think we 1 for 3 in the game with a walk. Yeah, 1 for 3 with a walk, and he had the RBI single that he just smoked up the middle at 110 miles an hour.
Yeah, but it didn't even leave the park.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
They got in his kitchen, man, and then maybe they got something going. We'll see. But they were able to handle the Yankees a little bit last year. I mean, the Yankees weren't this big, bad Yankee team against the Tigers last season. Mm-hmm. So did the Tigers have a secret sauce against the Yankees? Maybe.
And all of that yesterday, this is before they called up Brewer Hicklin. 248-539-9797. Roy is on a cell, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Roy.
Morning, guys. Let me preface this by saying this is probably hangover from last year's positive feeling that I'm sure we all had, knowing we weren't supposed to be in the playoffs. But having said that, I use a different measuring stick for the first 3 games. We weren't supposed to win them. They're supposed to win the World Series. It's the LA Dodgers and the Ohtani show. Got it. If we'd have won one, that'd have been great. But after that, we're 6-1. Our pitching question marks early on have not been. We're all Casey Mize and all that. Tariq's going to be what Tariq's going to be. He's going to come in and dominate again. So even our question marks early on have been relatively answered. And with Baez on third, as long as he defends it like Aurelio Rodriguez used to, I'm good with that. We're going to have to suck that contract up until something happens. But I like the fact that the AAA Mudhens are going to be able to actually benefit the Tigers at those key moments with injuries or whatever the case may be. I have a really good feeling about this year. I'm with both of you guys. I think more wins, deeper in the playoffs, and who knows, maybe a bless you boys kind of season after all.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's been some criticism because it's so early in the year, and I get it. And I understand that patience in baseball it's the season is so long. There's so many ebbs and flows, and you just – a team like this isn't one that's got so many fail-safe and safety nets. They can't afford a ton of injuries. They need a lot to go right, but they have been going right for, I'm going to call it the better part of 2.5 months now, dating back to August and September of last year, and this carries over into this year. I said it. I was throwing out the data points of the Dodgers' wins and losses. That to me is almost irrelevant. The only what matters is how are you doing against your immediate rivals in the division and your rivals in the American League. And if the Dodgers are our issue, that means they're our issue in the World Series. So who cares what happened? I mean, it would have been great to win a game or 2 in LA. I get it. And maybe it's a stark reminder that the Tigers aren't particularly close to winning a World Series because the Dodgers are still out there. But if we're really going to have that conversation, it's because the Tigers are going to play well deep into this year. And, there's a lot of baseball to be played. I don't think there's any reason to shy away from this is a very strange relationship I think this city has with this baseball team right now. They were a playoff team last year. They added components from World Series teams. They added a starting pitcher from a World Series team. They had a starting position player from a World Series team. And this is the other thing that went right yesterday. They added a bullpen arm from a World Series team in Tommy Kahnle. For some reason, that is looked at as not doing much. But those were guys who played critical roles on teams that went to the World Series. I'm talking about Flaherty, Torres, and Kahnle. And I have to admit, I kind of did it too. And I don't know, if you think about it, what was a realistic thing to expect? Was it Juan Soto? And they did. I mean, maybe it was just people desperately wanted Bregman and thought they should have offered more money to Bregman or gone a different route. Maybe there's a free agent out there. Really
Santander, I think, was a name that people like to see because of the year he had.
But Scott, I feel like Detroit is still a little bit sleeping on this team.
I think they are too. Yep. But I feel like it's because last year was so kind of out of the blue of what they did.
I think it's processed, whether consciously or subconsciously. I think it's processed by people as a fluke.
Yeah, so it's like
might be very subconscious.
Right, did that really happen? Are we sure that happened? And then I think the immediate go-to is, well, the division sucks. Well, not last year. Not when 4 of the 5 teams were above 500 last year, and 3 of them made the playoffs. It's not a dog division. Now, you can say what you want about this year and the start of it, and if you're going to judge the division by a 6-game start when they were all 2-4, do it at your own peril. I mean, it's obviously a long season, but I do think the Tigers have the best roster out of the teams in the division, and it will be improved hopefully real soon. With Veerling hopefully coming back in the next few weeks, and Parker Meadows, hopefully that situation rectifies itself before it's too late, and he's supposed to come back, eligible to come back on May 24th. Could use that. That'd be great.
It's got to be killing him.
You know it is, because this has been the problem with him in his career. The injuries have been an issue, and everything clicked for him last year when he got sent to the minors and figured things out at the plate, deserved to be called up, demanded to be called up, frankly, with the way he was hitting, and then hits immediately, and then immediately goes on the injured list, comes back, doesn't miss a beat, hits 300 the rest of the season, and is an absolute catalyst for this team, and a Gold Glove caliber center fielder, if not one of the top 3 center fielders in baseball. He's outstanding. They need him on this team.
So I mentioned it before the break, and I kind of mentioned it again, and that is Tommy Kahnle. Something else yesterday that went very right. He came in the 9th inning, 4-run lead. I mean, it's a comfortable lead to protect. But he got him 1-2-3 in the 9th. He threw nothing but changeups to Trent Grisham. He threw 9 changeups and 14 pitches. The ball was dancing for him, and that could be another one of these signings that in the moment in time, the way it was processed, maybe didn't get enough attention or enough love. We'll see how it plays itself out. But having him come in and close that game down yesterday was awfully nice to see. And then there's the case of Justin Henry Malloy, who started the year at AAA, but yesterday was a catalyst at the top of the lineup. Again, he's not your classic leadoff hitter. Do you remember who the Tigers traded for him?
No.
Joe Jimenez.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
And it was right after. I mean, it was one of the first things that Scott Harris did is he traded for Justin Henry Malloy. And there's no reason to be doing massive victory laps. It's not like Justin Henry Malloy is putting up monster numbers, but it seems like he comes through for this team when called upon, even if where he was asked to start the season was Toledo. Jimenez has had some decent years in Atlanta, although he has an injury and is done for the year now. But what did they give up? They gave up a bullpen piece. Have they got a bullpen, Scott?
Tigers have a bullpen.
Yep.
Yeah. But the 2 years he spent in Atlanta with a 3.04 ERA and a 2.62 ERA he had last year, those are better years than what he ever had with Detroit. So they figured out how to use him, and that's fine.
Yep.
But I like what the Tigers
have
their entire bullpen is like that.
Yeah, they have no issue with their bullpen. So they gave up a piece that they have easily replaced to get a useful player, a useful young bat. I don't know where Henry Malloy, I don't know where he settles in on what his role is going to be, or is he just one of these guys that's going to get 200 to 300 at bats used in a platoon, take advantage of righty-lefty matchups, and hits cleanup for him.
I think when you get a couple guys back in the lineup, he may not be in this lineup.
Yeah, it's going to get weird. I mean, with the Margot thing now apparently hurt, I would imagine Kreidler is probably a guy that...
I would think that, if Meadows is ready to come, whenever he's ready to come back, that would take Kreidler out of it.
Yep.
But we'll see. I think there's a couple guys that can come back
that
could change this.
Between Torres, Kreidler, and Veerling, I guess
keep forgetting about Torres.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about him is, by the time those guys are all ready to come back, somebody else will be hurt because that's just the way it goes.
It's baseball.
But you need multiple extra players and spare parts. It's just the way it works. But it's weird to think about, Are we talking about a Tiger team that we're trying to figure out? I don't want to send him down. I don't want to designate him for assignment. Like, do they have that kind of roster where we're
Doug? This is where I take the advice of Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. Don't fall in love with your own players.
No.
These guys are, if you're talking about the last 3 or 4 guys that are on the roster, it's okay.
It is, but if I'm telling you that, Justin Henry Malloy gets sent down, I mean,
that means that whoever is being brought up has thought of as being better.
I guess, but these aren't easy decisions, I guess is my point.
No, I don't.
I don't fall in love with your own guys. That applies to when you don't want to trade them. To me, I think this is there's some tougher decisions than I ever would have imagined we'd have to make with this roster. That's all I'm saying.
I got you.
Yeah.
I think at the bottom of every roster in baseball, they're probably the same type of thing. That there was always some real tough decisions to make out of spring training, who makes the club and who doesn't. And I think the Tigers definitely have had that. Every team goes through it. It's not a bad problem to have. If you're dying to get somebody back, obviously somebody has to go down.
Well, Gator, I think tonight is the prime example of mathematically no, but it truly is a must-win. We're talking about the Red Wings, and we will get to that today at 11:04 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Do we got a meltdown? We got a meltdown back there. All right, we are back for hour 2 of the program here on 97.1. Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon as they will take on the Yankees in game 2 with Tarek Skubal getting the baseball against Carlos Carrasco, 38-year-old journeyman right-hander for the New York Yankees. And Scott?
Doug?
God, I just want him to win this series so bad.
I know, right?
This series so bad.
It would feel great. It would feel great. And, Carrasco has had 2 starts this year. The first start, I don't know if he got out of the first inning. He gave up a bunch of runs, and then his last start, he was much improved. So we'll see what he has to offer. But because he is right-handed, that's good news for Kerry Carpenter fans. And Carpenter, I think, is hitting second today. So we'll see if he can do some damage. Carpenter's off to a little bit of a slow start. He's got the 3 home runs, but not much other than
kind of so's Ibanez. So it's Colt Keith. Like, as much as there's stuff that's gone right, although Keith is getting on base, we do need to talk about his throw yesterday.
Do we have to?
They won the game. They won the game comfortably.
That was uncomfortable looking
It was
throw.
simply an error.
2 errors. Was it 2 errors on the same play?
Was it? Did they give him 2 errors on that play?
I know he got 2 errors in the game. Was it? I can't remember.
Let's just say that throw was significantly west of first base.
You can see as soon as he threw it, his arms go up in the air. Like, no, what did I do? Like, yeah, what did you do? I think we've all been there. Where you've had that just flub,
a terrible throw,
just a brain fart. Yeah, I know I've had that in football. I've done that.
That doesn't happen to guys with Mac caliber arms.
I know. Tell me about it. It's happened to me. There are 2 occasions where I can really remember it happening. Once was when I was a freshman in practice, and coach put me in a quarterback to run plays against and this, you'll love this, because our freshman coach, Muta.
Yeah.
So Muta wants to
Coach
run.
Muta Shamaka,
George Bard. He wanted to.
He had 2 names. He had 2 names for people who don't know.
So we only had like 14 guys on the team. So one day in practice, he grabbed a helmet and he suited up in practice just to run like routes. He was going to run routes. And he put me in a quarterback to run plays against our defense. And I had never in my life thrown to somebody as fast as he was. I mean, because this guy was like 25 years old. He was an athlete, an absolute world-class athlete. He almost made the Olympic wrestling team. He's an incredible athlete. And he comes screaming across on like a crossing route, and I go to throw the pass, and I am nowhere near him. I threw it so far behind him, and he stopped the route under the chin strap, looked back at me, and he goes, "Anderson, the hell was that?" Sorry, coach. I'm just getting used to your speed, man. But the fact that he put on a helmet to run routes in practice with us is legendary with my high school teammates. That was unbelievable.
Well, he also, at one time at halftime when you guys had a bunch of injuries, somebody suggested he suit up.
End of the season.
And he said,
"I can't do that. Maybe I can." Maybe you could, Coach. Why don't you just put on Larry's uniform?
Coach George Bard. Running routes. And he didn't call you Anderson. There's no D.
Anderson.
What the hell was that? Well, hey, Colt Keith yesterday, Anderson, what the hell was that?
Yeah, I understood. I was there. I've done it.
That
throw was.
All we can do is laugh. Like it didn't hurt him when it was all said and done.
You had no chance of getting him at first.
No.
Rushed the throw, and there was a synapse that did not.
Did he throw wrong-handed? Like, how did he miss first base?
It looked like he threw wrong-handed.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it looked like.
Well, the funny thing is I was at my son's game and kind of had the Tiger game streaming, and I was in and out. And then on social media, I saw somebody tweeted out a highlight, and it had been a play that I had missed. Although I did see that the Yankees had scored an unearned run on a throwing error by Keith, but I didn't see the play. The social media post of the throw was titled something like, "Keith, what the F is this?"
I'm glad we can all laugh about it today.
We all can.
It did cost him a run yesterday, but it did not cost anywhere near the game. Tigers able to hang on and beat those Yankees 6-2.
Yeah, but if it does cost them a game at some point this year, they'll go back to things like this and be
They
like,
will.
hey.
It won't be so
100%.
funny then.
Yep,
You're right.
exactly.
It won't be so funny
and
then.
they didn't give him a huge contract or anything like that, but they did give him a contract they didn't necessarily have to. I mean, do you ever think about that when he makes plays like this, or the other night where he didn't go to first and he hasn't been hitting yet, really?
No.
Not just yet. I think he had a heck of a rookie season. It'd be a rookie in today's baseball where it's hard to hit for average, and he hit like 260 last year. He's going to grow into that. I mean, he's already got the major league frame and the major league body, but he needs to learn how to use that to his advantage at the plate. He's walking a ton this year. His on-base percentage, I think, is still over 400, or it's close to it. So I still have confidence in Colt Keith.
Kang, it's a fair question.
436 on-base percentage.
And his batting average is?
185.
So, at some point you do go, okay. I mean, when we talk about the roster shuffling, it's not out of the question, I guess. If he doesn't hit, what can happen with Colt Keith? But we're a long way away from that. I think he gets him, a ton of at-bats.
Yeah, and look, when Torres comes back, that's what I'm curious to see what happens at first base. Does Colt Keith go to DH, or does he go to play first base? Is it just we'll platoon him with Spencer Torkelson, provided, of course, that Torkelson can continue to hit. But I think they're protected against it. They've got a rotation of guys for those three positions, DH, first base, and second base, that can work.
Okay. Look, I mean, it's just simply put a must-win game. This is a do-or-die game. This is the Detroit Red Wings' last stand. This is it. You lose this game, unfortunately, it's just simply not going to happen. Gator, I've been in the out position. And I guess if I'm watching this game with a degree of intensity, they have already drawn me back in. Because if they win this game, they'll be 4 points back with 5 to go and have a game in hand on Montreal. That'd be a nice spot to be. It's a doable thing. Like, that is a doable thing. That is not, by any stretch of the imagination, too big of an ask. Now, they will have to continue to win. They'll still have heavy lifting to be done. But Scott Anderson, a regulation win tonight for the Detroit Red Wings against Montreal. In Montreal, I'm going to guess is a game changer in the perception of most people's minds from where they are, where this team, like, it's pressure. This is the pressure cooker. You have to win this game. What Houston did in the last 2 minutes last night, you do the opposite of that for 60 minutes.
Well, it feels like that's a tough part for the Red Wings to finish off in the last month and a half here, has been the last couple minutes of the game. How many games have they lost? Regulation wins. How many regulation wins have they lost because they allowed the team to tie it up with the extra attacker or whatever? It feels like almost a handful of those games have
I'm going to
gone that
say
way.
something that I have no data.
Yeah.
I think this is the worst team in the history of hockey when the opponent has pulled the goalie. I have
In games
no
you've
data.
watched?
I have never seen a team as inefficient shooting at an empty net. The other night.
Oh, my God. DeBrincat. Just first of all, who was it we were skating with him? They just, was it Comfort? Just take the shot. You've got the clear lane to the, just shoot it.
The other night,
went to pass it to DeBrincat, and DeBrincat had an empty net, just an easy lane, and he kind of shot it haphazardly, and it hits the post and doesn't go in. And then, sure enough,
Florida goes down and scores, and now it's a 1-goal game.
And damn near tied it up in regulation.
If someone were to support this with data, nobody would be surprised. I guess that's my point.
No. But 5 of the last 6 games for Red Wings are on the road, including tonight's game. So the next 3 games are on the road. Then they come home against Dallas on Monday, and then they finish up a week from Thursday at Toronto. But these games are tough, man. Montreal, Florida, Tampa, Dallas, New Jersey, Toronto. They're all playoff teams.
I hope they're playoff teams. They end up being playoff teams with nothing to play for.
Well, here's the good. There is perhaps a silver lining to all of this. If they make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, would they be playoff tested going into it? Because they've effectively been playing, they'll have this playoff schedule.
I mean, that's a nice little mental trick you play on yourself.
I'm just trying to do anything I can right now.
You put something in your show sheet. I was trying to figure out what the hell it meant.
Good.
if they were to get into the postseason,
This is what I meant.
this is it?
Yeah.
Okay. That is.
Would they
be
be
a
a
hot
problem?
team.
Would they be a problem for other teams? Yeah, because they've got a 2-game win streak here.
Okay.
I feel like they have to win 5 of these 6 games to even have a chance, including they have to win tonight, to have a chance against Montreal and to get past them in the playoffs, or in the seeding anyway. And that would have won. So that would have been, 7 out of the last 8 games, all against playoff caliber teams, not caliber teams, playoff teams. So I think that would be pretty great going into it. The problem is they still have 6 games to play to prove that out. Get the job done tonight. 1 game at a time. This one tonight is of the utmost importance. It's the team you're chasing, and can't worry about what the Rangers are doing, what the Islanders are doing, what Columbus, whoever the teams are behind you. Don't worry about it. It's not what they're going to do is what they're going to do. What you have to do is win the game.
One final last stand for the Detroit Red Wings tonight in Montreal, just to get themselves into the conversation. You do this, you probably got most people now checking back in. But whatever you got deep inside, I hope it's more than the Houston Cougars showed last night.
Win tonight. You got the next game at Florida. That's a team you just beat. They're dilapidated with injuries. They don't really care about the finish of the season. If you win both of these games, now you got something.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They're the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway, and here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Are you not happy? They'll come back between visits and make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. So, Gator, in this extraordinarily critical Detroit Red Wing game tonight, this one last stand.
Critical?
Cam Talbot in net. The best save percentage in the NHL is Connor Hellebuyck with a .924 save percentage. Cam Talbot, is last 5 games, you know what his save percentage is?
.950?
.944 in the last 5 games. So he has been well above what would be the best goaltender in the NHL. Obviously, snapshots in time, people can do that, but 5 games.
8 goals on 146 shots.
This is a strong, strong performance of late. And look, ride it, man. Ride it.
100%. I think that's the they've been waiting for somebody to get hot, and that's what you go with. And he got his opportunity. I think it was Alex Line was in net and wasn't getting it done. They put in Cam Talbot, and he stopped 20 of 21 shots. Took the L for the team, but he played really well. And since that game, he has been really, really good. I think it exposes just how bad the defense has been in front of him because he's had to make so many spectacular saves, and particularly in that last game. And he made, 32 saves in that game. He was incredible, which I think is a good thing. When it exposes how, not that they don't know this already, but when you have something like that exposed, it makes it so obvious and clear what you have to do in the offseason. Improve the defense. Now, the forwards have to be better, more responsible with that. Okay, fair enough, and I think they have ways to do that. We keep hearing about how Nate Danielson, their draft pick from a couple of years ago, how responsible he is defensively. Okay, so if I'm thinking he can add to this team next year and be part of that, great. But they need more. They need better defensemen, period. You know, their last pair can always be better. And I think their top 4 guys, 3 of the top 4 anyway, that they look pretty solid. But it's the other guys going to have to step up. And do they have those guys? We'll see. Right now, I don't think those guys are here, but they can play better than what they've played. But you got to be better in front of the net for Talbot because Talbot can shine. He has taken teams and put them on his back into playoff runs before.
Well, this would be awfully fortuitous timing.
Be a really good time.
Keep playing this way. He's been out of his freaking mind.
Would have been a better time to start this a month ago, but it is what it is.
Yep.
Which is
interesting feedback we've gotten here. And I guess this is a tenor into how people are thinking about this hockey team. What are we doing? The Red Wings are cooked. Give it up. That's from Jerry.
I don't want to.
And I'm named Texter. I have completely checked out of the Red Wings for 2 months now. I actually hope they don't make the playoffs because it'll be a huge waste of everyone's time. So, look, I think what are the benefits of not making the playoffs? Well, you get in the draft lottery. What are your odds of doing anything, getting a useful pick out of the draft lottery? I haven't looked it up because I've been focused on that. I've kind of off-season topic. If, as it stands right now, they have a 2% chance of moving up. They have a 2% chance of moving up. That's really not worth it either. Is it easier to build as a playoff team than a non-playoff team? And what I mean by that is convince players that they want to be here, whether they're your own or others. Is it easier to do it when you're a playoff team, even if you're a just snuck-in playoff team?
I think, like any sport.
I'd argue it is.
Yeah, but I think like any sport, money's going to talk. It's going to be the first thing they're looking at is what kind of contract can I get? And I think that there are different routes you can go in the offseason. You can try to trade for players. You can try to acquire a free agent. But I think, a caller brought this up last week, and I really thought it was smart. And that was talking about, maybe 2 weeks ago, the week that you're out, talking about what St. Louis did when they signed 2 players from Edmonton that were restricted free agents. And those players have paid incredibly well, played off incredibly well for St. Louis this year. But it was a situation where Edmonton can't hang on to everybody on the roster. They were going to have to let some guys go, and they couldn't match the offer. They signed these guys to an offer sheet. I believe there's compensation going the other way, but they signed them to the offer sheet. And it improved their team dramatically. It did for St. Louis. This might be a trend. Maybe this is a way that the Red Wings can get better. Is okay if I can't get this unrestricted free agent is going to cost us way too much money. But what about this restricted free agent over here? And if we look at that team's situation with the cap, they can't afford if we offer them this much money. So why don't we identify who those players are? And with the restricted free agent contract, maybe it's not going to be a big 8-year deal, but maybe it's a 2 or 3 year deal, but at a term that you can, that it's lucrative enough that you can lure them away from somebody else and that they would sign the offer sheet. But you can get really good players.
248-539-9797. More feedback into the Carson Anderson inbox with a must-win game tonight. An unnamed texter. The glaring issue for the Wings correlates with the extra attacker at the end of the game. They are dead last, sub 70% penalty kill. Just got awful. I thought they had crested 70%, but hold on. It doesn't. It's. They have not. My apologies. My God, 69.5% is their penalty kill.
That's terrible. That's beyond terrible.
That's so bad.
And their power play is so good.
Yeah.
It's really strange to have like that much of a disparity between your penalty kill and your power play.
The power play percentage is 4th in the NHL, 27.9. The penalty kill is dead last at 69.5.
You know, the penalty, I think the power play was closer to 30% not that long ago. I mean, it's flip-flopped, right?
Yep.
Incredible.
Well, as some of you have given us the feedback, you clearly aren't interested in watching tonight. I think many people will be hanging on to this last stand of the Detroit Red Wings. You know, the funny thing is we've seen this before with this team, and it hasn't been enough in the past. So why is there any belief it'll be enough this year? There probably really isn't. But if they win this game, you know, people will be like, you know, this Red Wing team, they're not going to give up on them. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, Gator, you brought up something. You said it didn't go smoothly. I don't know. Have any idea what this is, but I want to get the details from you. That at 11:31. We got some fresh Mel a little bit later on, some Tiger previews. We'll get into this afternoon's game against the New York Yankees. Tigers win game 1 6-2 to improve to 6-4 on the year. After the Dodgers series, 6-1. You got to love it. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Just a quick shout out to the parents of high school baseball players who yesterday, my wife and I, my parents, went to watch our kid play in brutal conditions.
Oh, was it cold?
I mean,
Was it
cold
windy?
and windy.
Was it snowing?
And snowing.
Was it raining?
And there's not a lot of shelter at a lot of high school baseball stadiums.
Well, don't you have the? I thought you got that little igloo thing.
No, I don't. But it's funny. I saw
You didn't watch from the car?
No, I didn't watch from the car. I saw no igloos.
Oh, Bobby!
No igloos at the baseball game. However, the softball game that was taking place on the field behind, there were igloos. People that set up the little clear plastic huts. Kang, you haven't pulled the trigger on one of these yet, right?
No, I'm just gonna sit in the car.
But you've seen this, right?
Smart.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. It is, I'm wondering if people are putting like some sort of gas-powered space heater in those things. But yesterday I had
wine dispensary.
Well, how about this? So our 17-year-old at 10 o'clock on Sunday night comes to us and says, hey, do you have any long sleeve black, Under Armour type thing? And we're like, all right, I produced what I had. None of it was satisfactory. My wife produced what she had. He didn't like any of that. So we're like, look, man,
He was going to wear your wife's clothes?
Well, my wife has like something she wears skiing that would probably fit him. Yeah. But it's like one of those real stretchy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Spandex type.
Yeah, that kind of deal.
Material, whatever.
They've got the black jerseys and he wanted black underneath. He has white, but he wanted black underneath. So.
Did you use this as an opportunity to tell the boy to hit the weight room?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't. But I did. Hey, this is what we got, man.
Right.
This is what we got. He sends a text in the middle of the day. Mom, I need something. It's going to be cold. So all that we offered up, I then put into a backpack and said, any port in a storm, right? Is he going to realize that it doesn't matter that the Under Armour thing I have is a gray and not a black, and it doesn't match the jersey, whatever. So I walk up to the field, throw the backpack filled with 4 different options over the fence to him, and he takes the field in short sleeves.
Oh, that's such a high school kid. That is 100% high school. It's all vanity. It's all about how do I look.
Gator?
I'd rather freeze my ass off than go out there with my dad's hand-me-downs.
He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teammates on the field.
Yeah.
He was the only one in short sleeves.
Yeah.
The team they were playing, not one kid had short sleeves. Our son out there, the moron.
Got to stand out for the scouts.
No, he just doesn't. I think it's made worse. It's mom and dad's stuff.
Hey, Bill, who's that jackass out there that doesn't have sleeves?
So I remember
That's
years
a Karsh
ago.
kid.
I remember years ago going to see. I looked at it just the opposite. I think scouts look at, not that there's any scouts at the games. I went to a game years ago. It was a Big Ten baseball tournament game at Ray Fisher Stadium when I was allowed to skip school to go to games. That's how I grew up. So mom used to take me down there and drop me off. Michigan was playing Iowa in conditions like yesterday, and the Wolverines had one guy who wore no long sleeves, Chuck Froning. I always remember number 8, Chuck Froning, who ended up having the game-winning hit later in the game.
There you go.
Dare I say it was because he didn't have sleeves on. Anyway.
It's a football mentality your kids got.
That's right.
No, it wasn't a football mentality. It was a move and decision based completely on how it looks.
Yeah, completely on. I'm not wearing mom and dad's stuff, but
what he wanted you to do was, can you run up to
can you run
to the
to
store?
Dick's Sporting Goods and get me my own blah blah blah? But nope. So then we sat there and froze.
How'd he do?
He did all right. It was good and bad. Hitless in the first game, had a hit in the second game, called because of darkness. Made a couple plays in the field, but
Was he hindered, do you think, because of how cold it was?
I don't know. He'd never admit that. But here's the kicker. Right? So I handed him the backpack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then last night I'm like, I haven't seen the backpack. I sent him a text this morning. Hey, the backpack filled with four long sleeve shirts. Did you bring that home? And the response I got was,
So he left it?
Yep.
Oh, come on, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, teenagers, and you think it's your own kid and it's only your own kid, and the parents tell you.
And look, I can say this, but I remember I was the kid that would leave his gloves everywhere. Not baseball glove, but like
when you go out,
winter gloves, I would leave them everywhere. It drove my mom nuts. So I'm part of the problem.
Hey, look, just keep in mind, it's a shout out to parents who brave the weather.
We don't normally do shout outs. But when it affects Doug, we're apparently going to do shout outs.
That's right.
Right, King?
You got that right.
You noticed that?
Yeah.
I'm giving a shout out to those parents out
Look
there.
how brave I am.
And you are one of them, Kang. You are one
I'm
of
sitting
them.
in the car. I'm not brave at all.
All right. What was it the Freep did yesterday? It was a disaster. I don't even know what this is.
It's not necessarily a disaster, but the Free Press did something that was interesting, all right? Because all the rage these days is AI, right? So they decided to ask AI, one of the different AI groups out there, to do a mock draft and at least select the Lions pick at 28.
Yep.
So the first thing they said to, what are the Lions going to do with their first round draft pick? And AI, the first response was that it said at 18, Detroit Lions select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle, Northwestern. The Lions will bolster their offensive line with this strong tackle.
Wait, what?
Exactly.
18?
Right. So the article goes on to say, we checked the NFL rule book, and it turns out this is in fact against the rules. We're going to have to tweak our experiment a little bit. So we pointed out that Skoronski had already been picked in 2023.
2 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, I thought it was last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah, and not eligible for the 2025 draft. We also pointed out that the Lions do not have the 18th pick in the upcoming draft unless they trade up for the pick, but it's the 28th pick. So the AI came back and said, I apologize for the confusion. It looks like I made an error in my simulation. Let's correct that. Lions pick at 28th position. So it selects. At 28, the Lions select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington. So it goes on to say, well, that's a little better. At least our analysts got the position correct. However, Odunze already plays for the Bears, which, as we pointed out, is against the rules.
I have an idea. Draft Micah Parsons.
Right.
If you can do this, draft Micah Parsons.
So it says, let's take a different approach. Here's the question that they asked AI. Give us a list of players eligible for the 2025 draft. Of these players, who are the Lions most likely to select with their first round pick?
This is hysterical. And?
So AI came back and said, based on the Detroit Lions' needs and their 28th overall pick in the 2025 NFL draft, they are likely to select JT Tuimoloau, defensive end, Ohio State. Tuimoloau is a highly regarded edge rusher who could significantly bolster the Lions' pass rush, especially after releasing veteran defensive end Zadarius Smith. So it said, nice. Not only did our AI analysts get the draft order correct, it also selected someone who is draft eligible.
Step in the right direction.
It is. So,
there's a couple things about
their failed experiment with AI.
AI, it's apparently some tweaking is still necessary. It appears with the artificial intelligence.
Well, I think you just have to be incredibly specific.
The thing about if the pick is JT Tuimoloau, right now, I think most people are saying that's a reach at 28.
Right.
But here's the one thing I'll say about the draft. You tell me, am I wrong? If I were given the actual first round, like if somebody were to hand right now, some Doug from the future came back and said, all right, here's my first round mock.
Put $5 on this.
So it would be the actual first round. And I read it off. I think I would get mocked. I think when you see the first round,
when it's all said and done,
if it were a mock draft before the draft, people wouldn't believe it. That's what I think.
Huh.
Because there are always wild surprises.
There are always surprises. I will grant you that.
Yep.
But when it comes to the Lions, it feels like you can really cast a wide net. And there are so many players that if that's who the pick is at 28, okay.
Let me just say this. I'm not even talking specific about the Lions. I'm talking about the whole first round. If I have the whole first round, every team's pick.
Yeah, because there's going to be guys who are like, wow, that was in the first round, that guy? And this guy is now available on the second day?
The actual first round would look like a crappy mock draft because people wouldn't buy it.
Perhaps.
Yep.
Which is why when I look at mock drafts and you see like, oh, come on, there's no way. Then you have to remind yourself, yeah, there's a way.
There's a way. There's a way.
Yeah.
I got some feedback coming in, and we will get to that. It's Tigers-related stuff. We'll get to that coming up in the noon hour. People are calling, kind of calling out me, but whatever. And we got some fresh Mel Kiper. Speaking of mock drafts, we will get to that at 11:54 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They care more, you win more. And because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more $1 million auto accidents than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other law firm in the state. Specialization really matters. It's auto and truck accidents, and that's it. That's why myself or a member of my family get into an auto accident and we need a lawyer. Call my guy Steve at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Let's just look back at last year's top 10 in the draft. The no way that's going to happen pick of last year's draft.
Yeah.
Michael Penix to Atlanta at 8. That would have been the one that if we presented last year's actual draft as a mock draft right before the draft, I think that would have been the biggest no way in hell that happens. People would not have believed that was the actual pick. But there's all kinds of examples.
It's interesting. Like that one that's a great example.
Yep.
Because it's the team that took it. Like, what did they just do? They just signed Kirk Cousins.
It would if you present like mock draft last year, you go, and at 8, I think Atlanta's going to take Michael Penix Jr. People go, what?
What are you talking about?
They just signed Cousins.
You can't do that.
Yeah. But that's an example of how.
It's true.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays itself out. It's Carson Anderson, open lines 248-539-9797. I did want to mention the Pistons last night. I mean, look, at this point, I want them to be healthy for the postseason. I think they're perfectly comfortable playing the Knicks or the Pacers. I'm not sure that they really particularly care. I hate Zach LaVine. I've just can't stand Zach LaVine.
You have, from moment one that he came on the scene, you have not been a fan.
I don't think he is particular. It's going to sound so weird.
Here we go.
You're not that talented. You're just bigger and faster than everybody.
It can jump higher. And knock down shots better.
There are way more skilled people than you. And you score a lot because you've been handed a gift from God.
Here's 40 in your face.
Yep. Every single game. He's not that talented. That's the wrong way to put it.
Yeah,
I think there are players. I think there are players.
This whole take is the wrong way to put it.
The players that play him are more skilled. He actually is more physically gifted. He's just more physically gifted.
So he's just better.
Yeah, dude. I know it makes no sense. I used to.
They're saying, "Why are you so good? You're so good."
Yes, I think when it comes to things
why are
like
you making the most out of what God gave you?
The handle and the shot. I think they're way better dribblers and shooters. And
why are you taking advantage of your skill set?
And then he's got this elite athletic skill set, and he's just better than.
Yeah. Okay.
This makes no sense, does it?
I mean, no.
Okay.
I mean, this was a guy that when his name was brought up, hey, should the Pistons go get this guy? You were like, hell no. Not with a 100-foot pole. No, don't touch this guy. Well, he just scores.
I know.
He's a scorer. Here's what I did not like about the Pistons game last night, and it bothered me throughout because this wasn't just something that happened at the end when you get down by a lot of points and you feel like you need to take three-point shot attempts. They jacked up 39 threes last night. Is this the first game that they had after? Yeah, this is the first game they had because yesterday is when JB Bickerstaff came on the morning show and talked about how the Pistons are built differently.
Yeah,
they don't do things typically that the other NBA teams do. They don't rely on the 3-point shot. They play defense. They get up and down the court. They like the fast break, and it's not all about just launching threes. And then they go out and take 39 3-point shots.
Right.
Come on, that's not bad. That's not Pistons basketball. Don't do that. And there was a sequence where I think they took at least four. There may have been 5 3-point shot attempts. They kept getting the rebound. And this guy's Fontecchio wide open. Kings can be surprised. Didn't make it.
What?
I know. Here's Tim Hardaway Jr. wide open. Not going to knock it down. Didn't happen. And I think eventually it was either Beasley or Hardaway that on the 4th or 5th attempt on that same possession finally knocked it down. And you're like, geez. I mean, they were committed. They were only going to take a 3-point shot on this particular possession. That's not Pistons basketball.
They had a bad day at work, Scott.
It was. And I look, I like these bad days occasionally because and you as a parent, Doug, should appreciate this. Teaching moments. Right?
Yep.
Coaching moments. Okay, guys, we lost the game. Now, anybody want to raise their hand and tell us how we lost the game, or did we get outside of ourselves in any way? Anybody?
Yeah, it's pretty easy to.
We took too many 3-point shots. Yeah, I was hunting.
I'm sorry, Dad.
All right, yeah. That'll be better.
Let's go to Martin here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Martin.
Boys, what's up?
Martin!
How you been? Sorry I haven't been around. I moved to Philly. I wanted to see what a Super Bowl team looked like. I'm joking. Listen,
funny.
the Pistons are going to be fine. I know, it was. The Pistons are going to be fine. They play a hard way. They play a different way. Whatever they're doing has been working. We're going to be good. They're going to lock up the 4th seed. We're going to see a first-round matchup. We're going to win. We're going to lose in the second round, but they're going to be okay. Just let them. They're doing better than anybody thought. They're doing better than the Red Wings, and they're doing it a lot better than what Eisenman's done.
Let's not bury the lead here. You've got them winning in the first round.
Hell to the yes. Hell to the yes. These boys are bringing something that I haven't seen since the Bad Boys. They play hard. They play aggressive. They don't take crap from nobody. Let these boys do them. They're going to be fine. I'm telling you.
Here's my only fear.
These guys.
Here's my only fear.
Go ahead,
my only fear
Zach
is that
Levine?
what you just said. No, he's in the other conference. Is what you just said is that the Pistons play so much harder than everybody. In the postseason is when many of these teams that don't play as hard as the Pistons, that's when they start to play hard.
Well, guess what? Pistons will have an advantage because they played like this, like being a dog. And they're going to be fine, man. These are going to be the Bad Boys 2.0. They're playing. I love the way they play. I love watching them. I wasn't watching them in the beginning of the season, and I started watching them because they're bringing something I haven't seen in a long time. And, it's just fun watching these guys. It's fun.
There's
fun.
No question it's
Not
fun
like
to
the
watch.
Lions, but it's fun. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's definitely fun to watch them play, and I do think they have a shot. Don't get me wrong. I do have concerns about when everybody else decides, okay, it's go time, because this Piston team plays with a intensity that is, I think, atypical of NBA regular season performances across the board. But we'll see. We'll see. Ready for a mock draft, Scott?
I'm always ready for a mock draft, Doug.
Let's go. This is one from someone called Mel Kiper Jr.
Oh, boy.
Of ESPN. Now, the way this works, this is a 2-rounder. We'll work our way through it. We'll tell you who some of the picks are as we get our way down to 28. We'll tell you who's on the board when the Lions are drafting at 28. And we will do the same thing for the pick at 60. What we want you to do is in real time, make the pick at 28, who you would take, then come back. When we get to 60, make the pick there. This is an exercise, and what if a scenario like this plays itself out? Who are the 2 players you walk away with? Gator will select 2. I'll select 2. Kang, we'd like you to select 2. And then we will tell you in the noon hour who the 2 picks are. And it's no right or wrong. It's just what would you do? With the first pick, the Tennessee Titans take Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami. At 2, Travis Hunter, athlete from Colorado, goes to Cleveland. At 3, Abdul Carter, edge rusher, goes to the Giants out of Penn State. Other picks of interest. These are local guys or players that people might be hoping drop to Detroit. Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan, goes to Jacksonville at 5. Gator, one of your favorites, Ashton Genty from Boise State, running back, goes to Vegas at 6.
Top 10 for a running back.
Jalen Walker, linebacker, Georgia, goes to Carolina at 8. Shedeur Sanders goes 9 to New Orleans. Other picks of interest. Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan, goes 11 to San Francisco. At 13, Miami takes Jahade Brown, the cornerback from Texas. At 14, the Colts go Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan. At 15, Atlanta goes Mike Green, edge rusher, Marshall.
Damn it.
Other picks that people might be interested in. Tampa at 19 selects Nick Emenwari, the safety from South Carolina. At 21, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon. At 22, the Chargers take Gray Zabel, interior offensive lineman, North Dakota State. At 23, the Green Bay Packers select Michael Williams, edge rusher, Georgia. And at 27, the Baltimore Ravens take safety Malachi Starks. Gator, here's who's on the board for the Lions at 28.
Okay.
Edge rusher James Pierce from Tennessee.
All right.
Edge rusher Donovan Ezaraku from Boston College. Interior offensive lineman Tyler Booker from Bama. Defensive tackle Kenneth Grant from Michigan. Wide receiver Luther Burden from Missouri. Not what do you think Brad Holmes would do? What would you do? One of those 5 names is the pick. Let me know when you've secured your pick, but don't tell me who it is.
I have secured my pick.
Kang, have you secured your pick?
I have.
Okay. And I have secured mine. All right, Scott, given this scenario, who do you take at 28?
A player that I've really warmed up to over the last few weeks, and it's edge rusher Donovan Ezraku, whatever it is, from Boston College. He's a little undersized at 6'2", 250 pounds. Maybe he's not your 3-down guy to be there to stop the run. I don't care. I want a pass rusher, and that's what this guy does. He clearly gets after the quarterback. He's got great burst and great speed right off the bat. I don't care what his 40 time is. I care how quick he is. And he was the quickest defensive end edge rusher in the draft. Gets after the quarterback. 17 sacks last year, 16 and a half sacks last year at Boston College. That's my guy.
He's amped up. Kang, your pick at 28?
So I'm torn between two guys. It's James Pierce and it's Kenneth Grant. I think James Pierce is a classic boomer bust draft pick. He's got the perfect size for the edge rusher. He's got to get a little bit stronger, but the moves he has, the skill set he has is just get to the quarterback. Kenneth Grant, I think his floor is higher than Pierce. Like if you miss, quote unquote, on Grant, it's going to be better than missing on Pierce. Pierce might be out of the league in 3-4 years. I don't know. With that being said, I'm going to go Kenneth Grant. I just feel that's a safer pick, and he still has a high ceiling. The question is, can he do well without Mason Graham on the next to him? Well, guess what? Aleem McNeil, pretty good. DJ Reader, pretty good. I feel confident with Kenneth Grant.
Boys, the pick is in for me. I agree with Gator. I take Donovan Ezraku, edge rusher from Boston College, for all the reasons Gator stated, plus great fit for Detroit. Let's work our way quickly through the second round and see who we add to it. Other names that are off the board as we move towards the pick at 60. Shamar Stewart, edge rusher, Texas A&M, goes to the Commanders. You got back-to-back quarterbacks to open up round 2. Tyler Shuck goes to Cleveland at 33. Jalen Milroe goes to the Giants at 34. Oluwafemi Oladejo, edge rusher, outside linebacker, UCLA, goes to Tennessee at 35. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Ole Miss, goes to the Bears at 39. Azariah Thomas, cornerback, Florida State, goes to New Orleans at 40. Jordan Savanee, the guard from Arizona, goes to the Colts at 45. And a couple more here. JT Tuimoloau, edge rusher, Ohio State, goes to the Bengals at 49. Nick Scorton, edge rusher, Texas A&M, goes to Tampa at 53. At 56, the Bills take defensive tackle Tyleik Williams of Ohio State. Lions are on the clock now at 60. Here is who's on the board. Alfred Collins, defensive tackle, Texas. Landon Jackson, edge rusher, Arkansas. Savion Williams, wide receiver, TCU. Terrence Ferguson, tight end, Oregon. Anthony Bolton, interior offensive lineman, NC State. We're short on time. Gator, is the pick in?
No.
Okay. Kang is the pick in. I'll go first. With the 60th pick, the Detroit Lions select Terrence Ferguson, tight end, Oregon. I just think it's going to be a position of need. I think it's a deep tight end class. I don't love Alfred Collins, the best defensive tackle left, so I'm going tight end. Kang?
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not in love with Landon Jackson enough to take him there, even though that's probably a bigger position need. I'm going to go Terrence Ferguson as well. I think this may be a little higher for a tight end than most people project, but they also took Laporta when Michael Mayer was supposed to be the better tight end. I think tight end might be a position they're looking to save money on in the future, and they did the same thing with Hawkinson. I think they like Laporta more than Hawkinson, but at some point you do have to start paying your own guys, and some of those guys you're just not going to be able to afford. So I'm going to go Terrence Ferguson, tight end.
I'm going to go with Anthony Belton, the offensive tackle. He's a big man, 6'6", 330 pounds, but can project to move inside as well. Doesn't have to play left tackle, although that's primarily where he's played throughout his college career. I like getting an offensive lineman in the second round.
There you go. We will get to your picks. Text them over right now at 248-539-9797. What 2 players did you take in real time? And we'll tell you who the picks were coming up today at 12:08 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Sorry, we had to kind of hustle through that mock draft.
Yeah.
Got started late.
It's okay.
Got started late. That's on me.
But I wanted to give some explanation as to why I went the route that I went.
Go for it.
So in the first round, I went with Ezeraku, the edge rusher. So if I took the edge rusher in the first round, I'm not going to go for an edge rusher in the second round.
That's why I like the 2-rounders, because you kind of see the way it plays out in real time, because, you might end up realizing, I wish I knew so-and-so was going to be available in the second round. I would have done something different in the first round, but that's not how the draft works.
Correct. So my second round pick, I'm probably, and I'm doing things differently than Brad Holmes is, clearly, because I'm thinking about position of need as opposed to best player available. So I'm looking at either a defensive tackle or an offensive lineman in that spot.
Yep.
And I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of. I prefer Belton to Collins. Collins is the defensive tackle. Belton is the offensive tackle. So that's where my head was at. To think about Jackson from Arkansas could be a pick if you didn't take an edge rusher in the first round. He's got size, tremendous size. So that was a thought. Tight end, I'm not looking at just yet. I know it's a deep draft for tight ends, but is the writing on the wall that they need to think about replacing a tight end if they're not going to pay down the road for Sam Laporta? So I get it all there, and the wide receiver just in the second round, I can't do that. You can find wide receivers throughout the draft. So
I really like Savion Williams. His issue and what makes him a second round kind of grade is his hands. And I don't know what else to say. It feels to me like if he caught everything, he'd be a top 10 pick given his skill set. But
yeah, because he runs the ball as well as he receives.
Yeah, they lined him at tailback. But anyway,
he had 6 touchdowns catching and 6 touchdowns rushing. So
all right, here is some of what people responded, including this one. Terrible picks, Doug.
Oh,
thanks. Tough first round pick, but give me Kenneth Grant, easy second round pick. Kenneth Grant, easy second round pick. Give me Landon Jackson. That's from Ryan. Thanks for listening, Ryan. From an unnamed texter, the Lions are drafting Jamo's replacement in the second round this year by taking Savion Williams. David Warren says 28, Booker, guard, Alabama, and at 60, I take Jackson, the edge rusher from Arkansas. Dave working at home says, with that list at 28, I would take Grant, great value, and at 60, I would take the defensive end, Jackson. From Bruno and Dearborn at 28, the Detroit Lions select Booker, interior offensive lineman, Alabama. And at 60, I would select Jackson, edge rusher, Arkansas. Unnamed texter, the picks are in. Pierce at 28, Anthony Belton at 60. Scott writes in, first round, undisclosed versatile offensive lineman. Would be Booker, I guess. Second round, Jackson, edge rusher, Arkansas. So there you go. That's some of what the people did. Gator, your two, as you mentioned, were Ezeraku and Anthony Bolton, the interior offensive lineman from NC State. Kang, you took Kenneth Grant in the first round and Terrence Ferguson, the tight end, in the second round. I took Ezeraku in the first round and Terrence Ferguson in the second round. But it was Mel Kiper's mock.
What did the hair have to say?
And the picks are in. With the 28th pick, the Detroit Lions select Donovan Ezeraku, edge rusher, Boston College. He writes, the Lions defense was hammered by injuries last season, even before the injured reserve started filling up, though the edge rusher chart was concerning. Aiden Hutchinson, who's coming off a leg injury, needs a running mate. The only other Detroit edge rusher with more than 3 sacks last season was Zadarius Smith, who was acquired in midseason and released in the spring. Ezeraku jumped to number 1 recently on my big board update, meaning he would not only take care of that pass rush need, but also do so at value. His 65 pressures led the FBS last season, and he turned them into 16.5 sacks. 65 pressures is awfully impressive. After that, and I don't mention the first round guys that we talk about, Pierce ends up in Philly at 32. That scares me.
Well, I agree with what King had to say. He's boom or bust.
Yep.
Wasn't wildly productive in college, but boy, he fits the suit. I mean, he looks the part like he should be this dominant edge rusher.
Yeah, that one I don't love. Tyler Booker ends up going to Arizona at 47. Luther Burden goes to New England at 38. Kenneth Grant goes to San Francisco at 43. Okay, as we get to 60, the pick is in, according to Mel Kiper. With the 60th pick, the Detroit Lions select Anthony Belton, tackle guard from NC State. The Lions lost Kevin Zeitler in free agency, and some combination of Coyote Owasika and Christian Mahogany is currently aligned to take over at right guard. Belton, 6'6", 336, has played all but 11 of his 2,146 career snaps at left tackle. However, he could slide inside on the pros, and the Lions might opt for that in year one. So there you go. They go lineman, edge rusher in the first round, lineman, offensive lineman in the second round. How you feel about it?
I mean, it's what I would have done. So I feel strong and quite strong about that.
Yep.
I just really like the first round pick as Araku. Really think that he's a guy that could benefit this team right away. I think that's solid. I think something else is maybe it's underrated or under the radar, I should say. Zeitler not coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Does that switch Graham Glasgow back to right guard where he's probably a better fit?
It could. I mean,
he's performed really well as a right guard, and the reason he switched to left was because they brought Zeitler in.
You've got to figure out your best combination, right? So between Mahogany, Owasika, is Manu in the mix here? You know, how's it shake out? Is what makes your best, including Glasgow. It wasn't great, but you've got to find a way to put the best combination of players out there. So shift guys around. He could move.
Because I was going to say when he was a right guard, I thought that he performed pretty well as a right guard. So switching for the sake of making the spot open for Zeitler. Now things change. Zeitler's not here. We'll see what ends up shaking out. But I do like the combination of going defensive end and offensive lineman in the second round, and particularly the guy like Belton who might have some versatility. He's got great size at 6'6" and over 330 pounds, so he can play tackle, but they say that he can also move inside to guard if need be. So if you need somebody in the mix at guard and you throw him there, he's in the mix for it as well. All the while, probably the apprentice to Taylor Decker when Decker decides that he's done or the Lions are done with him.
Tons of feedback coming in on a variety of topics, including the Tigers, which we want to get back to leading into an afternoon game with the Yankees as the Tigers try and take the first two against the team with the highest payroll in the American League and the highest Vegas win total. Tigers win yesterday 6-2. Lots that came out of that game is worth discussing and projecting forward for a Tiger team. God, we really like them here at the 10-2 space, and they'll have first pitch just after 1 o'clock here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, sure, the college basketball tournament just concluded last night, but that doesn't mean the party has to end. Your favorite Twin Peaks Lodge in Auburn Hills is hosting their second annual Miss Twin Peaks in-store photo shoot. 8 of the best Twin Peaks girls strutting their stuff with a photographer as they look to represent Auburn Hills at the Miss Twin Peaks International Contest later this year in Miami. They're ready to bring the energy with a live DJ and exclusive tastings from the Traverse City Whiskey Company and Modelo. Make sure you get in as early as you can. The event runs from 6 to 10 p.m. tonight. You've also got the hockey action in a must-win matchup for Detroit. I couldn't think of a better way to spend a Tuesday night. Frozen 29-degree drafts, handcrafted old fashions or margaritas, scratch-made favorites coming out of the kitchen that are sure to enhance your evening. Food there's great. Plus, there's an awesome weekend ahead all week. UFC returns to the Octagon Saturday night. UFC 314. There's always something going on at Twin Peaks. See the difference today. To find a location nearest you or directions to the Auburn Hills location, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Eats, drinks, scenic views. feedback here. I was just talking about what as many parents challenge this time of year when your kid is playing a spring sport. And last night, baseball doubleheader, blistering cold and wind. It was a tough one. Bundled up. Of course, the kids, my son in particular, our son, the only kid on the field without long sleeves under his jersey. Feedback coming in on this. I got an igloo for my wife for Christmas. They are game changers. The sun is out on a 25-degree day, and it would be 75 degrees in there. No space heater needed. That's from Brian.
That's warm.
I was out there with Doug at a softball field, and yeah, it was terrible. The guy next to me did have a gas space heater inside his pod.
Oh, a pod. Another pod.
Next text from Jason. My kid's varsity golf match yesterday, same situation. Loaded him up with warm stuff. We show up for the match, and he's in a beanie and a windbreaker. After the match, he complained he was super cold, sans the gloves and hand warmers we sent out with him. Shot terrible, and I wonder why. Next one. Royal Oak M1 lacrosse tonight at 5:30. It's going to be 32 degrees.
Yikes.
Yep.
Well, at least in lacrosse, it's a game you're constantly moving.
Yes.
For the kids, it's not going to be bad. For the parents watching, which is who Doug gave the shout out to, the parents.
Yep.
Sitting in the stands, those cold metal bleacher stands.
Dude, cold metal bleachers this time of year. What, did you have a spring sport?
No,
Okay.
I did not.
Kang, did you play a spring sport?
No.
Because this is the track and field or lacrosse
Or baseball.
or baseball, softball, the spring sport early season games. I mean, in Michigan, this is just, it is what it is.
Oh, it's terrible. I ran track in middle school. That was the closest I ever had to doing anything like that. And when you're running outside and it's freezing, I see it right now when driving by high schools, going home or whatever, and they're practicing. I feel bad for these kids.
Got bundled up. And
I was going to do track and field when I went for it my junior year. I went to the first practice and then found out that you have to run.
F that, running,
You can't just do the field events. I'm like, well, what are we talking about here? I'll do shot put and discus. That's all I'm here for. Oh, no, you have to run. All right, I'll see you later.
What do you mean, like run in practice,
Yeah.
or they were going to make you run in an event?
It was definitely run in practice. I'm not sure if there was any requirement that you had to participate in some sort of relay or anything else.
Is that kind of like having divers swim laps?
It would seem like that would just be stupid. So I was like, nope, sorry, not gonna.
So did
happen.
you ever even throw the shot or the discus?
No, and I wish I had, because I think I would have been pretty good at it. And I did it in a field day in elementary school. It was the only time I ever did a shot put thing, and I did very well at it.
Yeah.
So kind of.
You were ready to take it on.
Yeah.
You didn't want to do the conditioning part. Isn't that for conditioning?
Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not.
Was a reason given?
What? It was just part of the team. Everybody runs to start. Not this kid. I ain't running.
You just said, no, I'm not warming up. I'm not doing anything. Like, I just throw, man.
What are we going for a mile run before practice? I got to go. Not
Wait
today.
a second.
You might have been an elite shot putter, man.
Yeah, and discus. Don't discount that.
You might have been elite, but you never.
Yeah, I think I would have been really. I think I would have been very, very good at it. Yeah, but
So
nope,
Gator.
not gonna happen.
It's so great. Did the coach even come back and say anything, or was it just like,
No, and I
bye,
thought, well, that's your
see ya?
loss. I can't believe that you're not coming back and trying to negotiate on this. Nope. No, the guy at the time was kind of arrogant too. So
Not your fault, Gator.
Not
Right?
my fault.
It's not Gator's fault, Doug.
I didn't make this decision.
Yeah,
you made this decision.
I have a policy. If I'm going to participate in field events, the hell do I need to do any kind of track training? What is this? What's next? Get some track shoes?
So does grown man Gator have any regrets that young man Gator walked away?
The only regret I have is I didn't at least to try it once.
Right.
Like I didn't even this is what's so dumb. That one practice I went to, I never even got a chance to show what I could do in a practice. I'm like, really? All right, I gotta go. Not gonna waste my time here. So not a ton of regret. No.
Hysterical.
I'm sure without question the coach has regrets.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you know if the coach is still with us?
I do not know.
All right, more feedback here. Regarding the Tigers, let's not jump the gun here, guys. Offensively, we're going to be below average, and we'll struggle to score runs. I mean,
they scored 6 against the Yankees yesterday. I don't know if you saw that. They're averaging 5 runs.
I don't think they're a
a game.
perfect baseball team. I think they're going to lose a whole bunch of games. I think they're going to win a whole bunch of games. All that matters is, do I think they are the best team in their division? To me, that's what matters. That's what matters the most, and I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. I think the pitching, starting pitching, I think the matchups that pieced together by the manager helps them squeeze the most out of the lineup. And I love the bullpen. I think Fetter's great. Those are the things that are important. Are they perfect? No. There's going to be some struggles along the way.
Through 10 games, they're top 7 in batting average, on-base percentage, and OPS. They're 4th in OPS.
Will they be that at the end? Probably not. But there are guys that aren't performing right now. My guess is will perform. Track record will tell you that Ibanez, who got going yesterday, Colt Keith. I think Colt Keith will be better than what is he hitting? 146, 164, whatever you said. 185. I think he'll do better than that. As others settle down, I think some of the guys we can more count on step up. But hey, is it 10 games? Yeah, this season. It's 2 months last year. But then there's this one. Hey, Doug, nothing carries over from last year. It's a new season. They could fall apart at any time. Well, of course they could, quote, fall apart at any time.
Well, if people think the last year was a fluke, I can see where they're at with. Although this is not what he's saying.
He's saying nothing carries over from last year. And I would say ask Dan Campbell about that. Ask Dan Campbell if the 2022 surge that they had at the end of the year carried over into 23. I mean, I know people think that's a hard and fast rule. I don't think that's always the case.
I don't know if it's wise to compare different sports to each other with it, but I understand your point. I feel more like you do, that there is some carryover here. I think that there is a foundation of some pretty good of a pretty good team here with both pitching and hitting. I'd like to have more. You'd always like to have more. But having this rotation of 5 pitchers right now is completely different than what they finished the season with, which is how they made it into the postseason, was because of their pitching more than anything else. When they had 1.5 starters for the last, whatever it was, 9 weeks of the season, now they're starting the year with 5 guys in rotation. And we just saw yesterday, Casey Mize with his second start of the year, and it's 2 starts, knock on wood, but man, what a great 2 starts he's had.
The team with the highest win total in Vegas prior to the season was the Dodgers. They're coming off the World Series. They were the best team in baseball last year. They're projected to be the best team in baseball this year. That seems to have carried over. The team with the worst projected win total in Vegas going into the season was the White Sox. They were the worst team in baseball last year, projected to be the worst team again this year. There is some carryover. I mean, you can choose not to believe it. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I don't subscribe to that theory. 248-539-9797. So far, the season has been great, but there has been one player that has been completely and totally underwhelming other than walking consistently. It's Colt Keith. He was a number 1 overall pick a few years ago. No, he wasn't.
No,
number 1 overall pick a few years ago. The ticket would be talking about, if he was the number 1 overall pick a few years ago, the ticket would be talking about sending him down. Well, I don't know who would, when you say the ticket, I can only speak for us. Okay. I wouldn't be talking about sending him down 10 games into the season. And I don't care where he was drafted. It's, do I think that Colt Keith over the course of 162 games will help this team win? Yeah. Yeah, I do. He did last year, and I think he will this year. It's a slow start for him. Some guys have slow starts, some guys have fast starts. Colt Keith is in the slow start category. I mean, Ibanez yesterday kind of broke out. Didn't he go the first 4 games he played without a hit? And remember, he's usually playing when it's advantageous pitching matchups for him.
Yeah, he's played in 7 games this year, I believe, and he's had hits in 3 of them.
Okay.
He had 3 hits, and then 1 hit yesterday.
What did he do so in the first 4 games, he had no hits?
If I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, some guys are slower starters or off to slower starts.
I'm sorry, you said Ibanez or Baez?
I said Ibanez.
Okay, Ibanez is totally different. I'm sorry. I thought you meant Baez. Ibanez, went the first 4 games without a hit. Now he's had a hit in 3 straight games, including that home run. He's got 5 RBIs in his last 3 games, too. So he's had timely hits. But Ibanez is exactly what he is. He's a platoon guy. Yeah. You're going to put him in against left-handers, and he's going to mash.
My point is that Ibanez started slow. First 4 games, it's coming around. I think Colt Keith is going to come around. I mean, if not, eventually he will get.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Colt Keith. A 185 start doesn't sound good. You know what does? The 436 batting average. 436 on base percentage. If he were hitting 350 with a 436 on base percentage, you'd feel great about it, right?
Yeah.
He's still getting on base. And that's a big part of it. I get it. You're not hitting the ball and putting it into play and driving guys in, but what you're doing is table setting for others.
I bought into the Tigers turning a corner last year, collectively as a team, finding a way to get the most out of this collection of players, which is a young group that's growing up. And I do think that they will do much of the same yesterday. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more Tiger talk and feedback. Tiger baseball coming up today as they take on the Yankees in Game 2, 12:45 pregame here on 97.1.
If you need new garage doors, there's only one place to call. It's Precision Garage Door Service. I did it myself a few years ago. I picked up the phone. I called them at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, and I said, look, guys, I need new garage doors. You know me. You came out to my house years before, help out with some repairs. It was awesome, but now it's time for the new doors. They came out right away, went through all the different options that they have, which was incredible, and I had new garage doors set up that I couldn't be happier with in just a matter of hours, frankly. It took less than just a couple of days. But here's what's great for you. At Precision, they actually have a warehouse full of garage doors, so it's quite possible that they would have the garage door that you need. It can have it installed in as little as 24 hours. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can do it online. If you do it online to set up your appointment, you can schedule at a time that works for you and your schedule. You're not completely dependent on what their window of opportunity is. You get to dictate when they can come out to your house at your convenience. That is awesome. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket.
You like the Tigers' chances today?
Do I like the Tigers' chances? Yeah, I like Scooble anytime he takes the hill. I know he hasn't won a game yet this year. But
third start of the year.
Yep. But I think he's going to win a game this year.
Well, I like the matchup. Carrasco is being a right-handed pitcher. I think it's an opportunity for guys like certainly Carpenter and Riley Green to do what they do best, which is mash against right-handed pitching. So that's good. I think the right-handed hitters, some of them are just fine against right-handed pitching as well. And Carrasco has had a rocky start. One terrible start and one okay start. But the okay start, I don't know if he gave up an earned run or not, but give up I think he did. 7 or 8 base runners in the game. So hopefully they can get to him early. And it would be beneficial to Scooble to not get bogged down. It's what happens when you take on teams like Boston and New York. They run up the pitch count awfully quickly on teams. So
bastards.
When you pound a strike zone like Scooble can, you try not to get in those long counts, and hopefully they can continue to do that. But always be careful with Aaron Judge.
We got some feedback. Kang, is this a buddy of yours who threw shot put in high school?
Yeah, he's a bigger guy too, Gator, and he actually did shot put in high school for track and field. And he said in high school they would make him run as well, right? But he still joined the team and did shot put. They had an event called the Fat Man Relay where only the throwers could participate. It was a 200-meter relay.
Is this in practice or was this like in a meet?
You can't do this at meets. This is like practice.
All right.
And they would instead use the shot put for the batons, and it was a crowd favorite.
Oh, man.
He said you could have been a legend.
Dude.
If we had a fat guy relay. I don't know if we had a fat guy relay in Andover High School.
Okay, so.
In the 80s.
So, I mean, were there enough throwers to have like 2 teams?
I guess so.
4 legs?
Yeah.
You said 200 meters? Could you run the 200 meters?
Well, that's half a lap is what it is, right?
Well, they don't want to strain them. I mean.
Well, no, I'm just
could
saying
you
it's
run, could you run it?
Yes, I could run a 200 meter.
All right.
Poorly.
Would you have, what if the coach had brought this up to you?
By the way, with the shot put, that sounds like that's a baton you don't want to drop.
No. Was it 12 pounds or something? That's a skill.
Wow.
Gator, man, you missed out.
Well, I didn't go to his high school.
Do we know what high school he went to?
I think it was in Waterford.
If that were offered up to me,
They could have enticed you with the big fella relay?
Look, it's not like I was some sweet free agent that was being wined and dined to join the track.
No NIL back then?
No. I'm just saying, I think I would have been pretty good at shot put and discus, but I got turned off because, you got to run. Not going to happen. Not this guy.
You see me? I'm walking away.
Right. See where it says field? It's the field events I'm interested in. You got a javelin throw? I'm in it too. Let's go.
Did you ever think you could have been a Mac caliber shot putter?
Probably not.
No. Okay.
Had you ever thrown a shot put before?
I did in like 6th grade. I did a shot put and did really well.
It was what did you say? It was field day.
It was like a field day that we had. Yeah. At the end of the last day of school was the fun day in elementary school. We were throwing it was like an 8-pound shot.
You know what he was? He was like Iverson. Practice. You talking about practice?
Oh, I'd be all about the practice
I'm
and
just
the
here
technique.
To throw.
I'd love to learn the technique and how to get the best out of the optimum, angles and all that, and how many times you spin around and your footwork, all that. I would have been all about it. What I didn't care for.
Oh, it's clear what you didn't care for.
Was any kind of running that needed to be done to be part of the said track and field team.
Brian, you're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
So. I ran track in high school through shot and discus, and I heard you guys talking about the Fat Man Relay. And you guys were saying it was only in like practice and stuff. We actually ran this thing in an invitational all 4 years, and it was a 4x100 relay. We had a 12-pound shot that we had to hand off, and they're right. It was definitely a fan favorite, but it was a adventure trying to pass this thing along every 100 meters.
Oh, I bet.
And you did not want to drop this thing, and if you did, you got made fun of mercilessly by the sprinters. So,
how were you at the big fella relay?
I was fat and slow and did my best.
Okay.
So I was definitely made to throw heavy objects.
Hysterical. Well, there you go. Sounds like it was a popular thing.
It's the main event, man.
Yep.
What the people come to see.
Give the people what they want.
Regarding the Tigers, another encouraging sign for Mize is last year he showed 97-98, so methinks he's got more in the tank yet. Stan and Shelby, can you imagine the response to Javi if and when he plays center field and makes some incredible catch? Well, if he makes an incredible catch. Elephant in the room, Torres to third, don't move Keith. He's close to being back. Torres to third, don't move Keith. He's close. Well,
because Torres is close to being back. I would look. They can do whatever they need to do. After what happened yesterday, if the thought of moving Colt Keith to first base or DH, that's okay.
Yeah,
with that awful throw, they've got options. So what they can do. I don't think moving Gleyber Torres to third base is what they want to do.
Well, there's stuff out there that says he doesn't want to do it. I mean, one of the things about like what Torque's doing right now, right, which is making people think, well, maybe Colt Keith won't play first base, is what Torque is doing right now is incredibly valuable because in the end, you tally up all your wins and hope that you have more than the next guy. And through the course of a season, you go through stretches where you win a whole bunch and you lose a whole bunch. But somebody's helping you win now, you ride that hot bat. And the whole idea of it's going to last or not, there's going to be stuff that goes wrong, and there's going to be times where he doesn't look good. You weather those storms and you figure out a way to win baseball games when he's in the middle of that stretch, and there will be a stretch like that.
A little bit of breaking news here. Apparently, Jace Richardson is declaring for the 2025 NBA draft and will not be returning to Michigan State.
Is he hiring an agent?
I have not seen that, but this is according to Jonathan Givney, who is NBA draft analyst at ESPN.
Well, there'll be more talk after Tiger Baseball, which is next. Hey, you trust CGC for top-quality Connecticut water systems. Now trust them with your plumbing, too. April showers bring flooded basement. Keep yours dry with CGC water treatment and plumbing. Right now, save 10% on a Zoller sump pump. Need backflow testing? CGC's got you covered. 855-339-4242. Remember, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call your authorized independent Connecticut dealer today. 855-339-4242.